Juncheng sat alone in the second-to-last row by the window, his dead fish eyes staring out at the endless gray skies. High was a place where his presence barely registered, neither seen nor heard. He was the kind of person you could forget existed the moment you turned away, a fact he didn't mind at all. He'd grown accustomed to the solitude, and loneliness wasn't something he knew how to feel. A quiet life suited him just fine. But still, he needed something, some form of mental stimulation to keep his thoughts sharp, something beyond the mind-numbing monotony of daily life. That's where stories came in. Stories of thrill, danger, and excitement. Stories that brought him to life, even if only for a moment. But what if he became the story? What if his own life was thrust into chaos, filled with the kind of madness he'd only read about? What if danger wasn't something on the page, but something real, something that would test his ability to survive? What if, despite everything he hated, danger, complications, confusion, he found himself at the center of it all? It all started when the mysterious Ji Lianbing appeared, the high-class beauty who was somehow always around, always near him, despite his attempt to blend into the background. She wasn't just a pretty face. There was something darker to her, something unsettling. Her gentle smile, her innocent demeanor masked a twisted fascination with death. She had a collection of corpses, of broken things, of what others found abhorrent. And yet she seemed drawn to him, teasing him, watching him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Her voice, soft as a whisper, floated in the air like a scent he couldn't shake. "I smell you," she had said, her eyes narrowing as if she had found some strange comfort in his presence. Her obsession was unsettling, but it was just the beginning. Soon, another girl entered his life. Jiang Shuiqing, a quiet and reserved figure with sharp eyes that missed nothing. She was petite, almost fragile-looking, but there was something about her, a strange fascination with imperfection, with the idea of brokenness. She would follow him, observing from the shadows, collecting pieces of him, as if he were some kind of twisted trophy. "Give me your hair," she demanded one day, her voice so matter-of-fact it made his blood run cold. Juncheng never asked for any of this. He wasn't interested in getting tangled up in their weird, dangerous world, but as their presence grew more suffocating, he realized that his life was no longer his own. They were pulling him into their chaos, and the only question that remained was whether he would survive it or become just another piece in their twisted game. Then there was his sister, An Shinran, the cold, distant sibling who never seemed to care about anything, except for him. No one at school knew they were related, but that didn't matter. She would hover around, silent, watching him with an intensity that only she understood. And though she appeared aloof to everyone else, An Juncheng knew better. She was as twisted as the rest of them, and her obsession with him, with being by his side every moment, was more than just familial love. It was a need, a dependency, a craving. His life, once so predictable, was now a storm of dangerous girls and twisted desires. And through it all, An Juncheng found himself wondering, how long could he survive in a world that had become more nightmare than reality? Could he escape the suffocating grip of these girls, or was he destined to become just another one of their broken toys? The break period at school was like a mini escape, short, but with just enough time to find a moment of peace. I had a few rules. Stay away from the crowded areas, and don't stray too far from the building, or I might miss the bell and be stuck outside. The rooftop had been a prime spot for solitude, but lately it was always packed with couples. As a self-proclaimed single dog, I needed to find somewhere else to relax. After half a semester of searching, I found the perfect spot, a dilapidated pavilion tucked behind the science building. It had been here before the school was even built. The principal had even changed the construction plan to preserve it, which led to rumors. Some said it was cursed. Others claimed it was a gateway to the underworld. As someone who'd spent my childhood around funeral homes and cemeteries, I wasn't fazed by such stories. In fact, I found the pavilion to be my ideal retreat, complete with stone benches and an inflatable pillow for napping. It was a quiet, almost sacred spot I'd claimed as my own. Today, however, when I arrived, someone was already there. She sat quietly on the bench, her silver gray hair flowing smoothly, not the kind of gray mixed with black like mine, but a natural, pure shade. She had a book in her lap, flipping through its pages, seemingly unaware of my presence. Despite her silence, there was something magnetic about her. Something that commanded attention without trying. I couldn't stop staring. It wasn't that she was stunning or beautiful, but her presence was undeniable, like a force that calmed the space around her. I had never met someone like her before. The breeze ruffled her hair, and I finally snapped back to reality. As I approached the pavilion, I noticed the title on the book she was reading and saw her name, Jiang Shiqing, listed as an active admirer of the disabled. I knew her from class, a girl with an almost impenetrable expression, someone who rarely spoke. People often compared her to Ji Lianbing, but unlike Ji, Jiang Shuiqing was more distant and unapproachable. Rumor had it that some people saw her as a goddess, but I never quite understood why, especially given her strange title. Active admirer of the disabled? What did that even mean? Was she fascinated by disabled people? Or maybe she just liked the idea of becoming disabled herself? The title was puzzling, but I wasn't scared. It was just a personal preference, right? As I stood there staring at her, she eventually looked up, her gaze meeting mine. There was an awkward silence between us, neither of us willing to speak first. I was the one who had to break it. "Why are you here?" I asked, unsure of what else to say. She didn't respond immediately. Her eyes returned to her book, disinterested. I couldn't help but notice she had skipped class to sit here and read. Was that allowed? I moved to sit on the opposite bench. Jiang Shuiqing ignored me, though I wasn't sure if it was deliberate or just her usual indifference. I wouldn't push it. I'd stay here until the break was over. The stone bench was cold, and I was used to it by now. Last semester, I'd even brought cushions from home to make it bearable. I stood up and walked over to a small storage spot I'd created near the pavilion, a sort of makeshift earth temple. There, I kept a few items, cushions, blankets, and even a portable game console. I grabbed a couple of cushions and returned to the pavilion, one for myself and the other. Well, I wasn't sure why, but I placed it next to Jiang Shuiqing. I wasn't sure if she understood my gesture, but I tried to explain. "It's cold on the stone bench," I said awkwardly. "If you sit here too long, you might catch a cold." She didn't respond, but after a moment, she stayed seated on the cushion. I felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing her use it, as if my small act of kindness had made a difference. I picked up my phone to kill time, but when I looked up again, I was surprised to see her still sitting on the cushion, reading. Time passed, and as the break came to an end, I stood up, preparing to leave. But as I picked up the cushion, I noticed something strange. Jiang Shuiqing's name on my phone had changed color, from white to green. What did that mean? I'd only seen one other person with a green name before, Teacher Jen. Was this some sort of favorability system? Could my simple act of kindness, giving her a cushion, have made her see me differently? I wasn't sure, but I couldn't help feeling a strange sense of pride. Jiang Shuiqing, my first friend? Maybe. Or maybe I was just reading too much into it. Before I could dwell on it too much, the bell rang, signaling the end of the break. I quickly returned to class, but my mind was still occupied with the sudden shift in Jiang Shuiqing's name. What did it mean? Was I really becoming friends with her? Or was I just imagining things? The thoughts were interrupted by the presence of Ji Lianbing, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to track me down. I had to find a new hiding spot for the next break. Somewhere she couldn't follow me. My plan? The men's room. It was the perfect solution. She'd never be able to follow me in there. But things didn't go as planned. As I sat in one of the stalls, trying to relax, there was a knock on the door. I muttered an apology, assuming it was just someone waiting for a stall. But when I stood up, pulling my pants up, the door swung open, and there she was, Ji Lianbing. She smiled mischievously, covering her eyes with one hand, but peeking through her fingers at me. "Oh, are you so impatient? You want to take off your pants when you see me?" I hurriedly adjusted my clothes, flustered. "This is the men's room." "I don't want to do this either," she said with a grin. "But who told you to ignore me, Juncheng?" I was trapped. There was no way out. I tried to redirect her, suggesting we talk outside, but she wasn't having it. "Let's talk here," she insisted, walking into the stall and locking the door behind her. I was speechless. She was relentless, and no matter how much I wanted to avoid her, she wouldn't let up. I don't know why, but there's something unsettling about Ji Bing's presence. Maybe it's because she always seems to know just what to say, just how to push people's buttons. She was close now. Too close. She leaned in, her face just inches from mine, and I could feel her breath on my skin. Her fingers grazed my chest, tracing slow, deliberate circles. There was an almost wicked glint in her eyes, and I couldn't help but notice the dangerous allure she exuded. It made sense why so many people fell for her charm, why they would do anything to gain her favor. But I wasn't one of them. No, I said, my voice firm. On the contrary, not only am I not happy, but I'm also troubled. Can you please let go of me? She raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a half smile as if considering my words carefully. Let you go? She seemed to savor the question. Are you sure? Because I'm just trying to be friends, Junsheng. Don't you want more friends? I shook my head, my mind racing. I had to keep my distance. No, we aren't the same kind of people. You live your star-studded life, surrounded by admiration, while I'll remain here, just another face in the crowd. We don't need to interact. But that's when it happened. The green text flashed over her name, the one I had seen only once before. Interesting. You are indeed very interesting, An Junsheng, she whispered, her voice no longer playful. It was cold, calculated, almost chilling. Her expression shifted, and for a moment, it felt like I was staring at a completely different person. My skin crawled under her gaze, a sense of imminent danger wrapping around me. I couldn't breathe, but just as quickly she was back to her usual self, smiling sweetly, her hand brushing my cheek with unnerving warmth. Anyway, I won't take back what I said. I'm waiting for your answer, Junsheng. Classmate. She left, and I slumped against the bathroom stall, my heart racing. I had confirmed it. Ji Bing was dangerous, far more dangerous than I had ever realized. Refusing her would only invite trouble. But agreeing? That might just extend the torment. Why was I stuck in this nightmare? Later, I stood at the school gates, the weight of the situation still heavy on my mind, when I noticed a man trailing behind me. He was decent-looking enough, but I knew exactly what was coming. It was always the same. Classmate Ji Bing, I like you. Please, will you date me? It was a scene that played out regularly, but each time it left me bored. Why was he confessing to me when he had never spoken to me before? His appearance suited my type, but how shallow. Love wasn't just about looks, was it? It was much more complicated than that. Sorry, you're not my type. The man's face fell, defeated, but I couldn't muster the energy to feel bad for him. This same scenario unfolded every week, each confession duller than the last. As I entered the school, I couldn't help but notice the subtle shift in the atmosphere. This class was unlike any I had been in before. There was something different about everyone here. Everyone, except for one person, An Junsheng. An Junsheng, who sat in front of me, was ordinary in every sense of the word, his presence almost a vacuum in a class full of eccentricities. While everyone else had their peculiarities, he was just normal. No strange energy, no unusual scent, nothing. But today, something was different. He arrived later than usual, and when he stepped into the room, I couldn't help but notice it. The change. His scent, which had always been bland and neutral, was now unmistakably mature. It was as if the little sheep had transformed into a full-grown one. How had he done it? What happened to him? Lin Hui, who had been sitting beside me, had been watching the door eagerly for him to arrive. Her gaze lit up when she saw him, and despite her attempts to deny it, I could tell she had feelings for him. How odd. Lin Hui, who had so much to offer, was interested in someone so average. But it wasn't my place to judge. I watched as An Junsheng moved through the classroom, his confusion and anxiety palpable. He seemed so out of place here, like he had realized too late that he was surrounded by people who didn't belong in a world that knew nothing of normality. He was a lamb among wolves. And then, as he neared me, I saw it. The fear. He was afraid of me. His eyes locked with mine, and I smiled. Genuinely, without malice, but it was enough to send him stumbling back to his seat in panic. I chuckled to myself. So, Lin Hui's judgment wasn't so wrong after all. Maybe she did have some foresight after all. The tension in the room was palpable. Something was off about An Junsheng, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to unravel. It wasn't just his distracted days in class or his strange fixation on teacher Xiaozhen, it was the subtle shift in his behavior. Was he a lolicon? I had never seen him act this way before. So what was it? My curiosity spiked. I decided to have the maids dig into his activities last night. There had to be something, right? Then there was Lin Hui. She had been observing him too, but I couldn't quite figure out her angle. Was she just another girl with a crush, or had she noticed something I hadn't? If An Juncheng was so absorbed in staring at teacher Xiaozhen, wouldn't he be worried about being called out to answer a question? Sure enough, he was caught off guard when the teacher called him out. He was completely unprepared. I smirked to myself. He was out of his depth, wasn't he? I decided to help him out, offering the answer C quietly. But when he took my help, he didn't even glance in my direction to thank me. He just kept his head down like some turtle hiding in its shell. Not cute. I could feel the irritation rising in me. He couldn't even muster a simple, thank you? Fine, I'd play along. The more he ignored me, the more intrigued I became. Why was he avoiding me so much? Was he afraid of me? After class, he stayed seated, fidgeting and looking around like something was weighing on his mind. This was my chance. I approached him, calling out, An Juncheng? His shoulders tensed as if startled. It seemed like I had caught him off guard again. He turned slowly, as if trying to piece together why I was talking to him. You just looked at me and poofed. Is there something on my face? I asked casually, trying to keep things light. He seemed flustered, stammering out, Ah, no, I didn't say that just after looking at you. It has nothing to do with you at all. Interesting. He couldn't even bring himself to say something simple. His response didn't even sound right. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Normally, guys would be leering at me, imagining all sorts of things, but not him. Not a single ounce of desire in his gaze. Did he even have normal feelings? It made me uncomfortable. But rather than show it, I smiled. Ah, it wasn't dirt on my face. Thanks for clearing that up, An Juncheng. He shrugged it off. I didn't help at all, did I? Oh, so he was rejecting me now? What was his problem? No, thanks to you, I know there's nothing wrong with my appearance today. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have said anything. You're the only one brave enough to talk to me like this, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. You don't have any friends either, he shot back, uncaring. I was stunned. He had no idea how to read the situation. He was annoying, irritating, but also intriguing. The more he spoke, the more I wanted to know what made him tick. This could work in my favor. I decided to stop beating around the bush. Yeah, I really don't have many friends. So, can Ansan be my friend? His expression was a mix of confusion and surprise, as if he couldn't believe I was asking. Was I seriously lowering my pride this much to reach out to him? He didn't even give me an answer. His mouth opened wide in shock, but he just stared at me blankly. I tried again, more insistently. Can you be my friend? Still nothing. I glanced over at Lin Hui, who was sitting nearby, watching this unfold. She was looking at us, her gaze suspicious. Her eyes flicked between me and An Juncheng, a mix of confusion, betrayal, and something else. Was that murderous intent? How interesting. Was she starting to blacken in front of my eyes? I was tired of waiting, so I added, please, be my boyfriend. I changed the sentence just enough to throw him off balance. He had been expecting the same line, but this was different. His expression went from confusion to shock, but before he could process it, he stammered out. Okay, no need to repeat so many times. I will be it. I clapped my hands loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Great. Then from now on, you're my boyfriend? Can I call you Juncheng? A stunned silence filled the room. Lin Hui's gaze snapped to me, her face contorting in fury. Oh, she was definitely not happy. But what could she do? I had already made my move. The bell rang, cutting through the tension. But the strange energy in the room lingered. The next break was going to be interesting. I could feel it. I leaned back, resting my chin on my hand, watching An Juncheng's every move. He was clearly uncomfortable, his mind still processing the mess I'd just caused. I could practically smell the anxiety rolling off him. It was delicious. And then, just as I was savoring the moment, he stood up abruptly and rushed out of the classroom. Wait, what? He was running away? After everything, he chose to escape? His reaction hit me like a cold slap. Was he afraid of me? Was he hiding something? My mind raced. Did he know something about me that I hadn't even realized? Maybe his strange behavior wasn't just a coincidence after all. Was he connected to something bigger than I had imagined? I snapped out of my thoughts when I heard Lan Hua's voice, anxious and shaky. Lian Bing, do you like Juncheng too? I smirked inwardly. So, now she was getting curious. I'd thrown the cat amongst the pigeons and the fallout was starting. But before I could answer, Gao Yingno, Lan Hua's friend, spoke up. Jilian Bing, are you seriously interested in someone as inconspicuous as An Juncheng? Interesting. Very interesting. They had no idea what was going on, but I did, and I was only just getting started. She was an eavesdropper. The headphones she wore weren't playing music. They were just a cover. Her true hobby? Listening in on other people's conversations. Every day, her classmates offered up juicy tidbits of gossip, and she soaked it all in. She had become a walking archive of secrets. If there was any way to use her to gather intelligence, she'd be the perfect candidate. Wait, so Ji Lianbing likes that type of guy? Luo Yingliang was standing nearby, his messy hair falling over thick glasses, his gaze intense. He looked serious, but in reality, he was a voyeur, always watching, always listening, though he never got caught. I used to think he was just another guy interested in the physical, but I quickly realized he was different. He had a unique talent for observing, and it seemed like he noticed everything without anyone ever realizing he was watching. Another person to add to my list of intelligence sources. Lan Hua, standing with us, was caught in an emotional mess. No way! You can't just confess like that! Her voice trembled, her face pale as she muttered, and Juncheng is just so ordinary. He's not the type anyone would fall for. And then she let it slip, everything she knew about him. His every habit, the details of his life, his oddities, and Juncheng's family dynamics, his quiet demeanor in class, his love for novels and coffee, and even the pencils he used. How did she know all of this? Was she stalking him too? Lan Hua had to have been studying him more closely than anyone realized. Gao Yingno, always the voice of reason, patted Lan Hua on the back and offered her a weak smile. It's not over yet. There's still time. You could still win him over. But Lan Hua, with a flicker of determination in her eyes, clenched her fists. Right. There's still a chance. I'll find out everything about him. His private life, all of it. Luo Yingliang, ever the realist, adjusted his glasses. You should at least talk to him first. He won't know you exist if you don't make the effort. Lan Hua quickly dismissed him, face flushed. No. If he even looks at me, I'll freeze up. I chuckled to myself, amused at her denial. Was she really this unaware of her own feelings? Taka Sakurano, standing beside me, sighed. My Xiaohua has set her sights on that tree too. Looks like you'll be rivals in the future. Rivals? I don't even like him. Lan Hua blurted, still in denial, her cheeks a deep shade of pink. How could she still deny it? It was almost cute how oblivious she was to her own feelings. The conversation quickly shifted back to An Juncheng. Why was he avoiding Lian Bing's confession? Was he shy? It didn't make sense to anyone. The guy had run off as soon as a beautiful girl like Lian Bing confessed to him. When the break bell finally rang, I saw An Juncheng slip back into the classroom, entering right behind the teacher. So he was still running away. Huh? Not this time. I wasn't going to let him slip away again. I followed him out, watching as he took the familiar path towards the men's bathroom. So, this was his escape route, was it? If he thought that would stop me, he was sorely mistaken. I walked confidently towards the bathroom, keeping my stride casual. No one even gave me a second glance, even though I was heading into the wrong bathroom. Inside, two boys near the urinals froze, shock evident in their faces as I passed by. One of them even spilled urine on his friend in the panic. I didn't care about that. My focus was on finding An Juncheng. And there he was, hiding in a bathroom stall. I knocked twice, and his voice came from inside, muffled. Sorry, I'll be out soon. Oh, so predictable. I opened the stall door, catching him mid-zip. His eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in shock. I smirked. Oh, are you in that much of a rush? You're already undressing for me? How exciting. And Juncheng scrambled, pulling his pants up hastily. This is the men's room, he protested, flustered. I couldn't help but tease him. I didn't want to do this, but you ignored me. It's your fault, Juncheng. And Juncheng's response was icy. Let's talk outside. He was too considerate, but I wasn't about to back down. I wasn't going to let him brush me off this time. No, here's fine. It's not like anyone else is here. I'm not shy. His expression shifted to one of frustration. Please leave. I need to finish what I was doing. I ignored his cold tone, stepping into the stall and locking the door behind me. It's fine, Juncheng. Just finish what you were doing. I don't mind. Please don't call me by my name, he said sharply, his discomfort palpable. We're not that familiar with each other. The tension between us thickened, but I pushed forward. How could you possibly know that? Maybe I'm someone you need to get to know. His silence spoke volumes. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. Actually, I think you're enjoying this, aren't you? No one would turn down being confessed to by a girl like me. His breath hitched for a moment. Ah, there it was, the subtle shift in his body language. Even if his mouth rejected me, his body was betraying him. I leaned in, my voice a whisper. You know, deep down, I think you're just a little happy. He tried to adjust, shaking off his nerves, but something in his expression changed. He finally spoke again, his voice colder than before. No, I'm not happy. I'm troubled. Please leave. The words hit me hard. Troubled? I repeated, my smile fading. Why? Why are you avoiding me, Juncheng? I just want to be friends. He seemed to hesitate before answering, his voice steady but tinged with regret. I can't get too close to you. It'll cause trouble. People might retaliate because of how they feel about you. The words stung. And Juncheng was afraid of me, afraid of what it would mean to get involved with me. To him, I was a threat to his ordinary life. The idea of being with someone like me, someone who lived outside the lines, was too much for him to bear. But that's exactly what made him interesting. He wasn't just avoiding me, he was trying to protect something precious and fragile in his life. I grinned to myself. You're more interesting than I thought, Juncheng. My emotions spilled out of me in a way I hadn't expected. A new feeling, something raw and thrilling. Was he catching on? Could he see what I was about to do? I reached up, gently touching his cheek. I won't take back what I said, Juncheng. I'm still waiting for your reply. As I stood there, staring into his eyes, I knew one thing for certain. He was going to be my first collection. My most precious one. I sat on the toilet for what felt like hours after Ji Lianbing left, trying to gather my thoughts. If there had been a cigarette nearby, I would have smoked it, just to calm my nerves. She said she'd wait for my answer, but didn't specify when. Usually, people give a deadline, 3 days, a week, something like that. But not Ji Lianbing. Was she that confident I'd give her an answer? Or was she playing some kind of psychological game, testing how long she could make me squirm? Her earlier presence, that chilling aura she gave off, it wasn't the vibe of a sweet, innocent girl. No, it was far darker. She was like a predator, cold and calculating, her gaze sharp enough to paralyze you. And the scariest part? She hides it so well. To anyone else, Ji Lianbing was just a beautiful, perfect girl. But I'd seen a glimpse of something else, a dangerous something. The most baffling part, though, was her green name. Was this some kind of game mechanic? A sign of her favorability toward me? Or was she simply a masochist? I had no clue. It made no sense. Finally, the bell rang, snapping me out of my thoughts. I trudged back to class, but the moment I walked in, I felt the eyes on me. Everyone was staring. Students, teachers, even a few who probably didn't know who I was. The gossip mill was already churning about Ji Lianbing's bathroom visit. She was an enigma, and her actions stirred up a storm wherever she went. I sat down, trying to appear unaffected, but when I looked over at her, she acted like nothing had happened. No acknowledgement, no hint of what had passed between us. Was she going to leave me alone now? I thought I had a moment to breathe. But then lunchtime hit. Juncheng, let's have lunch together, okay? I froze. It was Ji Lianbing, standing with her lunchbox in hand, smiling like nothing had happened. My stomach sank. Well, I always eat in the cafeteria. I tried to deflect. It's fine. I'll go to the cafeteria with you. Great. Just what I needed. As much as I wanted to avoid the chaos, I couldn't stop her. The cafeteria was always packed, a mess of students grabbing food. But with her there, it was going to be a spectacle. She was far too beautiful to not cause a stir. I tried suggesting we eat somewhere quieter, but she wouldn't budge. Don't worry, she said with a teasing grin. I haven't been to the cafeteria yet. It'll be fun. I gritted my teeth, trying not to lose my patience. I couldn't back out now, so I walked to the cafeteria with her trailing behind, just out of arm's reach. The distance felt deliberate. Neither too close nor too far, just familiar, like we were both caught somewhere between strangers and something more. As we entered the cafeteria, I realized something strange. People weren't just avoiding us. They were staring. Boys, girls, everyone. It felt like the moment I stepped into that space with Ji Lianbing, the whole room shifted focus. Whispers filled the air, eyes darting in our direction. Some were even staring at her like they'd seen a rare creature. I didn't know what was going on, but I wasn't comfortable with it. She was supposed to be just another student, right? But now it felt like she was more. We finally got our food, and as I sat down, people near our table scrambled to leave. It was as if they were creating a barrier around us, some kind of space that no one dared to enter. My face burned. What the hell was happening? Ji Lianbing didn't seem to care about the attention. She casually unpacked her lunchbox, revealing a variety of perfectly made dishes. It was like something out of a cooking show. Stir-fried bamboo shoots, grilled shrimp balls, and other things I couldn't even identify. They looked so appetizing that I almost forgot the strange situation I was in. "Did you make this yourself?" I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. She smiled slyly. "My maid made it." "Maid?" I blinked, slightly intrigued. "You have a maid?" Her eyes twinkled. "Haven't you heard of the G family?" she asked, tilting her head in a way that almost seemed playful. "No," I admitted, genuinely clueless. She chuckled softly. "Never mind. It's not important. Just know my family can afford to hire a maid." I tried not to let it show, but I was fascinated. The G family. That was the kind of family that could afford everything, including personal maids. She was more than just a school beauty. She was from money, power, privilege. I was lost in thought when I noticed the people around us again. The whispers had intensified, and many of the students were now staring openly. Some had gray names above their heads, an unfamiliar color that made me uneasy. What was going on? Was this some kind of social ranking? Or were they just jealous? The whispers continued as we ate, their curiosity palpable. "Did you see? Ji Lianbing actually came to the cafeteria," someone murmured. "And she's with him? Who is that guy? What class is he from?" I sighed, realizing that my life had just gotten a lot more complicated. I didn't ask for any of this attention. "Jun Chang, would you like to try something for my lunch?" she asked, her voice lilting as she pushed her lunchbox toward me. I didn't even need to think about it. "No, I'll stick to my own food." But Ji Lianbing, clearly enjoying this little game she was playing, didn't stop. She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Okay, then I'll try yours," she said, and before I could respond, she made a move that left me frozen. She tilted her head, opening her mouth slightly, and leaned toward me. "Ah!" The entire cafeteria gasped. More names above heads turned gray, some even black. People were watching us like we were the main attraction at a zoo. This girl, she had no shame. I could feel the heat rising in my face and panic set in. I was trapped. If I fed her, the whole school would think we were some sort of couple. If I didn't, well, that murderous intent I had felt earlier was back, sharper than ever. She wasn't going to let me off the hook, not this time. I had to make a decision, fast. But as I stood there, frozen in place, I realized one thing. Ji Lianbing wasn't just a pretty girl in a lunchroom. She was a force of nature, and I had no idea how to handle her. Under the invisible pressure of the moment, I found myself acting on instinct. I quickly grabbed a piece of mapo tofu and tried to feed it to Ji Lianbing. But of course, things didn't go as planned. My nerves betrayed me. My hand trembled uncontrollably, and what should have been a gentle feeding turned into a disastrous misfire. Instead of placing the tofu in her mouth, it poked her cheek. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. I glanced at Ji Lianbing, who was now staring at me, her expression unreadable. The awkward silence was almost unbearable. My mind raced, imagining the worst-case scenario. I was sure she was about to explode. Everyone in the vicinity was watching with wide eyes, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Then, to my absolute shock, the tofu fell from my shaking hand and landed in her lunchbox with a soft plop. Oh no. This was it. I could almost hear the ominous ticking of the clock as I braced myself for whatever disaster would follow. My head instinctively dropped into my hands, preparing for the worst. Any second now, Ji Lianbing would surely throw a fit, maybe even poke my eyes out with her chopsticks. But instead, she spoke in a calm, almost soothing voice. "Are you okay? Chen-kun, are you feeling uncomfortable? Your movements are very stiff. Do you need someone to accompany you to the infirmary?" Her tone was full of genuine concern, not anger. She wasn't mad at me, despite the embarrassing accident. Instead, she seemed more focused on my well-being, asking if I was feeling okay, if I needed help. It was so unexpected that it threw me off balance. For a split second, I wondered if I had imagined the dangerous glint in her eyes earlier. Was she really as scary as I thought, or was I just overreacting? But then, I saw it. Her name, which had been green up until now, shifted to a blood-red hue. Red, scarlet red, the color that meant danger. My gut clenched. I could feel the overwhelming presence of her anger in that red glow, even though her voice was as gentle as before. The threat was still there, beneath the surface. I tried to calm myself. "No, I'm fine, really," I stammered, desperate to downplay the situation. Ji Lianbing's eyes softened. "That's good." She took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the tofu off her cheek. Her movements were deliberate, not hurried, as if she was carefully trying to mask whatever emotions she was feeling. After a few moments, the red hue of her name faded, replaced with the familiar green, though it was noticeably lighter than before. Was she calming down? Or was this just her way of pretending it didn't matter? She didn't say another word for the rest of lunch. The atmosphere between us remained tense, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Ji Lianbing was still upset, but at least she wasn't making a scene. The rest of the afternoon was uneventful, but I could feel the eyes of my classmates on me as I walked through the halls. Some were curious, others more hostile. I hated the feeling of being watched, but I was relieved that no one had confronted me. The day ended with an unsettling quiet, and I found myself sitting at my desk, the certificate slip from Teacher Yang in my hand. The room was mostly empty, just a few boys scattered around. Our class had a high average grade, and Ji Lianbing was ranked second. She was the one everyone talked about. I sighed, not wanting to go home. The thought of facing my two younger sisters, Shinran and Kei Ling, made my stomach churn. I could be indifferent with others, but when it came to family, things were different. I needed to communicate with them, but right now, I had no idea what to say. As I thought about the situation, I found myself asking a question. What would I do if I discovered my indifferent sister had crawled into my bed at night? My mind raced through possible answers, but nothing seemed right. Answer 1, just push her away, forget about it. Answer 2, talk to her directly and find out what was going on. Answer 3, pretend like nothing happened, let it slide for now. Answer 4, no answer, I didn't even know how to begin to deal with it. At that moment, I realized the best choice was probably to do nothing and avoid confronting the issue. Though deep down, I knew that wouldn't solve anything in the long run. I left the classroom, clutching the certificate that allowed me to skip the evening self-study session. Honestly, I would have preferred to stay, but I walked out, unsure of what awaited me at home. When I got to the library door, I hesitated. Was Teacher Yang still there? I pushed the door open, and to my surprise, it was unlocked. As I entered, I saw her sitting behind the desk, Teacher Yang, just as I had expected. But something was off. There, in front of me, was a name I didn't recognize, Pure Love Succubus, and Lilith Sackbus Innocent. What kind of name was that? Was this really Teacher Yang? I rubbed my eyes, convinced I was seeing things. But when I looked again, Teacher Yang had changed. Her appearance was completely different. Her hair was longer, her figure curvier, and her skin flawless. Most disturbing of all, she had horns and pointed ears. I stood there, my jaw hanging open in disbelief. Was this some kind of trick? No, this wasn't possible. Teacher Yang had somehow transformed into a completely different person. She looked up at me, recognizing me immediately. "Jun Cheng? Why are you here? Didn't I give you the certificate yesterday?" Her voice had changed too. Gone was the harshness, replaced by a soft, comforting tone. This wasn't right. "Are you Teacher Yang?" I asked hesitantly. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? Is something on my face?" she replied, oblivious to the strange transformation. I stared at her in shock. The woman before me, so different, so alluring, was supposed to be my teacher. But how could this be? "How did you become like this?" I asked, my voice trembling. She seemed puzzled. Then suddenly, her eyes glowed red, and her pupils shifted to sharp, cat-like slits. "Juncheng, what do you think of me now? Answer me honestly." The question felt loaded, and I nervously stammered. A sexy big sister, with horns and pointed ears." She paused, looking confused for a moment, then exploded. Why was I exposed? The spell shouldn't have failed. How could it have been revealed in front of a student? This is a disaster. Teacher Yang buried her face in her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. I stood there, unable to process what had just happened. This was definitely not the Teacher Yang I knew. I stood there, staring at Teacher Yang as she collapsed onto the floor, silence hanging heavily in the air. I could feel the tension building like a warning from my instincts. Something was off. I knew it would be dangerous to make a move right now, so I quietly stepped back, careful not to make a sound. I crept out of the library, my heart pounding. Suddenly, there was a loud creak from the chair, and before I could react, Teacher Yang shot up, grabbing me by the collar and yanking me back toward her. Her face was flushed, eyes wide with panic. You, she stammered, her voice sharp and breathless. Teacher? I stuttered, my heart racing. She pulled me in close, her chest brushing against mine, but I barely noticed the proximity. Her gaze was intense, her pupils glowing a deep crimson. Tell me, how did you break my illusion? Everyone else sees an ugly woman, but you, why can you see my true form? I was frozen, confused and terrified. I don't know, I muttered. Honestly, I wanted to understand too. I had just read some long name out loud, and suddenly, this. Could your name be some sort of transformation spell? Don't try to play dumb, Teacher Yang roared, shaking me roughly. Tell me, how did you do it? My mind was scrambling, trying to piece things together. I really don't know, but I can see strange words above everyone's heads. Yours says, Lilith Sakbus Eno. Her face drained of color, her hand instinctively rising to silence me. But it was too late. Wait, don't. But I had already finished saying it, and the moment those last words left my mouth, a blinding white light erupted from both of us. The sensation surged from my feet up to my head, a burning wave that seemed to tear at my insides. Ah! The pain was unbearable. It felt like my brain was about to crack open, as if a cold pressure was drilling into my skull. The agony was worse than anything I had ever experienced before, worse than the UFO crash I survived yesterday. It felt like I might lose consciousness. But for some reason, I couldn't. Why couldn't I faint? Then, just as suddenly as it started, Teacher Yang released me from her grip. I crumpled to the floor, clutching my head as the pain slowly ebbed away. Sweat soaked my back and forehead, and my vision wavered as I shakily rose to my feet, holding onto the nearest bookshelf for support. I turned to look at Teacher Yang, who was slumped over the desk, surrounded by scattered papers and books. It looked like she had suffered even more than I had. What in the world just happened? Teacher, I called out hesitantly, but when she twitched, I felt a pang of dread. Should I leave? It felt wrong to just walk away, but she slowly lifted her head, her hair in disarray, her eyes bloodshot and full of confusion. She looked terrifying. Her red pupils glared down at me, and I couldn't help but think that even in her broken state, she was still stunning. But there was something deeply unsettling about her now. You read my real name out loud? She asked, her voice trembling. Wait, what real name? I asked, still too dazed to fully process her words. That list of names you were hiding? Her face twisted in horror, her voice barely above a whisper. Actually, a wave of cold dread washed over me. Something was terribly wrong, and Teacher Yang had a murderous look in her eyes, just like the one she had when Ji Lianbing angered her earlier. And her name? It turned red. I kill you, she screamed, leaping onto the table and rushing toward me. In that moment, everything blurred together. My mind was still foggy, my body weak from the earlier shock. My only instinct was to protect myself, so I crouched down, covering my head with my arms. Don't come near me. For a few seconds, nothing happened. My heart raced as I cautiously peeked through my fingers. Then, a loud crash echoed above me. I looked up, just in time to see Teacher Yang slam into the edge of the bookshelf, her head striking it with such force that the whole shelf bent, a streak of blood dripping down her forehead. Teacher? I called again, my voice shaking. She staggered back, trembling uncontrollably, before crumpling to the floor in a heap, her face wet with tears. She was crying, loudly, painfully. It was a childlike sobbing that felt out of place for someone who was usually so composed. My heart twisted. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just leave her like this. I couldn't stand seeing her so broken. I walked over, hesitant, but driven by a deep instinct to comfort her. But before I could even reach her, she grabbed me by the collar, her eyes wild with panic. "I'm not alive anymore," she cried, her voice a broken whisper. "My chastity, my dignity, it's all gone." "What? What are you talking about?" I stammered, my mind racing. She sobbed harder, pulling at my clothes in a frantic state. "You're my student. You're going to make me do things." I struggled to break free from her grip, my shirt tearing as she pulled at me. "No, I won't do anything like that," I shouted. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the sound of the bell for evening self-study rang, breaking the tension. Teacher Yang looked at me with wide, confused eyes. "You really won't do anything to me?" she asked, her voice quiet. "I swear," I said, my voice firm. "I won't do anything." She hesitated, but then, slowly, she straightened herself, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her voice was soft, almost resigned. "All right then, I'll trust you. Just this once, Master." "Master?" I blinked, caught off guard by her words. She called me that? My mind was racing. What did she mean by that? I couldn't even process it. The last thing I remembered was trying to shake off the awkward feeling. What in the world had I gotten myself into? I stood there in complete confusion. "Master? Did you just call me Master, Teacher Yang?" My voice was full of disbelief as I pointed at myself, asking as if I couldn't comprehend what I was hearing. Teacher Yang's face remained serious as she nodded. "Of course I did. You are my master. We've signed a master-servant contract." I blinked, completely thrown off. "What do you mean by signed a master-servant contract? I don't even remember agreeing to anything." My words tumbled out, but before Teacher Yang could respond, a voice interrupted us. The door to the library creaked open, and in walked a familiar face. It was one of the students who usually studied in the library during the evening. A girl with glasses and a short ponytail, someone I hadn't really spoken to before. She adjusted her glasses and took in the sight of Teacher Yang and me sprawled on the floor. "Excuse me, what happened?" she asked, her voice calm yet curious. Before I could even gather my thoughts, Teacher Yang quickly recovered, offering a smooth reply. "Oh, nothing. We just bumped into each other by accident." Her expression was calm, almost rehearsed, as she weaved the lie with ease. The girl raised an eyebrow. "Your clothes?" I froze, remembering that my shirt was torn. The teacher had been the one who had grabbed me a bit too hard. "Oh, I just slipped and grabbed him reflexively. The fabric ripped. These school uniforms, their quality is really poor these days." Teacher Yang laughed awkwardly, trying to cover up the situation. The girl didn't seem convinced, but nodded anyway. "All right. Well, I'll help pick up these papers. And Cheng, could you come over and help?" I froze. She knew my name? I was taken aback. People like me, who hardly stood out, were rarely remembered. "Oh, sure," I stammered, quickly hurrying over to help gather the scattered documents. As I did, I stole a glance at her name tag. Underneath her title, something like reincarnation-type childhood sweetheart and a name, Bai Yuhui, caught my eye. I blinked. What was all this about? What did reincarnation-type mean? And why was her title so colorful? I pushed the thoughts aside. It was better to pretend I hadn't noticed anything strange. Once the papers were collected, Bai Yuhui placed them neatly on the desk, and Teacher Yang smiled brightly. "Ah, thanks for your help, An. You two can go back to your studies." "Right. Thank you for your help, Bai," I replied, trying to be polite. But then Bai Yuhui surprised me. She turned to me, her sharp gaze locking with mine. "Do you know my name?" she asked, a sudden edge to her voice. I blinked. Yeah, it's Bai Yuhui, right?" Her face shifted, confusion, then disbelief. "You know my name, but how? You've never asked me directly. Did you hear it from someone else?" I felt the tension in the air. It's just your name, right? What's the big deal?" I stammered, stepping back slightly, caught off guard by her intensity. Teacher Yang came to my rescue just then. "All right, enough. Go back to your seats and keep quiet," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Bai Yuhui, visibly flustered, shot me a last look before walking away. Something about her expression, it made me uneasy. Why did she care so much about her name? I didn't understand it, but there was an inexplicable weight to it. I sat down at my usual spot, trying to shake off the awkwardness. Across from me, Bai Yuhui had chosen to sit directly opposite today. She flipped through a book, but kept glancing at me. I frowned, confused. What was she staring at? I wasn't exactly anything special to look at, right? Her gaze was intense, almost piercing. I couldn't concentrate with her eyes on me. It was like she could see straight through me. Why are you looking at me like that? I wanted to shout, but instead, I just sat there, uncomfortable, unable to ignore her stare. The library was eerily quiet today. It was just me and her, which made the tension even worse. She was still staring. What did she want from me? Time seemed to slow as I tried to focus on my book, but her gaze remained locked on me. It was hard to ignore her. Why was she acting like this? I forced myself to push the feeling aside. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was nothing. Still, the feeling lingered, growing heavier with each passing minute. Then, to my shock, a note slid across the table. I glanced at Bai Yuhui, who looked at me with an unreadable expression. She wasn't saying anything, but her eyes held an expectation. I picked up the note. Did you dream? I blinked, utterly confused. Dream? I hadn't slept at all last night. What was she talking about? I frowned, looking up at her. Bai Yuhui had removed her glasses and untied her ponytail, and I realized she was actually kind of beautiful. Her serious expression, her soft features, the pure innocence she gave off, it was disorienting. But I shook my head. No, I didn't dream about anything, I said softly, trying to explain, though I knew it might disappoint her. Her face immediately fell. The color drained from her cheeks, and she bit her lip, visibly struggling to hold back something. Tears? Maybe? Before I could say anything, she buried her face in her arms, slumping over the table. My chest tightened. I felt a pang of guilt. I hadn't expected her to react like this. As the self-study period came to an end, I found myself walking towards her, my hand hovering awkwardly. Are you okay? I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. She didn't answer. Instead, she hurriedly wiped her eyes, grabbed her things, and left without a word. I stood there, still processing what had just happened. My instincts screamed at me to follow her, to somehow make things right. But I stayed still. I didn't understand what had just happened, or why I felt this inexplicable pull to help her. And just when I thought I couldn't feel more confused, Teacher Yang appeared by my side, staring at the door where Bai Yuhui had just left. Master, she said, her voice amused but with an odd undercurrent. What did you do? You made Bai Yuhui cry. That girl never cries. I blinked, not sure how to answer. I didn't do anything. Teacher Yang shook her head, holding her forehead dramatically. I told you, don't call me teacher. Her sudden outburst caught me off guard. I wanted to ask what she meant, but before I could speak, she turned and left without another word. Confusion, frustration, and curiosity bubbled inside me. What was going on with Bai Yuhui? What was going on with Teacher Yang? And why did everything feel so strange? Huh? Teacher Yang pinched his philtrum, trying to collect himself. After a moment, he stared at me with wide eyes. What you just did, you're not just any ordinary person, are you? Not ordinary. Correct me, teacher. Your words are too rude, if you want to know who I, An Junsheng, am. I paused, puffing my chest out, only to be cut off mid-sentence. I'm ordinary. I'm just an ordinary person. Teacher Yang sighed dramatically, rolling his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. His mouth turned down in a mixture of irritation and confusion. Ha! Whatever. I'll take your word for it, but how did you know my real name? His sudden shift in demeanor caught me off guard. Real name? I asked, my voice hesitant. Only my mother knows my real name, and she would never tell anyone. How did you know it? I blinked, staring at Teacher Yang in complete confusion. The words barely registered. Was I hearing things right? Mind reading? Magic? Was this really happening? My heart raced as I looked at his pointed ears and the faint horns on his forehead. I'd thought they were just figments of my imagination, delusions. But now? Could it be real? The sheer thought of this breaking the reality I had always known made me feel dizzy. How did you know it? Teacher Yang repeated, pressing on. It can't be some magic trick, can it? You can't possibly have any powers, can you? I opened my mouth, but no words came out. It wasn't that I didn't understand. No, it was something worse. Everything I knew was falling apart. I stammered, trying to sort through my thoughts. I don't know anything about this, okay? I'm not some wizard or anything. This is crazy. Don't be ridiculous. Teacher Yang snapped, waving his hand dismissively. You just saw through my illusion, exposed my true face, and then you called me by my real name. Now you're telling me you don't know anything? You don't even realize the mess you've gotten yourself into? I gulped, the cold realization sinking in. Wait, you really are a succubus? I had read about such creatures in stories, but I'd never imagined I'd meet one in real life, much less have one as a teacher. This can't be happening. I covered my face with both hands, overwhelmed by the flood of confusion. I had thought I was imagining things, that all the strange occurrences were just my mind playing tricks. But now it was undeniable. Wait, I mumbled, trying to pull myself together. So, by calling you by your real name, I became your master? Yes, Teacher Yang, or rather, Lily, as she now told me to call her, sighed deeply. Once you called me by my real name, a contract was formed between us. You might have felt that headache just now. That's when it happened. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of this madness. What kind of contract? What happened to you? Well, it's a bit complicated. Lily looked at me with a half-guilty expression. In simple terms, you're the stronger one now, and your mental power connected with mine. The contract took half of my mental power and put it in your spirit, which is why you felt that strange force. You're telling me you've lost half your mental power? And you're just okay with this? I asked, incredulous. It's not like I had a choice, she muttered. It's just the way it works when two minds connect like this. And trust me, I'm not exactly thrilled about it. Her sudden outburst caught me off guard. Wait, don't cry again. You're my teacher, remember? I tried to lighten the mood, but she was already wiping away tears, her expression one of both exasperation and embarrassment. You really are stubborn, aren't you? She sniffed, holding her chest. I'm connected to you now, in ways I can't even explain. So now, if you die, I'll be free. But unless that happens, I'm stuck with you. You'll be my master. I froze. Wait, you're a slave now? She groaned. Don't even get me started on that. It's not something I can change. And by the way, you can call me Lilith, or just Lily. But don't ever call me teacher again. I raised an eyebrow. Wait, why? Because if you call me teacher, I'll get punished. She blushed at the thought, and I nearly choked on my own breath. This wasn't the kind of conversation I thought I'd be having with my teacher. Fine, I said reluctantly, shaking my head. Lily it is. So what now? What do we do about all this contract stuff? You're my master now. I have no choice but to obey. She sighed, but the weight of her words felt like something more. Just don't expect me to start calling you master all the time. I'm not your servant, just your follower. A strange silence hung between us as I processed the ridiculousness of it all. So, why are you working here as a teacher? I asked, trying to shift the conversation to something more grounded. Well, I graduated from a normal university, Lily answered, giving me a look as though the question was the most obvious thing in the world. But you're a succubus. Shouldn't you be doing something less normal? I asked, my confusion only deepening. I'm still a succubus. Yes, but that doesn't mean I can't live a normal life. It's just like, well, the difference between you and someone from a different culture. Not a big deal, she explained. I stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. A succubus in a school? How is that normal? But this isn't normal. You're telling me that you've been hiding all of this? Yes, she said with a tired sigh. It's complicated, but you need to understand, being a succubus doesn't define everything about me. Sometimes, it's just annoying. Wait, so you've been hiding your true face this whole time? I asked, piecing things together. Yeah, Lily admitted, because male students tend to react, well, inappropriately when they see the real me, so I have to use illusions to disguise myself. So, your ugly form was to avoid causing trouble? I asked. Exactly, Lily nodded, looking almost embarrassed by the truth. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. A succubus, a teacher, hiding her true identity from everyone. And I was somehow caught up in it all. I was still trying to process it when Lily sighed again, looking at me with a mixture of frustration and vulnerability. If you ever tell anyone, well, let's just say my power could be greatly weakened and I'd be in trouble. I nodded, swearing silently not to let anyone know her secret. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I promise. Lily's teasing made my face flush, but I kept my composure. It's just a stronger sense of self-control, I muttered, trying to brush it off, but Lily wasn't convinced. You're really not affected? No blush? No physical reaction? She pressed, her expression teasing but curious. I tried to ignore the growing discomfort. I'm fine, I insisted, though my mind was racing. This wasn't just about me anymore. It felt like something more. A strange sensation crept over me as I wondered if I really wasn't affected by the charm magic Lily had placed on me. Lily's voice snapped me back to reality. "Chenkun, your reaction seems dull," she said, eyes wide with mock surprise. I froze. Had I been too indifferent? I didn't even feel like myself anymore. "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling the weight of her gaze. Something wasn't right. "You're supposed to feel something, you know?" she teased, crossing her arms. "But your reaction is like you're immune. That's weird." Her words struck me harder than I expected. Could it be that I wasn't affected at all? Was there something wrong with me? I quickly glanced at her. "Wait, why are you asking me all this?" Lily paused, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Because your reaction's been, well, nothing. A lot of people would be affected by my magic. People might even act a little strange. But you? Not a peep." I almost rolled my eyes. Of course, Lily would think she could simply charm everyone, but why didn't I feel anything? I was trying to figure it out when a thought struck me. Could my lack of reaction be something more than just self-control? Lily suddenly shifted. "Hey, don't take this the wrong way, but you really seem immune. Have you considered that maybe you just don't have any desire for this kind of thing?" My eyes widened. Could it be? Was it possible that my ability to resist was something more than just self-control? Did it go deeper? Before I could respond, Lily's face lit up. "Oh, Chenkun, wait, I just remembered something important. The real reason behind all of this magic stuff. It's because of the note I gave you." "The note?" I repeated, confused. "What note?" She stepped closer, her face turning serious. "The one with the pentagram on the back. You've noticed it, right?" I instantly knew what she was talking about. The strange symbol on the back of the note from yesterday, it had felt like an odd omen. I hadn't understood it, but now, everything started to click. "You've seen it, haven't you?" Lily asked, her voice almost whispering now. "Yes, I did," I replied, "and I've been wondering what it means. What does it do to me?" Lily hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Okay, fine, you caught me. It's a charm spell. A simple one, really, just meant to make you more appealing. But it's harmless, I promise." I blinked, surprised. "More appealing?" I repeated. "Is that it? That's why I'm suddenly—" She nodded. "Yep. I thought it'd help you make more friends. You don't exactly have many, you know." I could feel the weight of her words. Lily, despite everything, had done it out of kindness, or at least that was how she saw it. I couldn't help but feel guilty, though. Her magic had already started to affect my life in strange ways. "But," I started, my mind racing. "What happened? Why did it disappear?" Lily looked at me in shock. "Disappear? How did that happen?" "Wait, let me see." I handed her the notes, now just plain paper with nothing strange about the back. It was there last night. But this morning, gone. Lily's expression shifted from confusion to worry. She touched her fingers to her lips, thinking hard. "That's not right. The magic should still be there. Something must have happened." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Could it have transferred to me? Her eyes widened. "No way. That's impossible." But then she looked at me again. "Wait a second." Her fingers pointed to my forehead with a trembling motion. "The magic. It's in your head. I don't know how, but it's there." I froze, my hand instinctively covering my forehead. This couldn't be happening. Was I somehow absorbing the magic? Was I now permanently under its influence? "What does this mean?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. Lily stepped back, her brows furrowing. "I'll have to talk to my mom about this. Maybe she knows what happened. It's never been this weird." My mind raced even faster. Lily's mother was the principal? That was news to me, and suddenly I had a whole new set of questions about my reality. But there was more. "What about the colors?" I asked, unable to shake the thought. "The colors of the names? I've been seeing all sorts of strange things." Lily's eyes softened. "Oh, the colors. You're seeing that too?" She paused before explaining. "Colors represent emotions, Chenkun. White means a stranger. Green means friends. Blue means trust. There are other colors, but you'll know them when you see them." "Like red?" I asked, dreading her answer. She nodded grimly. "Yeah. Red means killing intent." I gulped. So, that's why people had been looking at me so strangely. Jian and Hui. They had changed colors too. Something was wrong, and I was at the center of it all. Stay away from Jian, I thought, feeling my stomach churn. Stay away from everyone. Lily saw my face and seemed to understand. "Yeah, you'll need to be careful. This isn't just about making friends anymore. It seems like the content provided is a personal reflection, commentary, or author's note from a writer about their book and process, along with a character introduction section. Here's an attempt to reframe it to make it more engaging for a broader audience, particularly for YouTube viewers. When I first started writing Dangerous Girl, I had two themes in mind. One was about a demon king and a hero, which I initially leaned towards. But then, as I dove deeper, I realized that the whole invincibility trope felt stale, too predictable, and, honestly, a bit boring. I wanted something more dynamic. So, I switched gears and started working on Dangerous Girl. This story began to take on a life of its own, focusing on girls and abnormal events rather than just a straightforward yandere plot. As I neared 20,000 words, something unexpected happened. My friend Pochuan, also known as Sinking Boat, he's my go-to source for all things literary gossip, pointed out that the premise of my story seemed oddly familiar. Sure enough, after a quick search, I discovered a Japanese light novel called My Sister Has Chunibyo. The resemblance was uncanny, and it made me wonder, how could I have missed this? Despite my years of reading, I never came across it. At first, I considered abandoning my project and switching back to the Demon King and hero idea. After all, how could I possibly compete with something already out there? But I couldn't bring myself to quit. I had invested so much into the characters, and I liked exploring their perspectives. So, despite the potential for accusations of plagiarism, I decided to press on. Who cares, I thought. I'll just delete it if things go sideways. In the end, I didn't even read that light novel, and now I still haven't. Maybe that was for the best. In fact, Dangerous Girl evolved far beyond just a yandere story. It was always more about abnormal occurrences, quirky girls, and the sometimes dark humor that comes with it. I was inspired by a lot of my favorite works, including the Monogatari series and the writing style of my mentor, Nishio. My story wasn't about copying someone else's idea, but about capturing the unexpected moments that arise when strange things happen in ordinary lives. The real surprise came when my story took off. Dangerous Girl became unexpectedly popular in the niche world of yandere fiction. The trend of SF, supernatural fiction, shifted so quickly, from invincible heroes to stories about quirky, creepy girls obsessed with love. I never anticipated that my own work would become part of that wave. Yet, here I was, riding the coattails of a trend I didn't even mean to be part of. It didn't hurt that the cover for Dangerous Girl was so well done. Big thanks to K12IO for the amazing artwork. I was even more surprised when the book was translated into English and people started drawing fan art. That was when I realized this was no longer just a hobby project. It was something people actually cared about. There were nights, though, when it felt like I might collapse under the pressure. My back would ache from staying up all night, my body feeling like it was shutting down from exhaustion. But even in those moments, I pushed through. Because I loved writing this story. It's exhausting, sure, but rewarding in ways I can't even explain. As I've continued to write, I've noticed something strange. The more I focus on creating something fun and immersive, the more connected I feel to my readers. Sure, some people will criticize or not like the story, but that's all part of the experience. In the end, this story is for me as much as it's for my readers. I just hope it gives them a little bit of enjoyment along the way. I didn't start this journey with lofty goals of changing the world or teaching life lessons. It's just a story I wanted to tell, one that lets me escape and have fun. But if it makes an impact on someone, even for a moment, that's more than I could have asked for. And who knows, maybe when it's all over, I'll go back and read it myself and think, wow, that was a lot of fun. If that happens, then I'll consider it a win. So, to everyone who's followed me on this crazy ride, thank you. I didn't expect to get this far, but I'm so glad I did. And as for the future, well, I'm just going to keep writing what I enjoy. Whether it's about ghosts, love wars, or something else entirely, I'll take it slow and make sure it's something I can be proud of. Before I finish, though, I'd like to recommend two books to you, Crimson Oscilia and Infinite Magician and Seven Color Saints. These are written by the same author, someone you definitely don't want to miss out on. Trust me, they're worth checking out. So, that's all for now. Stay tuned for more updates. I'll be back soon with more stories to tell. Thanks for reading. This revised version maintains the personal tone of the original, but makes it more streamlined and engaging, with a focus on the writer's journey and connection with their audience. Then as an apology, let me stay at your house today. What? What are you talking about? If you do anything to me, I will explode. But if you order me and let me do it for you, I won't count it as you taking advantage of me. Are you trying to exploit some loophole here? I'm not going to serve you just because you told me to. And there it was again. The thoughts that always seemed to bubble up with her. A succubus, constantly leading me into these awkward situations. Wait, did she just say that as long as she follows my orders, it won't be considered as inappropriate? Is she letting me know this on purpose? I'm kidding, she added, as if reading my thoughts. It's already 9:30. I should head home. Wait, are you going back like this? I asked, suddenly realizing my own situation. My clothes were torn, thanks to her succubus powers being more overwhelming than I'd expected. Can't I use magic to fix it? I asked. She shook her head. How can there be such convenient magic? Even if there were, I don't know it. I can count the spells I know on one hand. Well then, could you at least fix it? If not, I'll just buy new ones. I wasn't about to walk around with torn clothes. Lily smiled, as though confident. Don't worry, I'm pretty good with needlework. I can repair it for you. I'll even add an illusion spell inside the fabric so no one will see the damage. Okay then, I'll leave it to you. I handed her the clothes without hesitation, but when she looked at me, she froze, her eyes unfocused and her mouth slightly ajar. I raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I asked. She blinked and quickly shook her head. Nothing. It's just... Never mind. I shrugged, ignoring the odd moment, and slipped on the sports jacket she offered. It was a unisex design, and though it was a little loose on me, it didn't feel out of place. But there was something strange about it. The scent. A faint, personal smell clung to the fabric. I couldn't help but think about it. This coat was kind of old-fashioned, wasn't it? But then again, in the eyes of others, she probably still looked the same. The old-fashioned clothes fit her image. Well, I'm going home now. Don't worry about the master servant thing. Let's just pretend it never happened. Tomorrow we're back to being teacher and student, all right? She just blinked, her expression unreadable. Without waiting for a reply, I grabbed my school bag, slung it over my shoulder, and walked out of the library. I hoped my words had eased whatever tension hung in the air. Honestly, I didn't want to be anyone's master. The whole idea was absurd, and severing that connection seemed like the best option. But as I walked home, a nagging feeling crept in. Had I made a mistake? I couldn't shake the thought that I might have done something I'd regret. I reached home, and as I stepped inside, the tension in my chest relaxed. If I ran into my sisters now, I'd probably freeze on the spot. But as I entered the living room, I saw a familiar, welcoming sight. Juncheng, welcome home. It was Mom, finally home after being gone for days. I couldn't believe it. For the first time in what felt like forever, she was actually here at night. Oh, Mom, you're home, I said, my relief evident in my voice. Well, a colleague took my shift, she replied, clearly exhausted. I finally get a day off. Ah, my shoulders are killing me. She gave me a look, one eye half-lidded, clearly hoping I would offer a massage. Usually I would ask for something in return, but today I was just grateful. I walked behind her and began massaging her shoulders. She groaned in relief. Juncheng, your technique is so much better than a massage chair. I smiled. Where's Dad? Still working overtime? Yeah, she sighed. I went to see him this afternoon. He was so busy. I had to wait outside the operating room for hours just to see him. His dark circles are so bad. I opened the fridge and grabbed some chilled juice, offering it to her. Why would you go all the way to the hospital if you didn't have to? Someone has to bring him food, she said, her tone matter of fact. That man can forget to eat if no one reminds him. And by the way, check if any nurses are flirting with him. I chuckled. Dad? Cheating? Impossible. Well, we can never be too careful, she said, giving a sly smile. You know, your father does have his middle-aged charm. I have to keep an eye on those nurses. I shook my head, amused. I don't think Dad's the type. But still, she continued, I can't be too sure. You know how he is. Submissive. I'll keep my guard up. By the way, she added, changing the topic. Can you help me with work on Sunday? There have been so many funerals lately, I'm almost overwhelmed. Funerals? I repeated, surprised. What's going on? She shrugged. I don't know. Lately, it feels like one after another. It's been a lot to handle. I sighed, feeling a bit uneasy. That's strange. Could something have happened? She didn't seem to know, but I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling. I'll help on Sunday, I said, agreeing to her request. Good night, Mom. Good night, baby boy. Mommy loves you, she teased, and I grimaced. Please don't call me that. I'm not a kid anymore. She laughed. You'll always be a child in my eyes. After a final wave, I went upstairs to my room, drained. The day had been too long, too strange. I threw myself onto the bed, clothes still on, and let my exhaustion take over. Today had been a whirlwind, the weirdest, most unexpected day I could remember. But somehow it felt like something more, like something important had happened, something that might change everything. I was too tired to think it through, but the feeling of it lingered in the back of my mind. And then, just before sleep overtook me, the thought struck. I had a master. Not that I had any control over it. The succubus in me sighed, frustrated. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. How had I ended up here? I kicked a nearby electric pole in frustration. But that's when I noticed something. The man who lived downstairs walked into the elevator with me. He was a regular at this time, always giving off that strange, faint smell of blood. What did he do? Where did he go? As the elevator door closed, I let the moment pass. My mind was too clouded to care, but I couldn't shake the feeling that everything was leading somewhere. I didn't know where yet, but it felt like the beginning of something big. And yet, all I wanted was a good night's sleep. The moment the man saw my face, his expression twisted in disgust. His frown deepened, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. My heightened senses, far sharper than any human's, caught his muttering under his breath. Better move away. Even if it's not haunted, I see ghosts every day. I've really seen one. He was talking about me. I couldn't fault his reaction. After all, the illusion I cast on myself made me appear as an ugly woman to anyone who looked at me. They couldn't see my true face, just a distorted version. If it made them uncomfortable enough to want to leave, then it must be bad. As we reached the 11th floor, the man stormed off the elevator, clearly irritated. Unable to hold back any longer, I called out to him. Hello. When he turned, I dropped the illusion, raised my middle finger, and gave him a smug smile. Humph! Go to hell! The elevator doors closed slowly as the man stared blankly, his gaze dull and confused. I felt lighter, the rush of defiance making my mood lift. I unlocked the door to room 1203 and stepped inside, only to be greeted by the chaos of a cluttered room. And Junsheng had mentioned wanting to visit earlier. If he saw this mess, he'd probably think less of me. But then, I shook the thought away. Why should I care about his opinion? I was entitled to live however I wanted. Still, I decided to clean up a little. By the time it was nearly 11 o'clock, the floor was visible again, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Time to mend the school uniform I had left unfinished. I reached into the bedside table and pulled out the sewing kit, an old gift from my mother. Needlework was the one thing she had taught me that I still found useful. When you're upset, she'd said, embroidery will soothe your heart. Maybe that's why I was always stitching so carefully when I thought of him, and Junsheng. Wait, why was I thinking about him? He was just my student. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind. Focus. But even as I worked on the uniform, I found myself calling his name. Junsheng. A sharp pain jolted through me. It was like a needle to my abdomen, and my heart seemed to tighten. I gasped in pain, unable to suppress the noise. My hands trembled, and I had to steady myself before continuing. The master-slave contract that bound me was a constant weight. I couldn't just think of him as a student. I had to think of him as master, or Makoto-kun. The contract meant I was to be his slave, bound by absolute obedience, with no freedom. I was terrified that if he found out how deep the bond ran, he'd look at me the way other men did, lustfully, as though I were nothing more than an object. But deep down, I knew he was kind. Unlike everyone else who recoiled from my appearance, he had always treated me with warmth. Maybe that's why I had grown so close to him. Yet, I still felt the weight of fear. After all, I had unknowingly bound myself to him. The magic circle I'd cast, intended to ease his loneliness, had only brought me deeper into this situation. His strange power, the ability to see others' true identities, had changed everything. Was I really just a pawn in his hands? I paused, realizing that despite everything, I still saw him as a person of compassion, not someone who would use me. He might be troubled by his new abilities, but I couldn't bring myself to believe he would harm me. Still, my mind kept wandering back to what he had said before leaving. Let's just pretend it never happened. We'll keep our teacher-student relationship. No need to focus on the master-slave contract. Why did his words feel so heavy? A sense of loss began to settle in. Was I still his teacher? Could I continue pretending to be the teacher in his eyes? I sighed, feeling frustrated with myself. Makoto-kun? I muttered, only to prick my finger on the needle once again. Ugh, great. What a mess I've made. My mind began to race, but before I could sort through my thoughts, I realized I hadn't even noticed the time. I glanced out the window. It was still dark. Midnight, maybe later. Then a sudden urge hit me. I needed to use the bathroom, but there was a problem. Someone was lying next to me. Her breath was steady, and I knew she had fallen asleep. Shinran. I'd grown used to sleeping without moving, to not disturbing her rest. But now I was in a dilemma. I couldn't risk waking her. I didn't even know when this started, when she began coming to my room every night. How had I never noticed? I tried to hold my breath, pretending to stay asleep, hoping she would leave soon so I could sneak out. But then I heard a soft sound. Shinran's breath, close to my ear. She was still here. Panic surged through me. Was she really trying to kiss me? No. I couldn't let her know I was awake. I forced myself to remain still, not even swallowing. If I moved, she'd notice. And if I pushed her away now, it would only make things worse. I had to wait for her to leave. But she was too smart. Brother, you're awake, right? She asked softly, breaking the silence. I froze, unsure of what to say. There was no point in pretending anymore. I opened my eyes slowly, turning to face her. Her expression was calm, but I could tell from the slight tension in her face that she was nervous. What are you doing? I asked, trying to buy myself some time. Why are you in my bed? She didn't answer immediately. I shifted slightly, realizing that now wasn't the time for questions. The urge to pee hit me again, and the embarrassment of holding it in made me feel more awkward than I already did. I needed to go, but Shinran wasn't letting go of my wrist. Where are you going? She asked, her voice quiet but insistent. To the bathroom, I muttered, but she wasn't buying it. You're lying. You're going to complain to Mom, aren't you? I hesitated, caught off guard. She was right, to some extent. I'd considered talking to my mother about Shinran, but that was a last resort. If I used that weapon, things could go horribly wrong. I had to tread carefully. No, I replied. I really just need the bathroom. But I knew deep down that things weren't as simple as that, and that made everything feel even more complicated. I thought I knew how to talk to Shinran. She was afraid I'd tell Mom, so I figured I could use that fear as leverage. I could push her, force the conversation to happen, and make sure I could speak my mind. Then I'll go with you, I said. What? Come with me? She seemed confused. Sure, our home had a gender-neutral bathroom, but that didn't mean it was okay for men and women to use it together. Wait here, I told her. No, I'll go with you, Shinran insisted. It was clear that convincing her to leave me alone wasn't going to work anytime soon, and I was reaching my breaking point. So I relented. Okay, whatever you want. I jerked my arm away, shook off her grip, and rushed out of the room. I made a beeline for the bathroom on the second floor, opened the door, and walked in without bothering to turn on the light. I quickly started unbuckling my belt, desperate to relieve myself. But just as I was about to unbutton my pants, there was a sudden click. The door closed. I hadn't closed it. Shinran had followed me. You don't want to tell Mom, do you? She asked. I jumped, startled. What are you doing here? I shouted. Why did you follow me? No, hand over your phone, she demanded. I don't have it. I snapped. At this point, my bladder was about to burst. I couldn't hold it much longer. The situation was awkward, but with Shinran's back to me, there was no way she could see anything. So, I decided to get on with it. I stood up from the toilet, turned around, and unzipped my pants. But then it hit me. Nothing was happening. I couldn't pee. Can you stop staring at me? I can't go with you watching me. I groaned. Why? She asked, genuinely curious. Because it's awkward. I snapped, frustration bubbling inside me. She fell silent for a moment, then the light flickered out. I blinked, the sudden darkness making everything feel a little less tense. "Oh, I see," I muttered, letting out a sigh of relief. The darkness somehow helped. But before I could finally relieve myself, something soft pressed against my back. Shinran had leaned in, resting her head on my shoulder. "What are you doing?" I yelped, my heart racing. "Don't move or it'll spill," she said matter-of-factly. "It's too dark for you to aim properly. Let me help you." Can a man really pee with his eyes closed? I thought, horrified, but I had no choice but to let her help. Her hands were cold as she tried to lift my pants, but they got stuck. I winced in pain as the zipper pinched me. "What the heck is going on?" I groaned. "I think I'm being resisted," Shinran said, oblivious to my discomfort. "Shut up!" I snapped, trying to hold back a scream. It was too much. I couldn't hold it any longer. "I can't take it." The relief came in a rush, and I just sat there afterward, feeling drained, utterly defeated. The whole experience felt like a loss, like I had lost something important, maybe my dignity or my sense of moral integrity. The authority I'd hoped to build as an older brother was completely shattered. It was 4:30 in the morning, and here I was, in my room, sitting across from Shinran, who sat awkwardly on my bed, hugging a pillow. I had changed into a t-shirt, and Shinran was wearing a nightgown, something I had insisted on. She looked embarrassed, while I felt completely hollow. I was still reeling from what had just happened. I didn't expect a man could still pee with his... "You know," she said, her tone almost casual. I couldn't even respond. If it weren't for my thick skin, I would have been devastated. I tried to calm myself down, to focus. I couldn't let this spiral into a disaster. I had to handle it carefully, but I couldn't keep pretending it wasn't happening. So I stood up, my voice firm but calm. "Sit down. Do you know what you did?" She was silent, her gaze dropping to the floor. She knew. And worse, she knew exactly what she was doing. My sister Shinran had been obsessed with me for years. Her brother complex was deeper than I'd realized. I thought this was just some weird phase, something that would pass. But no, she had been harboring these feelings for 5 years. 5 years! I'd been totally unaware, but now that I understood, I felt sick to my stomach. "How long has this been going on?" I asked, my voice quieter now. 5 years, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. 5 years. 5 long years of me being oblivious. My head spun as I tried to process it. "Did you come to me every day?" I asked, barely able to form the words. She didn't answer right away, but when she did, it was in that same low, defeated tone. "Yes." I had to stop myself from panicking. "You had a nightmare, didn't you?" I lied. I didn't care anymore. I needed to get her to understand. She nodded quietly. She probably saw through my lie, but it was better than confronting the truth too soon. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, more to myself than to her. "Because I didn't know how," she said softly. I exhaled. "I don't want this, Shinran. I don't want you to feel this way about me." "I know," she whispered, then looked up at me, her face full of determination. "But I had to tell you, brother. I really like you. It's not the kind of love family has. I love you." Her words hit me like a brick. I couldn't even process them. Not because they were shocking, but because they weren't the love of a sister for a brother. It was something more. Something dangerous. I couldn't let this happen. But I also couldn't destroy her. My heart broke as I realized I had to be the one to stop this, to stop her feelings from growing. I started to speak, but she cut me off. "You don't have to answer," she said quickly. "I know you don't feel the same. Just let me stay with you, okay? I won't get in your way." Her plea hit me hard. I realized she had known all along that I couldn't accept her feelings, but she needed me, and I couldn't refuse. Not completely. "All right," I said finally, "but we have to draw a clear line. No more crossing boundaries." "Yeah," she agreed, her voice soft, but there was a sense of resolution in it. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. This wasn't over. I had to face what was coming next. The tension in the room was palpable as Shinran fixed her gaze on me, her lips curling into a hint of a smile. But the expression didn't quite reach her eyes. She was still upset. "So tell me honestly, how far did you go while I was sleeping?" she asked, her voice laced with suspicion. I froze for a moment, caught off guard by her intensity. The question hung in the air, heavy with implications, but I couldn't back down. "Just holding her to sleep," I muttered, though doubt gnawed at me. "Tell me the truth, or I'll tell Mom." Shinran threatened, her voice darkening. Her words stung, But I couldn't let it break me. Normally I would have caved. I would have apologized or tried to cover it up, but today was different. I had to stand my ground. No more backing down. It's true, I said, my voice steady, though a bead of sweat formed on my brow. I wanted you to drink the coffee and wait for you to fall asleep, but you caught me. Shinran's eyes narrowed as she processed my words. I could almost feel the gears turning in her mind. She looked away, her lips pressed together in a thin line. My stomach twisted. That was too close, too dangerous. I could have ended up in a mess I'd never get out of. I could almost imagine myself stuck in a hospital, my father the one to treat me after a reckless fall, caught in a never-ending cycle. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. She fidgeted with her fingers, clearly unsure of what to say next. Then, almost sheepishly, she asked, "Can I sleep with you in the future?" Her voice was small, almost childlike, as if testing the waters. I hesitated. If I refused, she might cry, but if I agreed, where would it lead? "Okay," I said finally, my tone firm but measured. "But you need to wear pajamas." She looked up at me with wide eyes. "What about a hug?" "As long as your arm stays level," I replied, already bracing myself for more. "What about a kiss?" I almost lost my composure, but I stuck to my line. "Forehead or cheeks, no more." She pouted, her expression turning playful, but I stood my ground. "In the West, relatives kiss too. It's just etiquette." She was pushing boundaries, testing me. I shook my head. "We're not Westerners, and kissing with mixed emotions isn't etiquette." She sniffed, turning away with a dramatic flare, her mood darkening. I could tell she wasn't happy with my answer, but I couldn't give in. Not this time. I was done being the passive brother, the one who always complied. The stakes were too high, the risks too great. I had to draw the line somewhere, even if it meant she was mad at me. Her face softened slightly as she studied me, and then a small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "You're not like the brother I used to know," she said, her voice unexpectedly gentle. I met her gaze, confusion clouding my mind. "Because I didn't know you had these feelings for me." I hesitated, trying to make sense of her words. "I thought you hated me. You never called me brother, always ignoring me." She flushed slightly, a rare hint of vulnerability in her eyes. "It's embarrassing to call you brother out loud, and seeing you cry, I got a little excited." She paused, her gaze fixed on the floor. "I'm not good at smiling. I can't show emotions easily." I blinked. This was unexpected. But I couldn't let my guard down, not now. I responded, my voice steady. "Yeah, I guess we take after Dad in that way." We both fell into silence, each lost in our own thoughts. As the light from the rising sun bathed the room, I went to the window and opened the curtains, letting the soft morning light pour in. I needed to shake off the heavy feeling that had settled in my chest. "Do you want to sleep some more?" I asked, glancing back at Shinran as she cuddled into my bed, her eyes already drifting closed. "I'll make breakfast," I said, turning away. "But remember to fold the quilt when you get up." I was wide awake now, the weight of the conversation still lingering. With no plans to go back to sleep, I decided to prepare breakfast. I wasn't about to eat in the cafeteria again after the strange incident with Ji Lianbing. The thought of being watched like some exhibit made my skin crawl. As I opened the window for a breath of fresh air, Shinran's voice interrupted my thoughts. "Brother." "Yeah?" I responded absent-mindedly, trying to shake the lingering tension. "Brother," she repeated more softly this time. "What's wrong?" I turned to face her. "Nothing," she sighed, a small smile playing on her lips. I didn't have a brother before. Now I do." I couldn't help but smile back, even as confusion stirred in my chest. What was she really trying to say? As I prepared breakfast, the thought of the upcoming day loomed over me. It wasn't just about making food. It was about navigating a complex web of emotions, boundaries, and relationships. Things were only getting more complicated, and I had to stay focused. Just as I was about to start on the rice, a yawn came from the living room. It was Mom, looking as exhausted as ever. "Early morning, huh? Didn't you say you were going to rest today?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. She rubbed her eyes and sighed, shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd make breakfast for you, since it's rare I'm home." I smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. "I'm used to it. Don't worry." Mom had always worked so hard. For years, I'd taken over the cooking to give her a break, but it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Still, it felt good to help, even if it meant getting up before dawn. The routine had become comforting in its own way. As I finished preparing the meal, I couldn't help but feel the weight of the day ahead. Every small action, every interaction with Shinran felt loaded with unspoken tension. I was walking a tightrope, one wrong step, and everything could collapse. But for now, all I could do was keep my balance, one step at a time. The morning had started like any other, with me slipping into the role of chef for the day. As usual, Mom was lounging on the sofa, looking half asleep, her hair tousled. "Leave it to me today, Juncheng. What are you going to do?" I asked with a grin. "Here, red bean porridge, fried cashews with celery, scrambled eggs with green pepper, fruit salad and taro pancakes." I rattled off the menu. Mom raised an eyebrow, looking confused. "Red bean porridge? Is it red bean porridge? Taro cake? She smoothed her hair, likely not fully grasping the dishes I was describing. "Haha, I'll do it." "Mom, just lie down and squint for a while," I said, rolling up my sleeves and getting to work. Ever since I took over as the chef at home, my cooking had become more experimental. Mom and Dad were generous with pocket money and even bought me an oven. I took full advantage, trying out new ingredients and expanding my recipes far beyond what Mom had taught me. "You've grown so big without realizing it, my precious son," she sighed suddenly, wrapping her arms around me from behind. Her cheek rested gently on my back, and I felt a wave of nostalgia. It reminded me of the time Shinran hugged me in the bathroom earlier today. I was so startled I almost cut myself. Mom? What are you doing?" I stammered, my heart racing a bit. "Let me hold you for a while. Are you going to stop hugging me when you grow up? Oh, am I going to cry?" Her voice was teasing but affectionate. "Stop making trouble, it's dangerous." Mom laughed softly. "I remember when you first called me Aunt Anue, and you blushed when you called me Mom for the first time. 10 years have flown by like that." "Yeah," I replied, my thoughts wandering. Mom sighed again. "That girl Keiling will definitely be crazy about your brother." I froze. "Why?" I hadn't expected her to bring up Keiling. It caught me off guard. Mom, not noticing my hesitation, continued casually. "After all, that girl likes the same type as me. Juncheng, you're so much like your dad. She's sure to like you a lot." My heart skipped a beat. Is that so? Definitely. Just like Shinran, even though she acts cold, she must like her brother. Mom smiled, not aware that her words were making me nervous. "Ahaha," I chuckled weakly. Mom was oblivious to how much her words unnerved me. "So son, you better be careful with that girl Ling. She might suddenly do something drastic one day." "Keiling? No way. She's so sweet," I said, trying to brush it off. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "Humph, who knows? When I chased your father, I used all sorts of tricks," Mom said with a wink. "Keiling is my daughter after all." Wait, did she mean Keiling might have learned some of these tricks from her? My mind was spinning. Okay," I muttered, already overwhelmed by the conversation. "Then, useless mother, just wait to eat the breakfast cooked by your dear son?" I declared, shifting back into my chef role. An hour later, the food was ready, and it was time to wake my two sisters. I took off the apron and hung it up on the fridge before heading upstairs to wake them. I first checked on Sinran, who had already gotten dressed in her school uniform. "Breakfast is ready. Let's go downstairs," I said, trying to sound cheerful. She replied, giving me a small nod. "I'll go wake Keiling up now," I added, heading for her room. "Juncheng," Shinran's voice stopped me. "Comfort Keiling." I blinked. "Comfort her? What do you mean?" I asked, confused. Shinran didn't give me an answer, walking away without a second word. Her cold demeanor had returned, and I was left standing there wondering what she meant. I knocked softly on Keiling's door but got no answer, so I opened it, knowing she had given me permission to do so. I walked into her room, filled with stuffed animals, and sat on her bed. "Keiling, wake up!" She murmured, her voice muffled by the blanket. Something felt strange. Normally, Keiling would spring out of bed with energy, but today she just lay there, barely moving. "You'll be late if you go back to sleep. Breakfast is ready, and I made your favorite red bean porridge," I coaxed, hoping to get her moving. Keiling peeked her head out from under the covers, her voice soft and shaky. "Elder brother?" she whispered, her tone different from usual. "What's wrong?" I asked, leaning in closer to check on her. Her face was pale, and she looked sickly. "I'm not feeling well," she said weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hey, do you have a cold? Let me check." I pressed my hand to her forehead, feeling the heat radiating off her. A low-grade fever. It seems like you do have a cold. Let me get you a wet towel. You need to rest. Keeling shook her head slowly. It's not a cold. It's a heart attack. I blinked. A heart attack? She looked up at me with those big eyes and added, only when my brother hugs me will this disease go away. I stared at her, feeling both amused and concerned. Keeling was always the affectionate one, but this sounded more like a playful request than a serious illness. Ah, I see. I laughed softly, relieved it wasn't anything serious. You're just being spoiled again. Brother, do you hate Keeling? She asked, her eyes filling with tears. No, of course not. I quickly hugged her, trying to calm her down. I love you, Keeling. Keeling wrapped her arms around me, squeezing me tightly as she smiled through her tears. I like my brother the most. I patted her head gently, feeling my worries ease away. I like you too, Keeling. Then, finally, I helped her get up, my heart light from the exchange. It was funny in a way. While I comforted her, I felt like I was the one who'd been healed. Keeling was my anchor, the one who kept me grounded. After that, we headed to school. For once, we walked together. Keeling and Shinran, each holding onto my arm, their smiles bright despite the early hour. It felt like a peaceful family moment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was brewing beneath the surface. As we walked into school, I couldn't help but wonder about our class. Was it just me, or did it seem like something strange was going on? Why was our class nicknamed Classroom 222, and why was it so different from the others? Even the principal, Lily's mom, was a succubus. Was she purposefully bringing together abnormal students? If that's the case, why did I end up here? I paused for a moment, the thought weighing heavily on my mind. If I keep digging into this, I might find myself tangled in something far bigger than I can handle. Maybe it's best to just pretend I didn't see any of this, pretend I'm still just an ordinary person. If only there was a way to make these titles disappear from my sight. Wait, that's it. Through a mirror, I can't see my own title, and through a window, I can't see the titles of people outside. So, if I just wore glasses, maybe that would do the trick. I'll get a pair of flat glasses this Saturday. Lost in my thoughts, I wandered to the end of the second floor and opened the door to our class. I figured since I had arrived so early, I'd be the first one here. But to my surprise, there were already two people inside. Jian, the girl who always makes me nervous, and Lin Hui, the girl known for being a bit of a stalker. Wait, why is Jian's title gray? And why is her expression like that? Almost resentful? What happened to her this morning? Did she have a bad dream or something? Whatever. It's probably best not to get involved. I made my way to my seat, threw my bag on the table, and sat down. The classroom was nearly empty, except for the two of them. After a moment, Jian, who hadn't spoken to me since yesterday afternoon, greeted me with a warm smile. Good morning, classmate Juncheng. I nodded back with a simple, good morning. She blinked, surprised at how calm I was. Then, with a teasing grin, she asked, Oh, you greeted me so readily. Do you like me? I rolled my eyes, a little annoyed by the question. Yeah, sure. Before I could say anything else, a loud, surprised voice interrupted. Why? It wasn't Jian but Lin Hui, sitting next to her. Her reaction was strong, maybe even a little too strong. Her title was gray, which means jealousy? Could it be that Lin Hui likes Jian? I quickly connected the dots. 1, Jian asked if I liked her. 2, I responded indifferently. And 3, Lin Hui reacted with shock. From that, I guessed that Lin Hui was probably thinking, what? This guy doesn't like Sister Lianbing? Oh wow, I didn't realize Jian was so popular with the girls. Looks like I was right. She wasn't being avoided by them out of rejection, but out of admiration. But hold on, Jian hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Does that mean she might like girls? If she's a lesbian, then this is huge news. Classmate and Juncheng, I feel like you're thinking something rude, Jian said, eyeing me suspiciously. No. I stammered, still distracted by everything going on. Really? She said with a sly grin. Yeah, really. I was starting to get frustrated by her teasing. But after a couple of classes, things returned to a somewhat normal rhythm. I headed out to Juncheng Pavilion as usual, planning to relax. But just as I turned the corner near the basketball court, I ran into Jian again. How did she beat me here? When I left the classroom, she was still sitting at her desk. Well, what a coincidence, Juncheng-san, she said with a mischievous smile. Yeah, what a coincidence. Waiting for me here, huh? I responded, a little irritated. She took a step closer, clasping her hands behind her back and looking up at me with those intense eyes that made it hard to move. Yes, I'm waiting for you. I want to hear your answer. Her confession. So soon? I might as well give her an answer so she can stop bothering me. I'm sorry. Like I said yesterday, I don't think we're a good fit. Why did you reject me so decisively? She looked hurt, almost as if she were about to cry. I really meant it. This is too much. I'm gonna cry. Whatever you say seriously, you're lying. Lying? She repeated, feigning shock. Do you think I'm lying? Of course she was lying. Her title was still green. She hadn't given up her act yet. Well, that's too much. I really like you, Yuncheng, she said, and to my shock, her name turned pink. She was crying, but her confession seemed sincere. Was this real? Did she really like me? I stood there dumbfounded, completely unsure of what to do. Should I comfort her? But her title... It all felt so confusing. Sorry, I just thought... I stuttered, still lost in the whirlwind of emotions. You're lying, she said with a teasing tone. Before I knew it, her tears had stopped and her smile returned. The switch was so fast I barely processed it. She wiped her face and her title flipped back to green in an instant. What's wrong with you? I muttered, frustrated. She just giggled, unfazed by my confusion. As I turned to walk away, Ji Lianbing called after me. Are you angry? Don't be angry. Come on, I'll show you something. Don't say such things, I muttered, trying to ignore her. Really don't want to see it? This photo might be important to you, she teased. Photo? I raised an eyebrow. What's so special about a photo? She smirked. Well, it's a photo of your childhood. Seriously? I thought nothing of it. It's probably just a picture of me as a kid. No big deal. Oh, that's a pity, she said with a gleam in her eyes. If you're not interested, I'll just send it to your father. I'm sure he'll thank me. Wait, what? Why my dad? I suddenly felt uneasy. What do you mean? She shrugged casually. Oh, I'll give you some hints. First, it's in the toilet. The blood drained from my face. It involves you and your sister. My head started to spin. And the last clue, reverse rear entry. What? Reverse rear entry? I froze. What the hell did she mean by that? I could feel panic rising as horrible images flashed in my mind. Suddenly, she handed me the photo, her fingers brushing mine as she smiled slyly. Take a look. What's wrong with it? I almost couldn't breathe as I looked at the photo. It was me, half naked, with my sister, Sinran, hugging me from behind. The image was corrupted, photoshopped, but still so wrong. I couldn't stay calm. The sight was enough to send my mind into a frenzy. Where did you get this? She seemed unfazed, as if enjoying my panic. I had my maid look into it. After I got home yesterday, she found it and gave it to me. A maid? I was almost too stunned to speak. How did she even sneak in and take a picture of that? Doesn't matter, Ji Lianbing continued nonchalantly. What's more important is this photo problematic? Of course it's problematic, I shouted. Give it back to me. Come and take it if you want, she teased. I rushed forward, but she dodged me easily. My frustration boiled over as I tried and failed to snatch the photo from her grasp. With a quick move, she grabbed my wrist, and before I knew it, I was pulled back into her arms. My head rested on her chest, and I couldn't look away. She gazed down at me, smiling, her lips almost brushing mine. So, do you know what to do now, Anjun Cheng-san? Or should I say, Cheng-jun? She whispered, the smirk on her face growing wider. My mind was spinning. How could I get out of this? I never expected my life would take such a turn. From an ominous feeling to an unfortunate reality, I now find myself caught up in an unimaginable situation. The thought of my future, crushed under the weight of oppression and coercion, was enough to make me want to shut my eyes and resign myself to fate. As you wish, miss, I mumbled, already bracing for a life I didn't want. But then, Ji Lianbing surprised me. She let go of my hand and, with a playful flick of her finger in front of my eyes, she said brightly, No, I don't want you to serve me or obey me. I just want to be friends with you. Friends? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Okay, then we are friends now? I replied cautiously. Since we're friends, can you give me the photo back? So it was just a favor, a trade between us. I couldn't help but laugh inside at the irony. Friends who only used each other. She had to want something. Friends help each other, right? So what's in it for me if I give it to you? I asked, eyeing her carefully. A random girl like me being friends with someone like her seemed impossible. I had nothing of value. A few small coins, a broken phone, and a voucher from a supermarket. Nothing she'd ever want. She was rich, beautiful, and out of my league. So why was I even still talking to her? Was I about to sell myself? But then, as I stood there in her grasp, I found myself pressed against her soft body. Her chest, wait, no, focus. I had to focus on the situation, the photo, the title above her head. Necrophilic murderer. The words stuck in my mind, my gut, twisting in fear. A murderer. Not just any murderer, but one who seemed to find pleasure in it. How many had she killed? The thought was horrifying. She must be insane, right? But then she stroked my head like she was a queen toying with her pet. If we get closer, it's not like I can't give it to you, she said with a wicked smile. Closer? Was she asking for a relationship? But why me? I had to ask, why do you want me to be your boyfriend? The words came out in a mixture of frustration and curiosity. What was her game? Did she just want a shield? Or was I a scapegoat? But then, Ji Lianbing's response shattered everything I'd thought. Because I like you. Her words hit me like a hammer. What? She couldn't be serious. She liked me? The pink blush on her cheeks deepened, and her eyes sparkled with something I couldn't quite place. Because I want to hug you. Her voice was soft, full of desire. The words spilled out like a storm. I really want to be intimate with Mr. Cheng. My mind was reeling, my heart pounding in my chest. It was so cute, so overwhelmingly innocent, but terrifying at the same time. I couldn't keep up. And I want to give Cheng Jun a baby. What? I almost choked on my own thoughts. Was this girl insane? Despite the horror, something inside me stirred. I couldn't deny it. She was utterly captivating. It was a twisted magnetic pull, something beyond my control. But there was still a part of me trying to hold on to reason. I don't understand. Why me? I stammered, trying to escape her gaze, but her grip tightened. Was it the charm? Was there some magic in her touch? She smiled at me, her face flushed with excitement. I like everything about you. Everything? Was she being serious? I pushed forward, testing her. My spirit? Yeah, she replied. Her eyes turned green. My body? Yeah, she said, turning pink again. My personality? She hesitated, then green again. My heart was pounding. It was happening, the worst possible thing. She wasn't seeing me. She was seeing a corpse. And then it clicked. Ji Lianbing was a necrophiliac. I scrambled back, trying to escape. You only like my dead body. The truth hit me like a freight train. She wasn't interested in me alive. She wanted me dead. She laughed lightly as if she had made a joke. Oops, I accidentally let it slip, but you must have known about my interests. I felt cold dread flood over me. You are, I stuttered, my voice barely a whisper. Yes, Cheng-kun, she said, the smile never leaving her face. I want your body. I want you to stay with me, forever, after you die. Chills ran down my spine. This was no longer just some twisted love interest. She was a predator, and I was her prey. She stepped closer, her every movement like a predator circling its victim. Although I could kill you at any time, it would be too boring. Let's make a bet. I froze, too afraid to respond. She slipped the photo into my collar and whispered, if you can avoid me until the end of the week, I'll give you the photo back and delete all backups. But if you can't? Her smile twisted. Well, then you die. My mind raced. This was my chance, an opportunity to escape her grip, but at what cost? If I failed, everything, everyone I loved would be exposed. I had no choice. What do I have to do? I asked, my voice shaking. You can restrain me by becoming my boyfriend, she suggested, her voice soft and sweet. I was at a loss. It was my only option. I will be your boyfriend, Ji Lianbing, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, but she seemed to light up. She was pleased, and I knew then that I had made a dangerous decision. The name above her head changed from green to blue. She thought I was hers now. Then call me Lianbing, she said, her voice like honey. I love you, Chengjun. And then, without warning, she kissed my cheek. It felt like a death sentence, not a declaration of affection. Just like that, I was now Ji Lianbing's boyfriend. And with that came the beginning of a twisted game, one that would either end with my survival or my death. The rumor that Ji Lianbing had a boyfriend spread through the school like wildfire, with whispers starting as early as yesterday afternoon. After all, it wasn't every day that a mysterious, beautiful girl like Ji Lianbing, someone who had always rejected confessions, suddenly announced she was in a relationship. In high school, love rumors spread fast, and this one wasn't just about her, it was about me too. As soon as the bell rang for the third period, our classroom was flooded with students curious to know who Ji Lianbing's boyfriend was. The usual crowd of guys in our class said nothing, but I could tell they were intrigued. They exchanged whispers as they studied me, sizing me up. Which one is it? The guy sitting at the front with Ji Lianbing? Who is that guy? He's so ordinary. Wait, Ji Lianbing likes that kind of guy? I could feel the weight of their stares. It was an uncomfortable spotlight, as though I were tied to it by invisible strings. While the attention was a double-edged sword, helping keep Ji Lianbing from attacking me directly, it also made me a target. Most of the boys watching were just average students, but there were a few with red names. Those were the ones I had to watch out for. The scariest was Lin Hui, sitting just behind me, glaring at me with bloodshot eyes. Her name was darker than ever. Was she planning to stalk me now? This was getting out of hand. Stop staring at Junsheng like that, Lin Hui. You're scaring him. A voice interrupted. It was Gao Yingnai, Lin Hua's best friend, who seemed to take the situation lightly. Oh, looks like Junsheng really agreed, huh? Poor Lin Hui. I told you. No chance, Gao Yingnai teased. I gave a nervous laugh, trying to deflect the tension. It was always awkward when my classmates teased me about something I had no control over, but I appreciated the distraction from the overwhelming attention. Luo Yingliang, another classmate, patted me sympathetically on the back, though I wasn't sure what he was sympathizing for. If you ever need someone to talk to, Junsheng, I'm here, though I can't promise I'll fix everything, he said with a slight grin, his green name flashing in the corner of my vision. I didn't have much to say in response, but I did feel a little touched. At least someone saw me as more than a joke. At lunch, I tried to escape the chaos by heading to a quiet spot outside the classroom. Ji Lianbing followed behind me, looking as poised as ever. Aren't you going to the cafeteria today, Cheng-kun? She asked sweetly. I made my own lunch, I replied flatly, not wanting to deal with the crowded cafeteria. That's great, she smiled. Let's find a quiet place and enjoy our lunch together. I had a bad feeling about it, but I reluctantly agreed, hoping for some peace. We walked to the pavilion behind the teaching building, where I had noticed someone earlier. Maybe it was Sanwu Girl, a neutral observer who wouldn't cause trouble. But as I arrived, I realized something was off. Zhang Xueqing, who had always been somewhat distant, stood there, an expressionless look on her face. Ah, don't worry, I won't do anything to you, Ji Lianbing reassured me, sitting down calmly and opening her lunchbox. She seemed genuine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. I positioned myself carefully, facing outward. I wasn't sure if I could trust her. This whole thing felt like a trap. Ji Lianbing, however, ate her lunch without a care, and I did my best to remain distant. You didn't eat my lunch yesterday. Why not try it today? She asked, holding a piece of fried chicken up to me. I hesitated, but curiosity won over. After a moment of hesitation, I opened my mouth, but just as I was about to take the bite, snap! Zhang Xueqing suddenly appeared behind me, swatting the chopsticks away. It's poisonous, she said calmly, her eyes cold. My heart dropped. Poison? Poison! I glanced at Zhang Xueqing, confusion and fear rising in me. Why? I asked, trying to process what was happening. Poison, she repeated, pointing at the fallen chopsticks. My skin crawled. Ji Lianbing, smiling with a sinister glint in her eyes, leaned in. I never said I wouldn't poison it elsewhere. Her voice was as sweet as ever, but the threat was clear. I was frozen. I had to be careful. A small mistake and I could be in serious danger. This wasn't just about lunch anymore. This felt like a twisted game, and I was stuck in the middle of it. I told you, it's not highly toxic, Ji Lianbing continued, as if trying to ease my panic. Just a reaction like food poisoning. I just want to take care of you, Cheng-kun. Her eyes were wide, sincere, yet it was impossible to tell whether she was pretending or if she truly felt that way. I was caught in a nightmare, my mind racing through all the possible outcomes. Before I could respond, Zhang Xueqing intervened again. Stop it. Her voice was sharp, and there was a sense of finality in it. I wasn't sure if she was trying to protect me or if she was simply warning Ji Lianbing. Ji Lianbing smirked. Oh, isn't this classmate Zhang Xueqing? You've been quiet the whole time. I thought you didn't exist. I wasn't sure what Jiang Shiqing's role was in this twisted web, but her cold demeanor made everything feel more dangerous. Leave, Jiang Shiqing commanded, stepping closer to me and offering a hand. It was clear she was trying to shield me from Ji Lianbing, but her motives were unclear. I swallowed hard, unsure of what to do. Was I supposed to leave? Or stay and face whatever consequences awaited me? This wasn't just a love triangle. It was a battle for survival. Ji Lianbing was smiling again, but not in the friendly way one might expect. Her smile was too perfect, almost like a textbook definition of a poker face, trying to pretend it was a smile. The problem was that this smile didn't give warmth. It didn't invite trust. It radiated something darker. It was a smile laced with malice, like a predator toying with its prey. The kind of smile that could break even the strongest of wills, forcing someone to kneel and beg for mercy if they were weak enough. And right now, I felt like I was that prey. Her voice cut through the tension, each word sharp and biting, dripping with sarcasm. You barged into the beautiful, harmonious world of a couple and decided to interrupt us. Don't you think you're being a little too much, Jiang Shiqing? The words stung. A world of bliss between lovers? That was how she saw it? And yet, Ji Lianbing's mocking tone suggested a deeper, more sinister meaning. Is that what you think this is? She continued, her smile never faltering. Could it be you're jealous? You can't stand someone else lighting a spark in his life? The words were like daggers, but she delivered them with a smile. How could someone be so terrifyingly composed? I could almost feel my spine freeze with the intensity of her gaze. Jiang Shiqing didn't answer immediately. She stood there, her back turned to me, but I could feel the discomfort in the air. Ji Lianbing's words had hit a nerve. I had to do something, had to diffuse the situation before it escalated. I stepped in, trying to play the peacemaker. Hey, that's enough. This is going too far. I began, but before I could continue, Ji Lianbing silenced me with a single command. Shut up. I was stunned into silence, the force in her words rendering me speechless. Facing one strong woman was hard enough, but two? It felt like being caught between a rock and a hard place. In that moment, my worth felt smaller than ever. And then, out of nowhere, Jiang Shiqing spoke. I like it. Her words were abrupt, so much so that it took a moment to process. She wasn't saying she liked me, not in that way, but rather she was responding to Ji Lianbing's challenge. She liked the situation, liked the confrontation. And from the way she said it, there was an edge to it, a dare. Her words weren't about romance, they were about standing her ground. Ji Lianbing's smile shifted, becoming colder, sharper. She stepped closer to Jiang Shiqing, her gaze intense. I see, she said, her voice almost a whisper of understanding. You're one of my kind, then. Jiang Shiqing didn't flinch. I'm different from you. And just like that, the moment was tense. Each word was a calculated move in a quiet war. I stood there, a pawn caught between the two, unsure of how to react. What could I say to either of them? But then, a change. Jiang Shiqing's voice softened. But he's a friend. It wasn't much, but it was enough. A small light in the dark. Jiang Shiqing, in that quiet declaration, stood up for me. It wasn't about jealousy or rivalry. It was about friendship. I could feel something stir in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't completely alone. Ji Lianbing paused for a moment, her smile slowly fading as she processed what Jiang Shiqing had said. The oppressive tension in the air lifted, and with a soft laugh, Ji Lianbing turned, her skirt swaying as she began to walk away. Fine, I'll leave for now. Don't forget, Chengjun, we'll go home together later. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. I looked at Jiang Shiqing, relief flooding through me. You really helped a lot, Jiang Shiqing. You saved me. She turned, a small smile tugging at her lips as she extended a hand toward me. Reward? What? A reward? Now, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How much do you want? Just don't expect anything too crazy, okay? I was broke again, and there was no way I could offer her anything substantial. Still, the gesture felt too big for something so small. Her smile remained, but she shook her head. No money, she said, her voice firm. I want something else. I blinked. Something else? Hair. Wait, what? Hair? I stared at her in disbelief. Why hair? That didn't make sense. I didn't want to ask why. Maybe I didn't want to know, but Jiang Shiqing had this strange way of making even the oddest requests seem normal. Still, I hesitated. How much hair do you want? Her answer came with a tilt of her head, a playful glint in her eyes. She spread out her hand, fingers splayed. 10. 10? I repeated, still not fully understanding. But it didn't seem like a huge deal. After all, we shed more than that in a day. I reached up, grabbing a few strands of hair, counting carefully until there were exactly 10. Some of them had a few gray hairs mixed in, but that seemed fine to Zhang Shuiqing. Is white hair okay? I asked, just to be sure. Yeah. Her answer was almost serene, the calm in her voice making me feel like I was missing something. With a quiet nod, I handed over the 10 strands of hair. She carefully stored them away in a transparent bag, as if it were some precious treasure. The entire exchange was strange, but somehow I didn't feel uncomfortable. She was happy with her reward, and that was enough. I let out a quiet laugh to myself. Who would have thought? 1 minute, I was caught between two fierce women, and the next, I was handing over my hair to Zhang Shuiqing. Strange world, strange day. That evening, as I walked toward the library, I felt the weight of the day settle on me. Lianbing had retreated, but I knew better than to let my guard down completely. She still had her bet with me, and I wasn't sure if I'd come out of it unscathed. Opening the door to the library, I was about to greet the librarian when suddenly a loud crash echoed through the room. Ah! Lily, the librarian, or rather my classmate who worked there, had bumped her head against the desk in surprise. I quickly rushed over to her. Sorry, I said, but she immediately pouted, rubbing her forehead with a dramatic sigh. I told you not to call me teacher. I chuckled nervously. Right, sorry, old habits die hard. Lily looked up at me, her cheeks flushed, and then gave a mock pout. You're so mean, she said, her voice dripping with playful annoyance. I couldn't help but laugh, even if it was at my own expense. Maybe the world wasn't as strange and frightening as it sometimes seemed. Maybe, just maybe, I was starting to find my place in it. You, I hate you! I'll never pay attention to you again! Bang! Lily's shout echoed through the room, her anger breaking something inside her, sending her spiraling into a self-destructive frenzy. Well, I sighed. It seemed the word teacher had become taboo in this bizarre new dynamic. I was so used to calling her Teacher Yang that the sudden shift felt like I was trying to speak a different language. The name had become ingrained, and now, even in my thoughts, it was hard to shake. There had to be another way, though. Phew, seriously, just call me by my name from now on. Teacher Yang took a deep breath, her expression regaining composure. She pulled a freshly mended school uniform from her bag and handed it to me. I didn't take it immediately, instead eyeing Lily. Raising an eyebrow, I called out experimentally, Mr. Yang? Ah, she yelped. Director Yang? Miss Lily? Ah, Sister Lily? Well, I trailed off. It seemed the more formal titles hit her hardest. She twitched every time I used one, but Sister barely fazed her. Lily, on the desk, looked exhausted, her body still shuddering, drenched in sweat. Her hair clung to her face, strands sticky with moisture. In that moment, I realized that none of us were doing well. Makoto-kun, what are you doing? She asked weakly, barely able to keep her eyes open. It's just a test, I muttered. Judging by your reaction, Sister Lily doesn't seem to faze you as much. But hey, it's better than using your actual name, right? I'll stick with Sister Lily from now on. Chen-kun, you really don't care about anyone else's feelings at all. Lily sighed, her glasses slipping off her face. She wiped her eyes before walking away from the desk. It wasn't until she turned that I noticed something, a hint of tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Once again, I had made the teacher cry. Later that evening, I found myself mopping the floor of the library, the silence stretching between the rows of books. Lily had changed into her sportswear before heading home. During the entire self-study session, her eyes had followed me relentlessly, resentment swirling in them. It was unnerving, and I'd been too on edge to talk to her, to try to make things right. As punishment, I spent my time organizing books and documents, anything to distract myself from the strange tension building in the air. The night stretched on, and I felt the weight of my thoughts. Strange things had been happening over the past few days, unsettling things that made life feel out of balance. I glanced up at the sky, clear, free of smog, the stars twinkling down at me. Then, a voice broke my focus. Good evening, Makoto-kun. I froze. The voice came from above, from the awning at the entrance to the building. I looked up to see her, Lianbing, sitting with a carefree swing of her legs, her long brown hair dancing in the starlight. Her pale skin almost glowed under the moon. She smiled down at me, her lips curving with a strange, unsettling warmth. Her face. No, I couldn't see her face fully. Only her smile was clear, sharp even. It was like looking at a figure standing far away, obscured in shadows. Yet that smile, it made my heart race. I felt a cold shiver of fear run down my spine as something stirred in my mind. What was wrong with me? Why was I imagining such things? The smile, that chill, the way my body trembled, I quickly shook my head, trying to regain control. The clarity returned just in time. I blinked, and now I could see her expression more clearly. Calm, confident, but something darker was there. A fanatical glint in her eyes. Her lips curled again as she spoke. Why are you here? I told you at noon. Let's go home together in the evening, Cheng-kun. That's why I've been waiting for you. Her voice had an odd sweetness to it. Really hard work for you, I muttered. It's what I should do, after all. I'm Cheng-kun's girlfriend, she replied, the word dripping from her lips like a carefully chosen poison. Girlfriend? The word felt hollow, a lie wrapped in pretension. There was no trust between us. Nothing genuine. I couldn't shake the thought. Going home means going back to your place, right? Of course, she said, eyes narrowing slightly, though her smile never wavered. I couldn't tell if she was lying or if something darker was in her eyes. Without warning, the atmosphere shifted. In an instant, the playful mask she wore fell away. The facade cracked, and she revealed her true nature. Cheng-kun, she cooed. I really want your body. Can you die for me? My heart skipped a beat. I'm sorry, but I have to. Then run. Quickly, or I'll kill you if I catch you. Was it a warning? Or was it her final conscience, a lingering thread of humanity trying to hold on? Her tone was light, but the weight of her words was suffocating. I don't like using weapons, she continued, because it ruins the integrity of the body. I'll strangle you, gently. Her smile twisted into something terrifying. Ah, they say when people suffocate, they experience a kind of pleasure. Come, Cheng-kun, experience it for yourself. I froze. My breath hitched in my throat. She wasn't joking. The realization hit me with brutal force. I had been naive, hoping she was just playing, that this was all a twisted game. I wasn't playing anymore. Fear surged through me, and instinct took over. I turned, sprinting for the nearest exit, my footsteps echoing through the school halls. I didn't care about the path I chose. I just had to escape. It was late, past midnight. My girlfriend, if that was even what she was hunting me, playing a twisted game of hide-and-seek in the dark with only death between us. I'm coming for you, Cheng-kun. Her humming, light and carefree, echoed through the corridor as she pursued me, her steps deliberate. I ran faster, but she was relentless. The night was thick with tension, and the school, silent except for the echoes of our chase, felt like a tomb. I knew one thing now. It wasn't a game. She was hunting me for real, and I had no idea how to escape. I wasn't hiding from her because I wanted to. Honestly, I didn't have a choice. Ji Lianbing's voice echoed from outside the bathroom, innocent and playful, like a child's. Makoto-kun? Where are you? Why are you hiding from me? The sound of my name, mispronounced, sent a shiver down my spine. We weren't friends, not even close. I could barely call us acquaintances, though we were classmates. She sat in front of me, and though I noticed her every day, she probably didn't even know I existed. I was a nobody, the kind of person you'd forget after a single conversation. Yet here she was, searching for me as if we were longtime pals. Cheng-kun, come out now. I won't do anything to you. I was hiding in the farthest stall in the men's bathroom on the 4th floor of the science building. It was almost 11 at night, and the school was silent. The evening self-study had ended hours ago, and the building was locked down, save for her and me. My breath hitched every time she called out, growing closer. Cheng-kun, I can already smell your smell. Her voice was so unnervingly close. I squeezed my mouth shut and held my breath, praying she wouldn't find me. But then, the door to the first stall crashed open. My heart raced, panic flooding my chest. I was trapped. I found you, she said, her voice just outside the door. I froze, holding my breath, trying to become invisible. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, click! The lock on my stall rattled, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. How did she do that? This wasn't normal. I tried to squeeze further into the corner, hoping she would pass. But then, the door swung open. You're not here. Her voice sounded surprised. I dared not make a sound. Please, just leave. Footsteps echoed, and after a few seconds of agonizing silence, I thought she had gone. Maybe this was my chance to escape. But I dared not move too soon. Then, bam! She had never left. She was hiding in the first cubicle, faking me out. You thought I left, didn't you? She laughed, the sound sickeningly sweet. I knew you were in the third compartment. I just wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? This wasn't a surprise. This was a nightmare. Well, my name is An Juncheng. Can you please stop pronouncing it wrong? I managed to say, my voice cracking from the tension. She giggled again, the kind of laugh that made my skin crawl. Hey, I know you're calm, Cheng-kun. But that just makes me like you more and more. She sat down on my waist, and I could feel her breath against my skin, hot and excited. Her presence was overwhelming, like a heavy weight pressing down on me. But as much as I wanted to flee, I couldn't move. I wasn't focused on her beauty, though she was stunning in the moonlight, her skin almost glowing, her face innocent, like something out of a dream. No, what caught my attention was what I saw hovering above her head, words I couldn't ignore. Necrophilic murderer. Her name? Yes. But the title made my blood run cold. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. Ji Lianbing wasn't just a beautiful girl. She was a murderer. A perverted one at that. I hadn't wanted to believe it when I first saw those words. But now I knew. Please die. Her voice was a whisper, full of frantic desperation. She placed her hands on my neck, and I panicked. My hands shot up to grab hers, but her grip was strong, too strong. I struggled, pushing with all my might, trying to free myself, but it was useless. My body was weakening, my vision starting to blur as she tightened her hold. I had to get away. I couldn't let her succeed. Why? Why do you want to stop me, Cheng-kun? Her voice was softer now, as if she genuinely didn't understand. I struggled to speak, my breath shallow. Well, I think anyone would resist when someone's about to choke them. She was crying now, tears streaking down her face. I love you, Cheng-kun. I'll love you forever. I'll hold you, sleep beside you, and love you until you're nothing but bones. Her words sent a chill down my spine, and I knew then that there was no escaping her. She wasn't after my love. She was after my death. I was just a means to her twisted end. I don't want to die like this, I thought, trying to push her hands off my neck with every ounce of strength I had left. But suddenly, she shifted again. Her movements were fluid, practiced. Before I could even react, her legs wrapped around me in a hold that took my breath away. Literally. My head was locked between her thighs in a move that I couldn't fight off. Triangle strangulation. I had seen it in martial arts shows before, but I never imagined I'd be the one to experience it firsthand. I gasped for air, the pressure building around my neck. My vision swam, and my thoughts became hazy. Was this it? Was I going to die here, in this horrible way? My life, my ordinary, boring life, flashed before my eyes. I had tried so hard to stay out of trouble, to keep to myself, and now here I was, trapped, fighting for breath, with a murderous girl suffocating me. I knew I wasn't going to make it out alive unless something changed. But what could? What hope did I have against a girl who was clearly stronger and more insane than I could ever imagine? I could only think one thing. Why is this happening to me? The air around me was thick with tension, my heart racing as I moved closer, unable to control the overwhelming urge that surged through me. I had made my decision the moment I set my eyes on him. Cheng Jun would be mine, only mine. It didn't matter how it happened. My obsession was now a force beyond my control. I hadn't expected others to feel the same. Lin Hui, sure, I could see that, but Zhang Shuiqing? She had never cared about anyone before. Yet here she was, drawn in by his presence, her indifference cracking. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't risk someone else taking him from me. Cheng Jun, the one person I needed, the one person I could never let slip away. His scent. It was familiar now, like a trail that led me straight to him. I could almost taste it, a hunger growing inside me. The footsteps, once frantic, had slowed. He thought he was hiding, but I had already memorized every inch of him. It was only a matter of time. Cheng-kun? Where are you hiding? I whispered softly, my voice tinged with the kind of calm that only a predator could possess. I wasn't fooled. He was still nearby, trying to remain quiet, to stay hidden. But I had already found him, following the pull of his scent like a hunter on a chase. I reached the 4th floor of the science building and stopped in front of the men's bathroom. He liked to hide here. Cute. I was getting closer. I made my way to the second-to-last stall, and the thrill of finding him set my heart pounding. I could hear his breath, the faintest sound, as he tried to make himself as small as possible. It was too late. I grabbed the handle and shook it, teasing him with just enough force to make him think he was safe. But I knew. The moment the door creaked open, I pounced. He let out a yelp as I shoved him to the ground, and I couldn't help but smile. So cute, his reaction. I knew you were in there, Chen-kun, I said, my voice light with amusement. I just wanted to surprise you. But he wasn't panicking like I expected. Instead, he looked up at me, calm, his eyes not filled with fear, but a strange clarity. My name is Anjun Cheng. Could you stop calling me that? I paused, blinking at him, unsure what to make of his words. I just like it, Chen-kun. You're so calm, even though you know what's coming. My voice dropped, and a shiver of excitement ran down my spine. I like you more and more, Chen-kun. I leaned closer, my body shaking with the intensity of it all. He was so calm, so steady, and I wanted him to understand. But no, it wasn't enough. My feelings were beyond reason now. They were growing into something uncontrollable. Please, I whispered, a desperate plea in my voice. Please die for me. I moved to touch his neck, to feel the pulse that would soon be silenced. He resisted, pushing against me, his hands gripping mine, but it only made my heart ache. Why was he fighting this? Didn't he understand? Didn't he see what I saw? Why couldn't he just let go and give in to me? His words cut through me, sharp and painful. You just like my corpse. My world tilted. My hands trembled. Was it true? Was that all I wanted? No. I loved him. I needed him. His body, his soul, they were meant to be mine. I refused to accept anything else. Tears welled up in my eyes as the pressure inside me built. That's because I love you. I want you. Why can't you understand? I cried, the sound raw and broken. He didn't answer, his expression unreadable. I was losing him, slipping further into madness. My thoughts became a blur of violent desires and twisted love. I needed him to be mine. I'll love you forever, Chen-kun. I'll make you mine, every part of you. But he wasn't responding as I wished. The rejection, the resistance, it hurt too much. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This wasn't how I imagined it. I held him tighter, my hands moving to his neck once more, tightening, squeezing. But then, in a flash of clarity, I realized the horror of what I was doing. My heart lurched. My mind screamed in panic. No, no, no. I couldn't kill him. Not like this. Not when I wanted him alive to be with me. I loosened my grip, pulling away, my body trembling with the conflicting emotions that tore through me. I had almost crossed the line. He was still breathing, still alive, but I wasn't sure if I wanted that. The confusion flooded my mind. Why had I thought of him that way? Why did I want him gone just to keep him close? My obsession had spiraled out of control. I looked down at him, motionless on the floor, and dread filled me. Chen-kun? I whispered, reaching out to touch his cheek. There was no response. His chest was still, his body cold. No breath, no heartbeat. I had done it. Lin Hui chuckled, his amusement evident. Xuan, you want some too? He teased. Wu Xuan snapped around, growling fiercely, his eyes fixed on the building ahead. Can you even understand me? Lin Hui couldn't help but grin, but this time Wu Xuan didn't respond. A twinge of disappointment flickered across Lin Hui's face, though he quickly brushed it aside. Am I just overthinking things? He murmured, then decided to act. He directed a stream of rainwater towards Wu Xuan, feeling that the rain could be beneficial to the zombie. Rain had a peculiar property. It seemed to nourish zombies, so Lin Hui reasoned that it wouldn't hurt to give Wu Xuan a little extra. The rainwater gathered in the night sky, slowly coalescing into a steady stream, pouring down like a gentle watering can over Wu Xuan's head. Whatever the zombie couldn't absorb, the hotel itself would soak up, preventing waste. Wu Xuan, visibly calmer now, stood silently, absorbing the mysterious power hidden in the rain. Meanwhile, Lin Hui's focus shifted to the 6 guests inside the hotel. The expansion of the hotel's territory had led to a noticeable shift. The guests, though deep in slumber, seemed to be growing stronger, their bodies benefiting from the hotel's enhanced power. It was a modest improvement, but certainly noticeable. The 6 guests had paid a high price for their stay, and even though they didn't realize it, they were gaining from the hotel's essence. As the night wore on, the hotel's suction power kept drawing in more rainwater, stretching across a vast radius. Even though the rain wasn't heavy, the accumulation of so much water was impressive. The hotel's strength surged, and Lin Hui could feel his own power growing along with it. The origin of the hotel was also becoming more robust, its foundation more stable. By the time the early hours rolled in, the rain ceased. The sky, once dark red, slowly returned to a deeper, quieter shade. The eerie quiet that followed the infected rain was almost suffocating, leaving the world silent and still, as if the Guanghuai Hotel was the last flicker of light in a dying world. It was both peaceful and unsettling. Lin Hui closed his eyes, sensing the immense power coursing through him. He estimated that, conservatively, he had at least 100,000 kilograms of strength, 100 tons. That was enough power to move mountains with a single blow, a level of strength that could deflect sniper bullets without much trouble. But there was still one problem. He couldn't leave the hotel. If only he could roam freely with this new power, he thought. His grip tightened, eager to unleash his strength on the world beyond. As for the hotel's essence, it now contained 1,000 drops, more than enough for Lin Hui to use as he pleased. If only this rain came every night, he mused, but knew such luck couldn't last. Good things rarely came so easily. His thoughts were interrupted by something strange. A shift in the air. Lin Hui turned his gaze toward a distant building, his senses honing in on several faint living presences. He'd known there had to be survivors nearby, but most had stayed hidden, safe in their homes, possibly hoarding supplies. But now, something was different. The life forces he had sensed earlier were suddenly gone, fading away without a trace. Dead? He muttered, suspicion creeping into his mind. Soon the disappearances weren't limited to just one building. Others followed suit. People, living and undead alike, vanished, consumed by something unseen. With each loss, a strange metallic scent filled the air, pungent and overwhelming. Lin Hui's pulse quickened. Something was wrong. A bloody stench began to pervade the night, and Lin Hui snapped to action, switching on all the hotel lights. The sign above the entrance flickered to life, and the surrounding buildings bathed in its glow. In the eerie light, he saw the buildings around them had taken on a blood-red hue, as though the very fabric of reality was being tainted. "What is this?" Lin Hui whispered, a mix of awe and anger flooding his senses. Whatever this force was, it was killing off his potential guests, and that was unforgivable. Before he could fully process the situation, a wave of blood rushed toward the hotel, a chilling torrent of liquid spilling from the darkened streets and buildings. The air grew heavy, the smell unbearable, and the wind howled as if the world itself was screaming. Wu Xuan, sensing the danger, let out a guttural roar, turning towards the darkness. Yet the blood continued to surge, undeterred. Lin Hui felt the pull of the strange, almost hypnotic force in the air. A sea of blood, vast and suffocating, was spreading around him. His vision blurred, as though he were walking through some hellish nightmare. "Just in time," Lin Hui sneered, his determination hardening. "I can't leave this place anyway." He yanked Wu Xuan back into the hotel, and the blood reached the boundaries of the hotel's domain. There, it seemed to hesitate, as if sensing something dangerous inside. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Is it intelligent, or just acting on instinct? He wondered aloud. The blood continued to surge, but it hesitated at the hotel's boundary, reluctant to cross. Lin Hui, growing impatient, decided to act. "If you won't come in, I'll bring the fight to you," he declared. With a single thought, the hotel's power surged. The blood outside recoiled, but it was too late. Lin Hui's invisible force clamped down, trapping the blood in place. Within moments, the blood that had seeped inside was reduced to droplets, absorbed and broken down by the hotel's insatiable appetite. The blood outside, seeing its power crushed, retreated in haste, rolling back into the darkness. "Running away, huh?" Lin Hui muttered, stepping to the edge of the hotel's domain. He was ready to chase, but the blood, now repelled, was already retreating into the darkness. The blood-scented waves crashing through the streets had stopped, but the sight of the surrounding buildings, now stained blood red, made his gut churn. Lin Hui's mind raced. The blood seemed like an enemy with no real form, a force that couldn't be contained within the hotel's walls. "How do you deal with something like this?" he wondered, frustrated. "Maybe I'll just tear down these buildings." He paused, considering. There was no easy solution, but the sense of urgency was undeniable. Lin Hui's mind buzzed with energy as he flicked his hand, conjuring a drop of the hotel's essence. But after a moment's hesitation, he stashed it away. Despite his newfound strength, the fear of another massive explosion didn't sit right with him. It was possible the last blast wouldn't have killed him, but it was still far from comfortable. A thought crossed his mind. What if I could learn Shu Huo's fireball? The idea of destroying the surrounding buildings, where that invisible blood had seeped in, gnawed at him. He knew it was crucial to eliminate the threat. If left unchecked, that blood would kill any future survivors venturing into the area, and his hotel, his business, would collapse. Turning his focus, Lin Hui directed his attention to Shu Huo, who was on the 7th floor. With a snap of his fingers, he activated the hotel's power. Scan, analyze. His invisible power stretched through the hotel, zeroing in on Shu Huo's body. The man's form became transparent, like a hologram, lines of his body illuminated as if dissecting him piece by piece. But something was off. Lin Hui couldn't pinpoint Shu Huo's superpower. Why can't I find it? Frustration crept in. Even with all his power within the hotel, this was a puzzle he couldn't solve. Then a spark of realization hit him. The scene from before, Shu Huo launching his fireball. His heart skipped. Can I reverse time and recreate it? He wasn't sure, but with the hotel's vast power, he had to try. Lin Hui focused, his mind weaving through the hotel's essence. Slowly, the scene at the front desk began to flicker, like a reel rewinding. Is this really possible? His excitement surged as the past played out, the moment where Shu Huo summoned the fireball coming into focus. Lin Hui's thoughts sharpened. Give me that fireball! The scene bent to his will. The fireball, once a fleeting moment in time, shot from the past to the present. It flickered and surged into his hand, crackling with energy. Lin Hui held it with a grin. So this is how it feels, to control time itself. He studied the fireball, feeling the energy pulse through him. Analyze its structure. The hotel's power hummed, breaking down the fireball into its components. It was an intricate piece of work, but it could be done. Lin Hui's mind raced, committing the design to memory. Without a second thought, he began to replicate it. The hotel essence drained, but the result was worth it. A fireball identical to the one Shu Huo had used. This is efficient, Lin Hui thought, but as he examined it, something felt lacking. This fireball is strong, but it's not quite enough. Not yet. His mind focused, drawing on the hotel's power again. Optimize power, optimize structure. The fireball began to shrink, its size compressing like a black hole gathering energy. But with each inch, it burned brighter, the light now controlled, no longer overwhelming. The temperature was restrained, its power concentrated into a pinpoint. When it reached the size of a billiard ball, Lin Hui flicked his wrist. Go! The fireball shot out, streaking through the air with a hum. It tore through the hotel door and into the night. The world outside erupted in blinding light. A deafening roar filled the air as the fireball collided with a distant building. The shockwave rattled the city, and a towering explosion blasted debris into the sky. Lin Hui stood back, pleased. This power. It rivals the explosion I created with just a drop of hotel essence. Beside him, Wu Xuan gasped in shock, his ears ringing from the blast. Inside the hotel, the other guests remained deep in their sleep, disturbed but not awake. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the surrounding zombies howled in response, their restless roars echoing through the night. Lin Hui couldn't help but smirk, savoring the destruction. This is only the beginning. Without wasting any time, Lin Hui repeated the process. He condensed another fireball using the optimized structure. The hotel's essence flowed faster, draining rapidly, but the result was worth it. A fireball, nearly identical to the first, blazed to life in his hand, consuming only a fraction of the hotel's power. Cost efficient. Lin Hui mused, impressed with his progress. He stepped outside again, the world dark and still around him. The strange blood scent still hung in the air, nauseating and unnatural. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed. It's time to end this. Once more, he hurled a fireball into the night. The instant it collided with a distant building, the world shook. The explosion thundered through the air, lighting up the night as flames consumed the building. The wall, stained with blood, turned to ash. Lin Hui was relentless. One after another, fireballs flew from his hand, each collision followed by a resounding explosion. The dark sky was filled with the brilliant flashes of destruction. I'll burn everything that threatens my hotel, he thought with grim satisfaction. As the night raged on, Lin Hui continued his assault. No more distractions. No more hesitation. The blood, the threat, would be wiped from existence. Only then could he ensure the future of the hotel, his business, and his power. The ground trembled as massive explosions rocked the area. The buildings in front of the hotel were obliterated, reduced to rubble in seconds. Wang Shengji, hiding in a bank over 600 meters away, froze in shock. Is the army attacking? Are these missile strikes? She wondered, but the explosions only seemed to get closer. Panic surged within her, and she scrambled to move farther away, fearing she might be blasted into the sky at any moment. Boom! Boom! Each explosion sent another building crashing to the ground. The optimized fireballs Lin Hui had unleashed were far more powerful than expected. The first explosion might not bring down a building, but the second, without fail, would collapse the structure entirely. Debris flew into the air as flames devoured everything in their path. The strange blood which had seeped into the building's walls tried to retreat, but there was no escape. The heat evaporated it into nothingness. Lin Hui stood at the side of the hotel, continuing his relentless barrage. Each fireball he launched tore apart buildings in a perfectly orchestrated symphony of destruction. The air was thick with the deafening roar of explosions, and the ground was scorched with the aftermath. With every blast, the strange blood evaporated faster, disappearing without a trace. All across the city, survivors trembled at the endless explosions. Zombies far away were drawn to the blasts, but they didn't even make it halfway before they were disintegrated in the shockwaves. By dawn, the area around the hotel was unrecognizable. The once standing buildings within a 300-meter radius were now mere piles of rubble. The strange blood had been eradicated, leaving no remnants. Lin Hui had thrown hundreds of fireballs throughout the night, expecting to drain at least 10 drops of the hotel's source. But when he checked, he was stunned to find that he still had over 1,000 drops. He recalled that he had harvested more than 10 drops of the hotel's essence by breaking down the strange blood the previous night. This discovery both amazed and frustrated him. The strange blood he had decomposed was only a small part of the strange being's body. If he could fully disassemble it, how much more could he gain? But he knew that was unrealistic. The strange blood's form was far too elusive, and capturing it was a near impossible task unless it willingly entered the hotel. Meanwhile, Shu Huo awoke with a groan. Rubbing his temples, he tried to shake off the remnants of a bizarre nightmare. In it, fighter jets had dropped blinding missiles on a zombie-infested city, and he was running for his life, desperately trying to escape the explosions. He'd even sold his blood for magical sneakers in his dream, just to stay ahead of the bombers. But no matter how fast he ran, the missiles seemed to track him down, exploding around him. It had been a terrifying night of being chased and bombed by invisible enemies. "Damn bombers," he muttered, still feeling the exhaustion from his nightmare. Why blow up zombies when you could just leave me alone? But he knew it was just a dream inside, trying to forget about it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Boss, are you there? Open up." Brother number one's voice rang out from the hallway. Shuo opened the door, and his eyes lit up when he saw Brother No. 1 standing there. "Are you still alive?" Shuo asked, his concern quickly turning to curiosity. "How do you feel?" Brother number 1 grinned. "I feel amazing, boss. I think I'm even stronger than you now." Shuo raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Of course, just kidding," Brother No. 1 quickly added. "But I definitely feel a lot stronger, about 300 or 400 kilograms of extra power. But it's just raw strength, nothing compared to your superpowers." Shuo nodded, his expression pleased. He felt a surge of energy too. His fireball felt more potent than yesterday's. His strength had also increased, though not by a huge amount. It was noticeable, though. "Morning, boss," greeted Brother number 2, number 3, and number 4 as they all filed into the hallway. Tang Jen opened his door shortly after, rubbing his eyes. "I had the weirdest nightmare," he said. "I dreamt the whole earth exploded, and I was running for my life from bombers. It was terrifying, like the missiles had a personal vendetta against me." Shuo paused. "You too?" "I had a nightmare like that. It was like I was being chased by bombers, with fireballs going off everywhere. It was intense." Brother number 2 nodded in agreement. That's strange. I had a similar dream. Except in mine, the boss was chasing me with fireballs like meteors. It was like a nightmare that wouldn't stop. I couldn't even sleep after that. Same here, said brother number 3, looking pale. I dreamed the boss was fighting someone, but the fireballs kept targeting me, no matter where I ran. It was terrifying. Shuo stared at them in disbelief. That's so strange. I thought I was the only one. Brother number 1 and brother number 4 exchanged glances. You guys had nightmares too? Brother number 1 asked. I didn't. I slept like a rock. Me neither, brother number 4 added. No dreams at all, just deep sleep and a burst of strength when I woke up. Shuo was puzzled but brushed it off. Did your strength increase too? He asked. Yes, a lot. Brother number 1 exclaimed. I feel like I could punch through walls now. Brother number 4 nodded in agreement. I feel stronger too, like I can take on anything. Shuo smiled, his excitement growing. It looks like our theory was right. Sleeping here after being infected by the zombie virus boosts your strength. This place is special. Tang Jen grinned. I didn't use the virus last night, but my strength seems to have improved too. We should keep using this method. Tonight, let's work together to clear the zombies and fortify the area. Agreed, Shuo said, leading the group down the stairs. They reached the lobby on the first floor, only to find the front desk empty. They didn't think much of it at first, but as they stepped outside, their eyes went wide. Wait, what the hell? They all exclaimed in shock, staring at the scene before them. The 6 of them stood in stunned silence, staring at the outside world. Did we travel through time? Shuo murmured, his voice thick with disbelief. Shit! Where are we? Tang Jen said, eyes scanning the wreckage before them. It looks like the legendary ruins? Brother number 1 suggested, his voice full of uncertainty. Must have gone out the wrong way. Brother number 2 added, his gaze fixed on the devastation. The entire landscape before them was nothing like it had been just hours ago. The towering buildings that had once dotted the skyline had been reduced to nothing more than smoldering heaps of debris. The air was thick with smoke, and the remnants of steel and concrete were scattered across the ground. It looked as if the area had been carpet-bombed. No structure remained intact, and what was left of the buildings seemed to have been scorched by flames of a temperature unimaginable. What happened last night? Shuo whispered, still processing the enormity of the destruction. It was as if the world had shifted overnight. Why do I feel like the world just changed? Brother number 3 asked, bewildered. Another wasteland apocalypse? Brother number 4 suggested with a mix of fear and exhaustion in his voice. The group moved cautiously around the hotel, their minds racing for answers. No matter which direction they looked, front, side, or back, the ruins were the same. The remnants of the once bustling area were now just ghostly echoes of their former selves, completely wiped out by what could only be described as an explosion of apocalyptic proportions. The silence that followed was deafening, and the 6 of them stood frozen, unsure of what to make of it. Suddenly, brother number 1 shouted, Boss! Our bodies! Shuo's face hardened, irritation flashing across his features as he turned toward him. What now? Brother number 1 hurriedly corrected himself. No, it's the zombie bodies. Will they be burned too? The words hit Shuo hard, and he exchanged a concerned look with Tang Jen. They needed to investigate. Quickly, they ran towards the location where they had moved the zombie bodies just the day before. But when they reached the site, all they found was a giant pit. What remained was just a crater, a blast zone as though a shell had exploded right there. In many places, the ground had even caved in, and the destruction was incomprehensible. They realized the scale of the explosion last night had been beyond anything they could have imagined. Boss! Brother number 1 cried out again. What is it? Shuo snapped, his patience thinning. Look, a crystal core! Brother number 1 said, holding up a small blue crystal the size of a peanut, pulling it from the charred remains of a zombie. Shuo's heart skipped a beat as he snatched the crystal from brother number 1's hand. A zombie crystal core? This can only come from evolved zombies. His eyes widened. Could there have been evolved zombies among those corpses we moved? Tang Jen's voice grew urgent. Do you think we missed some? Could it be that some of those bodies were evolved zombies? Shuo's mind raced. The thought of having overlooked even a single evolved zombie made him feel an immense sense of regret. He had to get those crystal cores. If what the hotel owner had said was true, one zombie crystal core could be worth 20 normal zombie corpses. This could be the key to the group's future. Quick, search the area. There could be more, Shuhuo ordered. Without hesitation, the others scattered, desperately searching the wreckage. As they combed through the ruins, Tang Jen's eyes caught movement at the edge of his vision. Someone was watching them from behind the broken walls of a nearby building. Before he could say anything, the figure vanished, slipping out of sight. Brother Shu, Tang Jen whispered, alert. Shuhuo turned, narrowing his eyes. What's going on? Tang Jen lowered his voice, caution evident in his tone. There's someone out there. After the explosions last night, I'm sure that other survivors will come looking for the fallout. We can't afford to let anyone else know about the hotel. Shuhuo's gaze sharpened. You're right. We need to be careful. The more people know, the more competition we'll have for these resources. Exactly, Tang Jen agreed, his expression grim. The two of them quickly resumed their search, but Shuhuo's mind was still on the person who had been lurking nearby. It was clear that others had taken an interest in the ruins and in the potential treasures hidden here. Meanwhile, in the distance, the sound of distant voices echoed through the wreckage. Hey, there's more here! Brother number 2 called out, his voice full of excitement. Look! Look! Brother number 3 added urgently. The closer we get to the edge of the ruins, the more crystal cores we find. Shuhuo's attention snapped back to the task at hand. Keep searching. We need to gather as many as we can before anyone else shows up. They were focused on their mission, oblivious to the figure watching from the shadows just out of sight. Wang Shengyi, having heard every word of their conversation, knew she had to act fast. She had been tracking the explosions all night, and the fireballs had drawn her in from afar. But only now, after the chaos had subsided, did she dare approach the hotel. She'd heard enough. The truth about that hotel. She thought to herself, her heart racing. There's something powerful there. I need to learn more. Wang Shengyi, still keeping her distance, crouched low to the ground and began searching the ruins. She was determined to find whatever was left of the zombie crystal cores, and maybe, just maybe, find out what made the hotel so special. Several hundred meters away, the middle-aged captain and the metal controller of the search and rescue team had been running for their lives all night. The sounds of explosions still echoed in their ears as they fled from the golden zombies that had been chasing them. Do you think the explosions have stopped? The metal controller panted, glancing nervously behind them. The captain only grunted in response, exhaustion creeping into his bones. I hope so. Let's make for the ruins. Maybe we'll find some other survivors, or something useful. But as they neared the edge of the explosion zone, they saw something that made them stop dead in their tracks. There, amidst the devastation, a man was crouched, rummaging through the rubble. Run! The captain shouted in panic, recognizing the figure in front of them. That's no ordinary person. That's a mutant zombie. Do not engage. Shuhuo's eyes shot up, his suspicion rising. A mutant zombie? His gaze followed the captain's warning, and in that moment, he saw it. The golden zombie charging at them from the distance, its movement so fast that the very ground seemed to tremble beneath it. Before he could react, the golden zombie closed the gap in an instant, its terrifying explosive power shaking the very foundations of the ruins. Here we go, Shuhuo muttered, his face hardening. In one fluid motion, he summoned a fireball, ready for the challenge ahead. The zombie was closing in fast, but Shuhuo wasn't going to back down. Shuhuo gritted his teeth and threw the fireball with all his strength. It shot forward with a blazing speed, faster than the golden zombie's sprint. As the golden zombie closed in, the fireball collided with its face, exploding in a deafening blast. The ground shook, rubble flying everywhere. For a moment, the ruins were engulfed in flames, and the explosion's power seemed almost familiar to the distant onlookers, though its force seemed weaker. Shuhuo allowed himself a brief, victorious smile. But his triumph was short-lived. The golden zombie, glowing with an overwhelming golden light, tore through the explosion, unaffected by the fireball's damage. It surged forward at full speed, its body a blur of golden energy. Shuhuo barely had time to react before the zombie collided with him. The impact was so brutal it bent his body unnaturally. His bones cracked, and his vision blurred. The golden zombie's left hand shot out, grabbing his neck with terrifying strength. No. Shu Huo gasped, trying in vain to break free. But the zombie's grip was like iron. With a vicious jerk, the golden zombie slammed Shu Huo into the ground. The ruins shattered beneath the impact, and Shu Huo's body crumpled into a human-shaped crater, blood staining the rubble. His world went black. From a distance, the shouts of his companions faded into an eerie silence, as if the explosion had pulled them into another world. The golden zombie showed no sign of slowing down. It continued to smash Shu Huo's lifeless body into the ground, relentless in its fury. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Lin Hui was in the middle of an intimate moment with his zombie girlfriend when he suddenly froze. His senses tingled, and without a second thought, he flashed to the front desk. A room card materialized in his hand, room 702's card. His heart sank. Only when the holder of the room card died would it return to the drawer. In a blink, Lin Hui appeared outside the hotel. His gaze immediately locked onto the golden zombie as it continued its destruction. The scene was grim. Shu Huo was already beyond saving. The golden zombie stood tall, roaring as it threw rubble aside, releasing its pent-up rage. As chaos unfolded, the middle-aged captain of the search and rescue team shouted, "Run! The golden zombie is a mutation. It can't be killed." The metal controller, equally panicked, ran without hesitation, while Huang Shengyi, realizing the zombie's true power, dashed for safety. Despite the impending threat, Tang Jen and the others made a decision. They ran toward the hotel, hoping it would offer them safety. At that moment, the middle-aged captain noticed Lin Hui standing still, unfazed by the approaching danger. "Who's that? Run!" he yelled, seeing the golden zombie barreling toward Lin Hui. But Lin Hui remained motionless. The golden zombie, with its golden light blinding the surroundings, arched its back and punched the ground, creating shockwaves. It shot forward like a missile, moving with deadly precision. The metal controller scoffed, thinking Lin Hui was just another fool who believed he could stand against the unstoppable force. But Lin Hui didn't move. He simply extended his left hand, his expression blank. In an instant, the golden zombie collided with him at full speed. A shockwave rippled through the air. The next moment, the golden zombie was lifted effortlessly into the air, its massive form now dangling from Lin Hui's grip. The force was so sudden, so overpowering, that the onlookers couldn't comprehend what had happened. The metal controller, the middle-aged captain, and even Huang Shengyi, who had been observing from a distance, were struck dumb. This was not the outcome they had expected. The golden zombie, once thought invincible, was now at the mercy of the calm, composed hotel owner. Tang Jen and his brothers, though shocked, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. "Shopkeeper Lin is awesome," one of them shouted, the disbelief quickly turning into admiration. After all, Lin Hui was the owner of the Magic Hotel. His power far surpassed anything they could have imagined. Lin Hui glanced at the first brother, who had shouted, his gaze cold. "Are you telling me what to do?" he asked. The first brother, suddenly mute, realized his mistake. Lin Hui wasn't just their boss. He was something far beyond what they could understand. Ahem. Tang Jen stood up and cleared his throat. "Shopkeeper Lin, this golden zombie killed Brother Shu." He kept his words brief, not wanting to seem like he was telling Lin Hui what he already knew. Lin Hui simply nodded. Of course, he knew about Shu Huo's death. He had come out because of it. After all, it would have been much more enjoyable to stay in his room with his evolved zombie girlfriend. The golden zombie, still trapped by Lin Hui's invisible grip, struggled violently, but it was completely immobile. Lin Hui casually lifted the creature like it was nothing more than a rag doll and began walking toward the hotel door. Tang Jen and Shu Huo's 4 younger brothers hurried to follow him, all too stunned by the ease with which Lin Hui handled the beast. In the distance, the middle-aged captain and the metal controller exchanged shocked glances. "Who is that shopkeeper, Lin? How is he suppressing the golden zombie so easily?" the captain asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The metal controller was equally dumbfounded. He had witnessed the golden zombie's terrifying power firsthand. Its strikes could obliterate anything in its path, and it was nearly invincible. The zombie had even been shot multiple times, but it melted into liquid only to reform moments later. Nothing worked on it. The thought that someone could control it so effortlessly was beyond comprehension. Curiosity gnawed at the 2 men. "Follow us and have a look," the metal controller suggested, though his voice was laced with skepticism. The middle-aged captain agreed, eager to see just what Lin Hui could do. Meanwhile, Huang Shengyi, who had been hiding in the distance, decided to follow as well. She had always been curious about the hotel, and now seemed like the perfect time to learn more. In another part of the ruins, a young man holding a fire axe cautiously emerged. He had been hiding, unsure of the danger, but seeing so many people head into the strange hotel made him feel it was safe enough to step out. Inside the hotel, Lin Hui walked with the golden zombie in tow, effortlessly carrying it as though it weighed nothing. He activated the hotel's power, something he was accustomed to using within the hotel's walls. The force was invisible, but it was enough to cause the golden zombie to collapse. Its once indestructible form split apart, crumbling into pieces of gold. The pieces slowly melted, turning into a golden liquid that oozed toward the floor. The middle-aged captain and the metal controller were in utter shock. They couldn't see what kind of power Lin Hui was using, but they were witnessing something they had never imagined possible. The golden zombie, which could not be killed by bullets or brute force, was simply dissolving before their eyes. As the last traces of gold disappeared into the floor, Lin Hui turned to the captain, his eyes cold. "What were you saying?" he asked, almost as if daring the man to speak. The captain froze, unable to reply. He had just witnessed the impossible, and the fact that the golden zombie was now gone left him feeling unsettled. It was as if he was in the belly of some strange, powerful entity. Lin Hui paid no mind to the captain's discomfort. He looked at the newcomers, a smile playing on his lips. "Welcome to my hotel," he said smoothly. "Guests who stay here are protected, and in return, they gain opportunities for evolution." "Opportunities for evolution?" The middle-aged captain's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes," Lin Hui nodded. "I'm the owner of this hotel. My name is Lin Hui, but you can call me Shopkeeper Lin." He was about to continue, but suddenly, the door to room 1101 burst open. The second waiter, a cold expression on her face, walked out. She locked eyes with a young man standing in the lobby. The hatred in her gaze was unmistakable. The young man's face drained of color when he saw her. "Mo Qingxian, impossible! I saw you get eaten by zombies. This can't be real." His voice trembled as disbelief consumed him. Lin Hui, sensing the tension, looked between the second waiter and the young man, his mind racing. A memory flashed across his mind. The young man looked strangely familiar. Then it clicked. He recalled the game character selection screen and understood. Tang Jen, too, recognized the second waiter. His legs almost gave way in shock. "Brother, husband," he stammered, his voice faltering. The second waiter, Mo Qingxian, opened her mouth slowly, her voice full of bitterness. "It's really me," she said, her eyes burning with vengeance. The young man staggered back in horror, his face twisted in terror. "Impossible! You died. I saw you jump from the third floor and get torn apart by zombies." He was paralyzed by fear, his mind racing to explain the impossible. "Ghost! It's got to be a ghost!" he screamed, turning to run for the door. But before he could make it, Mo Qingxian was faster. In a flash, she moved with terrifying speed, a gust of wind trailing her as she bypassed the middle-aged captain and Tang Jen, cutting off the young man's escape. Her speed was so intense it sent a breeze through the room, tousling the hair of those in her path. Lin Hui watched the scene unfold with a calm smile. He had given Mo Qingxian the chance for revenge, knowing that the man who had forced her to die deserved nothing less. The young man was now trapped, his fate sealed by the wrath of the woman he had wronged. The middle-aged captain and the metal controller exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of intrigue and suspicion. They had witnessed the strange and unsettling events unfolding within the hotel, and the possibility of gaining the power of evolution was tempting, yet dangerous. Despite their curiosity, the fear of what might come with such power loomed in their minds. Lin Hui's smile never wavered as he leaned against the counter, his eyes glinting with mystery. "You want to know what the price is?" he asked, his voice calm and smooth. "The cost is your choice. The hotel only offers opportunities. Whether you pay a price for it, that's up to you." The captain frowned. "So you're saying we can evolve here, but there's no clear cost?" He studied Lin Hui's face, trying to gauge if he was hiding something. "You don't think we should be concerned?" Lin Hui's smile deepened, but there was no warmth behind it. Concern is a natural response, but you must remember, the hotel is not your enemy. It doesn't force anything upon you. You walk in, you stay, you evolve, if you dare. His tone was almost playful, like he was daring them to take the plunge. The middle-aged captain couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the hotel than met the eye. He turned to the metal controller, seeking some reassurance, but the man was just as wary, his gaze fixed on the floor as if contemplating the weight of Lin Hui's words. A chill ran down their spines, but neither of them spoke. It was clear that Lin Hui was enjoying the discomfort in the air. He didn't mind leaving them to stew in their uncertainty, allowing the unsettling tension to grow. After a long moment, he spoke again, his voice quieter, more serious. You both have choices to make. Stay or leave. Evolve or stay the same. The hotel doesn't care about your past or your sins. It simply offers you an opportunity, if you choose to accept it. The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity before the metal controller finally broke it. What exactly would evolution here look like? How do we know it's not some kind of trap? Lin Hui didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stepped closer to the counter, resting his hands lightly on the surface. What you become is up to you, he said, almost in a whisper. The evolution the hotel offers is unique. It is not merely physical. It is mental, spiritual. It brings out the essence of who you are, enhances your strengths, and maybe even amplifies your flaws. The question is, are you willing to take that risk? The middle-aged captain looked like he was on the verge of asking something more. But at that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the lobby. He turned just in time to see Mo Qingshan returning to the front desk after her earlier bloody confrontation with the young man. Her face was cold, as usual, though her eyes glimmered with something deeper, something that had shifted inside her since she had killed. The captain couldn't help but notice how the others in the lobby treated her with reverence, stepping aside as she passed. She exuded an aura of calm power, as if she were more than just a human woman. Her transformation was palpable, and it only deepened the mystery of this place. Tang Jen and the others, who had gone out to bury Shuho's body, returned quietly, their expressions somber. The mood in the lobby had shifted, tension hanging thick in the air like a storm cloud. No one spoke, but it was clear that each person was silently weighing their next move. Lin Hui's gaze shifted between them all, taking in the group. His smile softened slightly. It's time for everyone to decide. The opportunity for evolution is open, but you must choose. Once the door is opened, there is no turning back. The captain exhaled slowly, still unsure of what to make of the situation. He turned to the metal controller, silently asking for his opinion. The controller nodded grimly, his face tight with uncertainty, but also with the faintest hint of curiosity. With a resigned sigh, the captain finally spoke up. What do we have to lose? Lin Hui's smile deepened, though it was laced with an air of mystery. Exactly. That's the spirit. The middle-aged captain and the metal controller exchanged one last look before nodding to Lin Hui. Whatever the hotel was, whatever Lin Hui was, they had already come too far to back down now. They could either accept the opportunity before them or leave. But the lure of evolution, the chance to become something greater, was too powerful to resist. As they made their decision, the sound of the door to room 1101 creaked open once more. The tension in the lobby remained thick, but now there was a sense of inevitability in the air. The evolution was coming, whether they were ready for it or not. Lin Hui's eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched the newcomers. I hope you're ready for what comes next, he said, his voice carrying a strange sense of finality. And with that, the strange journey of the hotel and its guests was about to take another turn. Lin Hui rolled his eyes at the middle-aged captain's curious expression. What are you thinking? This is a regular hotel. The captain nearly scoffed at the absurdity of that statement. Regular? There was nothing normal about this place. Lin Hui, unfazed, continued. Living here, 1 zombie core per day, calculated on a 24-hour basis. Oh, and if you're talking about evolved zombies, it's 1 core a day for the first level evolved kind. First level evolved zombies? The middle-aged captain repeated, raising an eyebrow. He knew about zombie cores, but this was an odd transaction to hear about. Suddenly, the door opened and the 5 people from Tangtown returned. Tang Jen, clearly uncertain, stepped in and looked directly at Lin Hui. Shopkeeper Lin, what happened outside? Wasn't everything fine last night when we went to bed? The metal controller, the middle-aged captain, and even Huang Shengyi, who was hiding in the shadows, all perked up, sensing something was amiss. Lin Hui casually responded, "There was something strange last night. Weird creatures hiding in the buildings, swallowing survivors, and trying to invade the hotel. But they couldn't beat me, so they retreated. I couldn't be bothered to chase them down. There were no survivors left in those buildings anyway, so I flattened them. Got a problem with that?" His nonchalant tone only deepened the confusion. Tang Jen and the others froze in disbelief. "You bulldozed all those buildings just for a weirdo?" the middle-aged captain asked, dumbfounded. "Yeah," Lin Hui said, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. "That thing was dangerous. It could turn into a sea of blood and seep through walls. No easy way to deal with it unless you level everything around it." The captain was still processing the information. Not only did Lin Hui handle something so bizarre, but he made it sound so effortless. Bulldozing entire buildings to protect the hotel? It was hard to wrap his mind around, but he was starting to realize just how powerful Lin Hui truly was. "I had to protect my guests. What if that thing got inside and killed someone?" Lin Hui added casually. Tang Jen and his brothers were left speechless. The seemingly indifferent shopkeeper had flattened buildings to protect them. They had been skeptical about staying here at first, but now they truly felt safe. Of course, as long as you didn't do something foolish like Shu Huo. "No more questions?" Lin Hui asked, his eyes flicking to Tang Jen. "None. We'll bury Brother Shu now," Tang Jen said, urgency in his voice. He left with his 4 younger brothers, their minds buzzing with a new sense of security. Though a small part of them couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that anyone who stepped out of line here would meet a swift, brutal end. After they left, the middle-aged captain and the metal controller exchanged a glance. "We don't have zombie cores on us," the captain said. "Let's get some and return to the hotel." "All right. You're always welcome here," Lin Hui said with a smile. As they left, the captain sighed in relief. He had never felt more on edge than when he stepped into this strange hotel. Captain Huang, the metal controller, whispered, "Are we really going to get zombie cores?" "Let's find my companions first, then we'll figure it out," the captain muttered, though in truth, he wasn't sure what to expect anymore. He'd always been confident in his ability to survive, but last night's encounter with the golden zombie had humbled him. Inside the hotel, Huang Shengyi was making preparations to leave. But as soon as she stepped forward, an invisible force stopped her in her tracks. Lin Hui's voice reached her. "Beauty, I see you've got a zombie core. Check in, please." Startled, Huang Shengji looked at the counter, her gaze meeting Lin Hui's. "You can see me?" "Of course. Invisibility is a good ability, but your physical body is still that of an ordinary person. You can hide, but you can't hide everything," Lin Hui explained smoothly. Huang Shengyi was shocked. She'd always believed her invisibility was flawless, but Lin Hui had somehow seen through it. After a moment of hesitation, she dropped her invisibility, revealing herself. A stunning woman in green, with a confident, cool demeanor, her body tense as though ready to spring into action at any moment. "Relax," Lin Hui said with a grin. "If I meant you harm, I would have done something when you were eavesdropping last night." "You knew I was there?" Huang Shengyi's heart skipped a beat. "How?" "Your footsteps," Lin Hui replied with a small smile. "And the air. Your every move creates a disturbance. It's not much, but it's enough to let me know you were here." Huang Shengyi's mind raced, trying to process what she had just heard. Lin Hui couldn't see her directly, but somehow he could sense her existence. It was both fascinating and unnerving. "Are you staying at the hotel?" Lin Hui asked, holding out a room card. "Our hotel offers the opportunity to evolve. Just sleep here, and you'll gain that chance. Of course, it's not free. 1 zombie core per day." "Is it true?" Huang Shengyi asked, skepticism in her voice. "Yes," Lin Hui nodded. "Don't ask me for the science behind it. This hotel has its own peculiarities. As the owner, I just maintain order and make sure you're safe." He placed the room card on the counter. "Room 702. You're welcome to check in whenever you feel ready." Huang Shengyi eyed the card, her curiosity battling her caution. There was something undeniably strange about Lin Hui, and yet there was a pull, a temptation she couldn't ignore. Do you have any more questions? Lin Hui's voice softened, his eyes glinting with amusement. The owner of this hotel has a soft spot for beautiful women after all. Huang Shengyi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Can you revive the dead? Lin Hui stood frozen for a moment. Why do you ask that? Huang Shengyi's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, her gaze distant. The Mo Qingxian before. I saw her fall from the building. I watched her get devoured by zombies. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Hui's mind raced, trying to process her words. And, Huang Shengyi took a deep breath, her resolve firm despite the grief in her eyes. I want you to bring my daughter back to life. The weight of her words hung in the air. Your daughter? Lin Hui blinked, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed she was just a young, striking woman, charming enough to catch his attention, even if he had a girlfriend. But a daughter? That was new information, and it made him pause, his thoughts mixed with an unexpected twinge of sympathy. Yes, my daughter, Huang Shengyi repeated, her voice softer now, but the tension was palpable. Can you help her? Can you bring her back? Lin Hui studied her for a moment, his face unreadable. Why should I? What's in it for me? Don't think you can use yourself as a bargaining chip. Though you are beautiful, that's not nearly enough. He sighed. The cost of resurrection is not something you can imagine. Huang Shengji's heart raced. You mean it's possible? Her voice cracked, a mix of hope and desperation. The price is steep, Lin Hui said, his tone thoughtful. You may not be able to afford it. Reviving someone, it's not a simple task. But if you're willing to pay the price, I might be able to make it happen. Huang Shengyi's breath caught in her chest. What's the price? She asked, her voice trembling. Lin Hui leaned forward, his gaze piercing. I think you should focus on surviving the end times first. It's hard enough for someone like you. With a daughter to worry about, it'll be even harder. She hesitated. His words made sense. Raising a child in this new world was more than difficult. It was nearly impossible. The decision to revive her daughter wasn't just about bringing her back. It was about whether she could protect her, whether their lives would be any better than before. She took a deep breath, drawing on her courage, and reached into her pocket. She pulled out a single zombie crystal core, the only one she had left, and placed it on the counter. Open a room for me, she said, her voice quiet but steady. Lin Hui took the crystal core with a nod, a sly smile tugging at his lips. He took out a room card, then altered it with a quick motion. As he slid it across the counter to her, he explained, This is room 707. It comes with a one-day stay, 24 hours. Once the time is up, you'll be moved out automatically. Huang Shengyi glanced at the card. Thank you, she said softly, taking the card and turning to leave. Before she reached the stairs, she became invisible again, her form vanishing into thin air. Remember, Lin Hui called after her, don't barge in uninvited. I know, she answered, already halfway up the stairs. Once she was gone, Lin Hui turned to the other room cards and began adjusting them remotely, ensuring that Tang Jen and the others would know how much time they had left. He smiled to himself, a plan slowly forming in his mind. Then his thoughts turned inward. Resurrection, he muttered. He knew the power of his hotel was immense, but could it truly bring someone back from the dead? His focus sharpened, and with a mental command, time in the lobby seemed to flicker. Everything in front of him split into double images. Time reversal, he whispered, channeling the hotel's power. The images began to rewind. In the blink of an eye, Huang Shengyi's earlier movements were rewound. She moved backward, disappearing up the stairs. The others followed, retreating into the hotel, leaving as they had arrived. Lin Hui watched, a chill running down his spine. What was he about to do? He stopped the reversal at a specific moment, the time when Shuhuo had first come downstairs in the morning. His heart pounded in his chest. Could he really bring someone back? Would this work? Stop, Lin Hui commanded, focusing his mind. He took a deep breath, the air around him heavy with anticipation. He began to gather his energy, preparing to do the unthinkable. With a sudden force, the power of the hotel wrapped around Shuhuo from the past. Lin Hui felt a jolt of energy, as if the very fabric of reality was shaking. The air grew thicker, the pressure outside the hotel palpable. It wasn't directed at him, but it pressed down on the building itself. Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat. Was this the cost of tampering with time? He gritted his teeth and pushed forward, pulling Shuhuo through the rift in time. The pressure continued to mount, and Lin Hui could feel the strain on the building, cracks starting to form beneath his feet. But he couldn't stop now. He was so close. Crack! The noise echoed through the lobby, and Lin Hui's pulse quickened. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he continued to feed energy into the building, repairing the cracks that threatened to collapse everything. The essence of the hotel flowed out of him, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. With every second, the pressure outside grew more intense, the hotel's foundation groaning. Lin Hui gritted his teeth, more energy pouring out. The essence flowed faster and faster. 1 drop, 2 drops, 20. And then, the breaking point. Boom! The pressure outside became unbearable, and just as the hotel's essence hit 100 drops, Lin Hui felt a surge of success. Shuo solidified before him, no longer a mere illusion, but a real, tangible presence, pulled from the past. For a moment, the world outside seemed to quiet. The crushing weight vanished, as if it had never been. Lin Hui stared at Shuhuo, who stood before him, alive and very much present. The impossible had just happened. I never thought a person as passive as me would end up in a situation like this. But maybe it's my passivity that's led to things spiraling out of control. Where did my ordinary life go wrong? I'm the invisible student at school. So invisible, in fact, that I'm only called by name when the teacher does the roll call. My seat is near the back of the class, by the window, the perfect position for the protagonist. But I don't get the same treatment. Maybe it's because I don't have the distinct charisma of the usual male protagonists. I don't spend my time staring out the window, lost in thought. But I'm not complaining. Just explaining my current situation. My name is An Juncheng. I was born in 2000. My birthday is January 1st. I'm 17 years old, and I'm in my second year at Gunshui High School. I'm an average-looking guy, though I guess I resemble my parents. My black hair is speckled with streaks of white, so much so that from a distance it looks gray. Most of it is hereditary, not because I overthink things, and definitely not from, well, you know. The name An Juncheng was given to me by my grandfather. It means, if someone treats you sincerely, you must not disappoint them. It's a nice thought, but it's kind of hard to live up to when you have no friends. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I fell into a bit of pessimism again. I tend to think the worst about things, which is why I don't have many friends. So I keep to myself at school. Most of my time is spent reading comics, light novels, and watching movies at home. I'm not much of a gamer. I'd rather watch others play than play myself. You could call me an otaku, but I'm not into figures or cosplay, so maybe more of a pseudo-otaku? In any case, I'm just a boring person. After realizing just how pathetic my life has become, I sighed and put down the comic book I'd finished reading. It was 8:45 p.m. Evening self-study was almost over, and I was still in the school library. Our school still has evening self-study, unlike most schools that have gotten rid of it. Since most of the students are day students, we don't have dorms. The system works by a ranking system based on exam scores. If you're in the top 100, you don't have to attend. If you're between 100 and 200, you can leave at 7:30. But if you rank below 200, you stay until 9 p.m. Unfortunately, I was ranked 201st, which meant I was stuck until the end. But for me, evening self-study isn't too bad. I discovered that the school library has a great selection of comics and light novels, so I spend a lot of time there. It's much better than reading on my phone. Plus, as long as I get the librarian's signature, I don't have to stay in the classroom. Other than me, there are only 4 other people who do this, but none of them are in my class. I never really tried to make friends with them. After all, the library is a quiet place, and I respect that. I thought the library would be crowded, but there were only 5 of us. If others knew about the comics, it would definitely be full, but no one asked. My social skills really are terrible. The librarian, Teacher Yang, is a young woman in her 20s, though she's not exactly beautiful. She wears glasses and her long hair covers most of her face, but I've seen her up close. Honestly, I don't think she's attractive at all. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's hard to imagine her finding someone, especially with her looks. She's probably not married. If she was, she wouldn't be working overtime in the library so late. Anyway, I went up to the counter to get my signature. Teacher Yang, I said softly. "Oh, Juncheng, you're here for a signature?" she replied, glancing up at me. She pulled out her phone to check the time. We were familiar enough that she called me by my first name. Occasionally, I helped her move things, and my head teacher seemed to be worried about me being excluded. "Yes," I said, nodding. "Okay, just wait a moment," she said, tearing a piece of paper from her notebook and quickly scribbling names on it. She wrote several signatures at once, probably preparing them for other students too. But to my surprise, she handed them all to me. "Here, take these," she said. "Wait, all of them?" I asked, confused. I thought she was giving them to others, but she handed them all to me. Does this mean I don't have to attend evening self-study? No way. Teachers don't just encourage students to skip class. Maybe it's just more convenient for her to give them all to me at once. She trusts me. After all, I'm the kind of person who wouldn't skip class. I've got to live up to my name. "Well, you know what this means, right? It's not very safe at night recently," she said, a little hesitantly. "With these, you don't have to go to evening self-study." Wait. What? She really just gave me a free pass to skip? And her reasoning? "It's not safe at night. I'm a guy. I'm not worried about things like that." Maybe she just wants to get home early. There are only 5 of us in the library anyway. Once we leave, she'll be done for the night. I'm on to her. I silently nodded and took the signature slip from her. But as I reached for it, I accidentally brushed her hand. She screamed, pulling her hand away quickly, scattering the slips on the floor. The situation was awkward, to say the least. It felt like something that should happen in a romance novel, not with a teacher who wasn't exactly the picture of beauty. "Hey, sorry, Juncheng. It must have been static electricity," she stammered, hurriedly picking up the papers. "It's fine," I said, confused, bending down to help her pick up the slips. Static electricity? I didn't feel anything. After gathering everything, I shoved the signature slips into my pocket and left the library. I overheard her mumbling to herself as I left. Maybe I should wear gloves. What? Was she worried about menopause? I shook my head and left, heading home. By the time I reached the school gate, the bell had rung, and the gatekeeper opened it, letting me out first. I checked the signature slips in my pocket and counted them. 8 in total. I could skip evening self-study for 8 days. But something was off. I turned the slips over and noticed something strange on the back. Symbols that looked like a 5-pointed star, or maybe a reverse pentagram. I was confused. I remembered that a reverse pentagram is associated with Satanism, or at least that's what I read once. Was Teacher Yang into some weird cult? Before I could think much more, a sudden impact hit me in the head. It felt like a meteor crashing into me, and I was knocked to the ground. My vision went blurry, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, everything was dark, and I was lying in a park bench. It was 1 a.m. I felt a sharp pain in my head and struggled to sit up. My surroundings seemed normal, but as I checked my pocket, I realized the reverse pentagram had disappeared from the signature slips. What the heck was going on? It was all too strange. The reverse pentagram, the odd encounter with Teacher Yang, and now this strange event. I couldn't make sense of any of it. But for now, all I could do was head home. As I walked, I tried not to think too much about it, but something didn't feel right. It had been a strange night, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever get any answers. Shuo's mind reeled as he blinked, suddenly aware of his own body and surroundings. His dull, lifeless eyes now sparked with confusion and panic. Huh? Am I alive? He was frantic, his hands moving over his body, checking for any signs of injury or death. What happened? Didn't I die from that terrifying golden zombie? The memory of the gruesome attack flooded his mind, leaving him uncertain about what was real. Was it all a dream? But I can't be dreaming while standing, can I? As he tried to make sense of it all, his eyes shifted and locked onto Lin Hui, who stood near the front desk, his face a storm of anger. Shu Wo's confusion deepened. Business owner Lin? What's going on? Why are you here? Lin Hui's expression darkened further. Why am I here? He sneered, his voice filled with frustration. I spent 10,000 zombie crystal cores to resurrect you. What do you think is wrong? Wait, what? Shu Wo was stunned, the reality of Lin Hui's words crashing down on him. You resurrected me? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Yes, Lin Hui confirmed, his tone biting. Without warning, the room card that once belonged to Shu Huo shot across the room, embedding itself in Su Huo's forehead. Shuhuo screamed, the sharp pain of it feeling like his skin was being branded. His face contorted with agony, but in mere seconds, the pain vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Lin Hui didn't give him a moment to process. He summoned a mirror, holding it up to Shuhuo's face. "See that number between your eyebrows?" Lin Hui asked coldly. "That's the cost of your resurrection, 10,000 zombie crystal cores. You have 1 year to repay it. If you don't, well, let's not talk about interest. Just remember, I expect those crystal cores, or you'll regret it." Shuhuo stared at the number 10,000 etched into his forehead, his mind swirling with disbelief. He couldn't even fathom how he was really alive again, let alone the insane price Lin Hui had paid. "So, I was really dead?" he murmured, still in shock. "If you don't believe me, ask your friends. Your body was left outside, probably still there, unburied." Lin Hui's voice was almost too casual, but the words hit Shuhuo like a ton of bricks. His heart raced. "I have to see for myself," muttered, darting out of the hotel in a panic. His mind was spinning. Had he truly been resurrected from his own corpse? How was any of this possible? Meanwhile, in a ruined area about 200 meters from the hotel, Tang Jen and Shuhuo's 4 younger brothers stood by a freshly dug grave. Their faces were somber as they tossed dirt onto the body of their former leader. "Brother Shu, have a good journey," Tang Jen said quietly, tossing a handful of dirt into the grave. "May you find peace away from the apocalypse." The others followed, offering their own solemn words. "Boss, take care. We'll miss you." "Boss, if you feel lonely down there, we'll burn some paper figurines for you. But we won't be joining you anytime soon. May you rest in peace, boss. We'll meet again in the next life." They all scattered soil over the grave, but their words lacked true loyalty. They were more mourning the loss of their own security than the death of their leader. Suddenly, as if on cue, Tang Jen paused mid-shovel. "Wait, I never even asked your names," he muttered to his companions. The first younger brother chuckled bitterly. "When we followed the boss, he said we didn't deserve names, so I'm number 1, he's number 2, and so on." He pointed at the others with a small laugh, though there was an air of release in his voice. "But now that he's gone, I think I deserve a name." Before he could say anything more, the ground shook as a figure suddenly leapt into the grave, pushing past the group. The man began digging frantically at the dirt. "Who the hell are you?" Brother number 1 barked angrily, but the man paid him no mind. He kept digging, his focus only on the body inside. As the dirt was cleared away, the 5 men froze. Their eyes widened in disbelief as the man in the pit revealed the face of the corpse, a face they recognized all too well. Their boss, Shuhuo, was alive. The shock was immediate. Tang Jen stumbled backward, his legs giving way as the rest of the group fell silent, eyes wide in horror. They could hardly breathe. The man in the pit, it was Shuhuo. The body they had buried just minutes ago was still intact, yet Shuhuo was standing there alive, holding it in his arms. Fuck! 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 Shuhuo could barely speak, his hands trembling as he stared at the body in his arms. His mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. Was this real? Was he really alive again? The truth seemed to bend his perception of reality itself. The others, still recovering from the shock, stared at him in horror and awe. Tang Jen, finding his voice, gasped, "Brother Shu, is that really you?" Shuhuo, still in a daze, mumbled, "Is this really my body? Am I really resurrected?" His mind raced, piecing together the impossible situation. Outside the pit, Tang Jen's voice snapped Shuhuo back to reality. You were really resurrected by shopkeeper Lin. He can bring the dead back to life?" Shuhuo grimaced. "Yeah. Well, it came with a price, 10,000 zombie crystal cores. And guess what? I have to pay it back." He glanced at the number on his forehead and groaned. "Where the hell am I supposed to find 10,000 crystal cores?" The group was silent for a moment, absorbing the reality of what they were hearing. 10,000 zombie crystal cores. That was an impossible amount, yet none of them doubted it. Resurrection didn't come free, especially in a world like theirs. Shuhuo's thoughts snapped back to something more practical. "Right," he said, standing up and gathering the body in his arms. "Let's go. There's a lab in the south of the city. I remember hearing survivors were buying bodies from evolved people. My body should be worth a lot there." And just like that, their next plan began to form. Shuhuo's mind was still spinning, but there was no time for confusion. The urgency of his situation hit him full force. He had to pay back the 10,000 zombie crystal cores that shopkeeper Lin had spent on his resurrection, and he only had a year to do it. The number engraved between his eyebrows was a constant reminder, an ever-present weight. "Let's go," Shuo snapped, pulling his thoughts together. He glanced at his 4 younger brothers, who were still standing in a daze. "What are you waiting for? We're going to the south of the city." "But selling your own body?" Brother number 1 hesitated, his voice trailing off in disbelief. Shuo didn't have time to entertain doubts. "Move! We don't have time to waste." His sharp command broke the hesitation, and the 4 younger brothers reluctantly followed him. But as they made their way toward the south, Shuo noticed Brother Nova 1 looking down, the weight of something deeper pressing on him. "What's wrong with you?" Shuo asked, his patience thinning. "Boss, when you were alive, we didn't even have names. You always said we were just number 1, number 2, and so on. But now, you're really gone, and there's no way to pretend we're not just drifting." Shuo paused, considering the words. "You're not drifting. You're still alive, and that's more than a lot of people can say. Don't forget that." Brother No 1 gave a silent nod. The group pressed on, though their thoughts were heavier than before. The journey to the south was far from easy, and even though they were stronger after the virus infection, crossing half a city was still daunting. Tang Jen watched the group move away, a nagging feeling of hesitation gnawing at him. He wanted to follow Shuo. After all, the man had evolved and awakened powers far beyond anything he could dream of. They had been equals once, but now? Tang Jen was unsure if he should risk his life for the cause. Zombies roamed freely in the city, and one wrong move could mean death. He could only watch, helpless, as Shuo and his group disappeared into the distance. Back at the hotel, Lin Hui had been listening to the entire conversation. His expression was unreadable as he watched Shuo leave. "I hope that fool doesn't get himself killed. Otherwise, my hotel will never recover its value." His gaze shifted to Mo Qingshan, who stood nearby with a blank expression. Her features were flawless, her body sculpted to perfection as though crafted by some unseen force. He had revived her with minimal cost, her form optimized through some unknown method. He turned to her with a cold request. "Follow Shuo. He's heading south, and you should make sure he doesn't die out there." Mo Qingshan raised an eyebrow, her voice calm but questioning. "Even if I'm stronger than most, crossing a city full of zombies isn't exactly a walk in the park, is it?" "You're different. If you die, I can just resurrect you again. The cost to me is minimal compared to what it would take to bring someone else back," Lin Hui explained coolly. "Fine," Mo Qingshan said, her tone flat. Without another word, she vanished from his sight, the wind carrying her forward with supernatural speed. As she made her way through the ruins, Tang Jen caught sight of her, and a chill ran down his spine. There was something about her that seemed otherworldly, and he couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow connected to shopkeeper Lin. "I knew it. Who is shopkeeper Lin, really?" Tang Jen muttered under his breath, but there was no answer. Mo Qingshan moved like a shadow, catching up to Shuo and his team without a sound. She was watching from a distance, calculating when it was safe to intervene. It seemed the zombies had all been drawn away by the earlier explosion and the cleanup that followed, leaving the area unusually clear. Still, she remained cautious, not yet revealing her presence. However, as she continued to follow, something strange began to happen. She felt her feet rooted to the ground, as though an invisible force was holding her in place. Her body jerked forward, but it was as if roots had pierced through the earth and grabbed hold of her. "What's going on?" Mo Qingshan frowned and tried to move, but it was no use. Her feet refused to budge. She stepped back, confused, and tried different paths, but the result was always the same. She could not go further. "Is this the limit of my resurrection ability?" she muttered, now realizing the full extent of her powers. A barrier existed, something preventing her from traveling beyond 1,000 meters from the hotel. Back at the front desk, Lin Hui was lost in thought. He had been contemplating the limits of his own power, wondering if there was a force stronger than him that could prevent his interference with the laws of nature. The will of the world? Or some higher power? He mused. Resurrecting the dead was a dangerous and unnatural act, and there had to be consequences. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts when Mo Qingxian returned, walking through the door with a strange expression. "Why are you back?" Lin Hui asked, surprised by her early return. "I can't go more than 1,000 meters away," she answered, her voice devoid of emotion. "No matter where I try, something holds me in place." "Can't leave 1,000 meters?" Lin Hui's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. He thought only he was bound by restrictions, but now it seemed that Mo Qingxian was subject to the same limit. "Are you sure?" he asked again. "I've tried several directions. No matter where I go, I can't move beyond this point." Mo Qingxian confirmed. Lin Hui stood in thought, pacing slowly behind the desk. He wondered about the nature of these constraints. Even his own staff seemed to be bound by invisible rules. He looked toward the kitchen area. What about the chef? Does the chef only have access to the kitchen? The more he thought, the more the mystery deepened. But for now, his attention returned to Shu Huo, who was far out in the city, facing dangers he couldn't fully control. Lin Hui's plans were slowly unfolding, and the consequences of this resurrection were yet to be seen. Lin Hui was deep in thought as he realized the true extent of the restrictions on his power. Despite the invincibility he had initially felt, the limitations were clear now. He could not freely move beyond the confines of the hotel. His earlier fantasies of training invincible maids to conquer the world seemed increasingly naive. Now, with the hotel staff also restricted, even his plans to harvest zombies and use them to upgrade the hotel seemed impractical. The zombies within a kilometer had already been hunted down, and there was nothing left but a few stragglers inside the building. Lost in thought, Lin Hui considered the hotel's mysterious origin. It seemed the chefs, like everyone else, were bound by these limitations. The only reason the position of the chef existed, he mused, was either due to the hotel's original structure or because the chef had some special skill. Or perhaps it was simply a role the mutated hotel needed. Regardless, there was no need to hire a chef just yet, especially since the hotel's guests were few, and Lin Hui himself didn't need to eat. He realized it was the strange essence of the hotel that kept his hunger at bay. As he thought about the practical limitations of his power, Lin Hui turned his attention to Mo Qingxian. She was unlike the others. Her appearance was unreal, almost like something from a dream, and her body seemed to glow with an unearthly beauty. "Do you want to leave the confines of the hotel?" Lin Hui asked, testing her. Mo Qingxian paused before answering. "I don't care." Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. "Don't you want freedom?" She tilted her head thoughtfully, her face expressionless as ever. "Maybe it's because of my current identity. I feel a sense of belonging here and don't want to leave." Lin Hui was taken aback. She wasn't just a puppet. She had independent thoughts, an awareness he hadn't expected. "Then, what do you think of me? What kind of relationship do you think we have?" Mo Qingxian didn't hesitate. "Master." It was said with such ease, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Hui froze, surprised but not displeased. "I see." His mind was already turning. It wasn't just about control. She had her own thoughts, and that intrigued him. Moving closer to her, he suddenly stopped, sensing her discomfort. She stepped aside, clearly not pleased with his proximity. Smiling, Lin Hui gave her some space. "You really do have a personality. It's good to know you're not just a puppet." He realized he could control Mo Qingxian's body, just like a video game character, but her mind was off limits. She was autonomous, with her own thoughts and feelings. As he pondered this, he noticed her face flushing slightly, an indication of the growing awareness she had of her surroundings, of herself. Mo Qingxian excused herself, heading to her room, leaving Lin Hui to mull over the situation. He needed to adapt, to make the hotel work within its limitations. As he paced the lobby, he thought about the few survivors left outside and the opportunities they could bring to the hotel. He had an idea. The pistol the middle-aged captain had carried earlier sparked a new plan. Lin Hui reversed time, bringing the gun back to the present, studying its mechanism with fascination. When he tested the Hotel Essence's ability to create the gun and bullets, he was surprised to find that it didn't take much essence at all. A fraction of a drop could create a bullet, and only a tenth of a drop could forge a complete pistol. His eyes lit up. This was a business opportunity, something he could offer to others in exchange for resources. Just then, Tang Jen entered, looking a bit down. Lin Hui called out to him. Tang Jen, you have 2 zombie crystal cores now, right? Tang Jen hesitated for a moment before pulling out the 2 cores. Yes. Lin Hui smiled and placed a pistol and a box of bullets on the counter. Do you want it? Tang Jen's eyes widened in surprise. Is it expensive? 1 zombie crystal core for 1 pistol. This box of bullets, 100 in total, is also 1 zombie crystal core, Lin Hui explained. Tang Jen grinned, eagerly reaching for the cores, but paused. The offer felt almost too good to be true. Buy it or not? Lin Hui prodded, sensing his hesitation. Purchase! Tang Jen handed over the cores without another thought, excited to finally hold the gun in his hands. With it, he would feel more confident whether he joined Shu Huo on his journey or ventured out alone. Lin Hui continued. I also have a task for you. Would you be interested in a mission? A mission? Tang Jen was confused. Yes, I need you to find survivors. For every survivor you bring back, regardless of age or gender, you'll get a box of bullets as a reward. Tang Jen hesitated, the weight of the task sinking in. The thought of leaving the hotel's safety was daunting, but Lin Hui wasn't done. I've already marked the locations of survivors on this map, Lin Hui said, handing him a map. You're my first guest, so I'm giving you this map. No one else will get this privilege. Tang Jen looked at the map, then back at Lin Hui. 1 survivor, 1 box of bullets. No upper limit. It was tempting, especially with the promise of rewards. Finally, Tang Jen made up his mind. I'll take the mission. With that, he grabbed the map, determination in his eyes. Lin Hui's smile was tinged with satisfaction as he handed over the map to Tang Jen. A wise choice. You won't regret it, he said confidently. Tang Jen took the map, unfolded it, and studied it closely at the front desk. The markings on the map indicated 10 locations within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from the hotel. His brows furrowed in curiosity. Are there survivors in these places? Yes, Lin Hui answered, nodding with certainty. I can sense them. As long as they're alive, I can tell. The breath of living person is much different from that of a zombie. Tang Jen gave him a suspicious glance. How accurate is this sensing of yours? And I get a box of bullets for every survivor I bring back. Absolutely, Lin Hui said, his tone calm and reassuring. But it would be better if you also tell these survivors about the hotel. Depending on how well you do, I might reward you further. What kind of rewards? Tang Jen asked eagerly, his eyes glinting with curiosity. We'll see, Lin Hui replied with a mysterious smile. It depends on your performance. With that, Tang Jen grabbed the bullet box from the counter, slinging it over his shoulder, and headed out. But instead of rushing into the mission, he first decided to test the pistol. It was better to be cautious. After all, who knew if the enigmatic Lin Hui might have a trick up his sleeve? Tang Jen found a quiet spot outside the hotel and pulled the trigger on the gun. A shot rang out, striking the ground with a loud bang. He smirked to himself. Real gun, he muttered under his breath, satisfaction flooding him. Though a pistol wasn't the most effective weapon in a city overrun with zombies, it provided a sense of security, something Tang Jen hadn't felt in a long time. But there was more to the gun than he first realized. After a bit of experimentation, he discovered that the pistol had 2 firing modes, semi-automatic and automatic. The semi-automatic mode allowed 1 shot per pull of the trigger, while in automatic mode, the entire magazine could be emptied with a single pull. Automatic pistols exist? Tang Jen wondered aloud, shaking his head in disbelief. He quickly reloaded the gun, filled the magazine with fresh rounds, and then returned his focus to the map. It was strange. The map seemed to have been printed recently, and the locations were marked in real time, including the ruins he was currently standing in. That meant the map wasn't something Lin Hui had prepared before the apocalypse. It was created after the fact. Tang Jen felt a shiver run down his spine. This Lin Hui is becoming more and more mysterious. His thoughts turned to the task at hand. The closest survivor was just under a kilometer away, and he quickly decided that would be his first destination. He folded up the map and pocketed it, checking the pistol one last time before setting off. As Tang Jen walked through the quiet streets, the remnants of the city's chaotic past were visible everywhere. Cars lay abandoned, some flipped over, others crushed into the wreckage from what had clearly been a violent crash. Tang Jen couldn't help but wonder if Lin Hui had something to do with the destruction. Had the explosion from the night before been the cause of all this devastation? Shaking off the unsettling thought, Tang Jen pushed forward. The silence of the streets unnerved him. There were no zombies in sight, no distant growls or roars, just an eerie stillness. His mind raced. Had the zombies been drawn away by the explosion last night? Or was there something more to it? Despite the silence, Tang Jen kept his guard up. Zombies could be lurking in the buildings, waiting to pounce if he made a wrong move. The fact that there had been no signs of them so far only made him more anxious. The quiet was unnerving as he made his way through the desolate city streets. At one point, he found himself staring at the wreckage, wondering what happened to all the vehicles. But even the once bustling streets had been reduced to nothing, a testament to the power of Lin Hui's strange abilities. After walking for more than 800 meters, Tang Jen reached his first destination. But as he scanned the area, he felt a sudden sense of unease. No zombies in sight. It was too quiet. He pulled out the map again and double-checked his location. This was where the survivor should be. But as he peered around, he saw nothing but abandoned buildings and rubble. That's when he heard a faint voice, a muffled conversation, coming from a nearby clothing store. "Throw the body away. Don't attract zombies," one voice said, its tone hurried and strained. "Why don't you go?" came the reply. "What if there are zombies outside?" "Go if his mother asks you to go." Tang Jen's heart skipped a beat. He carefully approached, his footsteps light, and rounded the corner of the building. What he saw stopped him in his tracks. Two men were standing at the door of the clothing store, their feet next to a bloody corpse. The sight wasn't what shocked him. It was the woman he saw inside the store. She lay naked on the ground, her body lifeless, and Tang Jen quickly realized there were more women lying around, lifeless, in the same state. His breath caught in his throat as he tried to process what he was seeing. Then, as if by accident, he stepped on something, and the sound of crunching gravel echoed through the silent street. Gotcha! The men at the store froze. Their heads snapped in his direction. Tang Jen's heart raced, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he ducked behind a nearby pile of debris, trying to stay hidden. The moment felt like it stretched on forever. Would they come after him next? Would his mission end before it even began? Lin Hui's voice was calm, yet filled with an air of certainty. "A wise choice. You won't regret it," he said as he handed the map over to Tang Jen, who took it eagerly. Tang Jen quickly spread the map across the front desk, his eyes scanning the marks. Each spot was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the hotel, a total of 10 locations highlighted. He furrowed his brow, confused. "Are there survivors in all these places?" he asked, eyeing Lin Hui. "Yep, at least for now." Lin Hui replied, a slight nod accompanying his words. "I can sense them. The breath of a living person is much different from a zombie's, impossible to mistake." Tang Jen raised an eyebrow. "How accurate is this sensing of yours?" His voice carried a hint of suspicion. "And I get a box of bullets for each survivor I bring back?" Lin Hui smiled, seemingly unbothered by the doubt. "Yes, that's right. But it would be even better if you introduce these survivors to the hotel. Depending on your performance, you might earn more." Tang Jen's curiosity sparked. "What kind of rewards?" "We'll see," Lin Hui answered mysteriously, his smile never wavering. "All right then," Tang Jen said, taking the bullet box from the counter. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than he was being told, but the chance to earn bullets was too tempting. He left the hotel but didn't jump into the task immediately. Instead, he pulled out the gun to give it a quick test. He stepped outside, away from Lin Hui's watchful eyes, and fired a shot into the ground. The sound of the shot was sharp, reverberating through the empty air. Tang Jen grinned. Real gun. His relief was palpable. He had suspected as much, but the confirmation was reassuring. Though a pistol might not be the most useful weapon in a city teeming with zombies, it gave him a sense of control, something vital in such chaotic times. Tang Jen quickly realized there was more to the gun than he had expected. It had 2 firing modes, semi-automatic and automatic. 1 shot for every pull in semi-automatic mode, but in automatic, the trigger kept firing until the magazine was empty. "They make automatic pistols now?" Tang Jen muttered, impressed. He reloaded the magazine with fresh rounds, his mind racing with possibilities, before turning his attention back to the map. There was something odd about the map. It wasn't pre-apocalypse, that much was clear. The marks on it were far too recent, places that had only appeared in the last day or so. Tang Jen's thoughts spun. This Lin Hui is getting more and more mysterious by the minute. He focused back on the task at hand. The nearest survivor was only about a kilometer away. Quickly, he pocketed the map, gripped the pistol tightly, and set off in the direction of the marked location. The streets were eerily silent as he walked through the city. Tang Jen's footsteps echoed in the deserted area, the once bustling roads now reduced to rubble. Abandoned cars, some twisted and burned, littered the streets. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Hui had something to do with the destruction. Had he caused the blast that destroyed all these vehicles? The thought made Tang Jen uneasy. Even though the silence was unsettling, there was something more pressing to worry about. No zombies were in sight. The quiet streets made him feel exposed, vulnerable. Where were they? Had the blast the night before drawn them away? Or were they lurking, waiting for a misstep? As he walked, he reminded himself to stay alert. The buildings around him might be empty now, but it only took a single wrong move to draw a zombie out from hiding. After walking for over 800 meters, Tang Jen arrived at his first destination. But something was off. The street was too still. No zombies. No movement. He checked his map again, confirming that this was indeed the location of the first survivor. But there were no signs of life, not a single person in sight. His tension increased, and just as he was about to continue on, he heard muffled voices. They came from a nearby clothing store. Tang Jen froze. He couldn't make out the words clearly, but the tone was anxious, filled with urgency. "Throw the body away. Don't attract zombies," one voice said in a hushed tone. "Why don't you go?" another voice replied. "What if there are zombies outside?" "Go if his mother asks you to go." Tang Jen's instincts kicked in. He followed the sounds carefully, moving quietly to avoid detection. As he rounded the corner, he saw them, two men standing outside the store, their feet near a bloody corpse. But what truly shocked him was what lay inside. Through the cracked roller shutter, he saw a naked woman lying motionless on the floor, and from the looks of it, she wasn't alone. Other bodies were scattered around the store. Tang Jen's mind raced. His eyes widened in disbelief as the gruesome scene unfolded before him. And then, the unexpected happened. His foot snagged on something, and a loud crunch echoed in the silence. Kacha! The men inside froze, their heads snapping towards the noise. Tang Jen's heart raced as adrenaline surged through him. He ducked behind a nearby pile of debris, hoping to stay hidden. Would they come after him? Would they notice him before he could escape? The seconds felt like hours. The entire world seemed to hold its breath as the men inside the store muttered to each other, their voices barely audible. Tang Jen held his own breath, praying he wouldn't be discovered. Would his mission end here, before it had even begun? Lin Hui, aware of the dangers of messing with the timeline, had carefully suppressed his own powers. The potential consequences of inadvertently altering anything, causing casualties, or changing the timeline were too great. Although he could always undo the damage, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Meanwhile, in the glorious safe zone, Shu Huo had gathered a group of people in front of the hotel, ready to take on their next mission. He stood before them with authority, pointing to the shimmering dimensional road that had appeared right in front of the hotel. "Have you all seen this?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. "This is the dimensional road. You might have encountered these space channels before, but our mission now is to locate and record the size and status of everyone we find." Shu Huo continued explaining the task, laying out the strategy. The radius they needed to cover was vast, 100 miles. It was no small feat, and finding all the space channels would be a time-consuming effort. Shu Huo wasn't foolish enough to send just one team out to cover this area. So he divided the group into smaller teams, each led by one of his 4 trusted subordinates. The promise of rewards, guns, bullets, and food, was enough to stir enthusiasm among his men. After all, food was a rare and precious commodity in this post-apocalyptic world. Your goal is simple. Cover as much ground as possible and gather information. Do well, and you'll rise in status, Shu Huo said, handing out assignments. He stayed behind to manage the safe zone and oversee the operation while the others ventured 10 kilometers away. That would ensure they could return by day's end. At the same time, Qin Gue, a seasoned survivor, prepared to leave the hotel with his niece, Yanfang. It was the first time he was taking her out since they had arrived at the hotel. Yanfang looked out at the cracked earth before her, worry etched on her face. "Uncle, is everything like this outside now?" she asked, her voice filled with fear. The apocalypse was still new to her, and the strange world outside was daunting. Qin Gue glanced at the ruined landscape, his expression grim. "I don't know. This only started recently. Everything was fine yesterday, but don't worry. You've been getting stronger. With your new physical abilities, you'll be fine even if another earthquake hits." Although Yanfang wasn't technically bound by the hotel's guest system, she still benefited from its enhancements. The hotel, under Lin Hui's watchful eye, had provided her with a strange but powerful form of protection. Over the past few days, she had transformed from a helpless woman into someone capable of lifting 300 to 400 kilograms with ease. With proper training, she could easily take down lower-level evolved zombies. This was why Qin Gue had decided it was time to take her out. He wanted her to grow stronger, tougher, and ready to face the harsh realities of the world outside. "We don't need to go into the city to find zombies now. They've mostly left," Qin Gue explained as they walked. "Today's goal is simple. Kill your first-level evolved zombie." Yanfang's face turned pale at the thought. She stopped walking, her eyes wide with fear. "Uncle, please don't make me," she pleaded. "I can't do it." Qin Gue's face hardened. "You need to learn how to survive, even without me. If something happens, you have to be able to defend yourself." "No, I won't," Yanfang retorted, her voice trembling. "I can't face them." Qin Gue was about to respond when Yanfang suddenly walked away. He watched in confusion as she began to twist and pull at her clothes, slowly undressing in front of him. "Yanfang, what are you doing?" he asked, his frown deepening. "Uncle." Yanfang's voice was sharp with frustration. I want to make myself useful, but I'm scared. Please don't make me do this." Before Qin Gue could respond, the ground beneath them rumbled. They both looked up in alarm as the earth began to shake. In the distance, a dimensional road tunnel was expanding. The space around it seemed to tremble, as though it were alive, the chaotic energy within it surging and spilling into the world. Nearby, other dimensional roads flickered and pulsed with growing intensity. "We don't have much time," the beast god, who appeared no older than 17 or 18, muttered under her breath, her eyes filled with concern. She stood in the northern part of Shengming City, surrounded by thousands of beasts crawling on the ground beneath the radiance of 7-colored divine light. The creatures were being transformed, growing stronger under the light's influence. With a wave of her hand, she bent the earth and buildings to her will, turning them into colorful, glowing tiles. They were being gathered into the construction of something massive, a divine ship meant to carry her and her followers into the future. "The dimensional fluctuations are intensifying," she said, her voice full of urgency. "In less than a year, the real world will be consumed by the dimensional waves. This ship must be finished before then." As the divine light blazed, the air itself seemed to crackle with energy. The world was on the cusp of something monumental, and time was running out. Every action now, every decision, would be critical to their survival. Lin Hui, ever cautious of the potential dangers to the timeline, deliberately suppressed his powers. He understood the risks of inadvertently causing chaos, injuries, or even altering the course of events in the world around him. While he could always reverse the changes, doing so would create unnecessary complications. It was a calculated restraint that reflected his deep understanding of the consequences of tampering with fate. Meanwhile, in the glorious safe zone, Shuo was preparing for an important mission. He had gathered a group of people in front of the hotel, each one eager to play their part in the operation. The dimensional road, a shimmering portal to another realm, stretched out in front of them. Shuo stood before them, exuding authority. "This," he said, gesturing to the space channel, "is the dimensional road. You've probably seen one before, but our task today is to find and record every one of these portals in the area." Shuo's words were met with nods of understanding. The group had a vast area to cover, a 100-mile radius, and Shuo wasn't foolish enough to rely on a single team to complete the task. He divided the group into smaller squads, each led by one of his trusted subordinates. To keep morale high, he promised rewards for the best-performing teams: guns, ammunition, food, everything that people in this world desired. Food, in particular, was a rare and highly sought-after commodity. If you do well, Shu Huo continued, his voice steady and firm, you'll be promoted. You'll get what you deserve. We're covering a lot of ground, and I need everyone to give their best. With that, the teams scattered in different directions, each with their mission. Shu Huo remained behind, managing the safe zone and ensuring everything ran smoothly. The teams were to go 10 kilometers in their assigned directions, and Shu Huo had set a goal to explore and document the dimensional roads within that radius. This would allow them to return by nightfall, their mission complete. At the same time, Qin Gui was preparing for his own excursion. This time, he was taking his niece, Yan Fang, outside the safety of the hotel. It was the first time since their arrival at the glorious safe zone, and Qin Gui wanted to assess Yan Fang's progress. Over the past few days, she had gained strength through the hotel's mysterious effects, but it was time for her to face the harsh reality of the world outside. "Uncle, is it always like this outside?" Yan Fang asked, her voice tinged with fear. She gazed out at the cracked earth and desolate landscape. The world had changed overnight, and she wasn't sure how to cope with it. Qin Gui glanced at her, a small frown creasing his face. "I don't know. This only happened recently, but don't worry. Your physical abilities have improved. You're stronger now. Even if there's another disaster, you'll be fine." Though not bound by the hotel's guest system, Yan Fang had still benefited from its protection. The hotel had provided her with enhancements that made her far stronger than before. She could now easily lift hundreds of kilograms and had the potential to face off against first and second level evolved zombies. It was time to put her newfound strength to the test. "Today's goal," Qin Gui said as they walked, "is to kill your first level evolved zombie." Yan Fang's face drained of color. She stopped walking, eyes wide with fear. "Uncle, please." "I can't," she said, her voice shaking. Despite her newfound strength, the idea of killing a zombie terrified her. Qin Gui's tone hardened. "You need to learn how to survive on your own. If something happens to me, you need to be able to protect yourself." "I won't do it. Not even if you're gone." Yan Fang shot back, her voice resolute, though her hands trembled. Before Qin Gui could respond, Yan Fang suddenly stepped aside. To his surprise, she began to undress in front of him. He stared, dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Yan Fang's frustration was palpable. "I want to help, Uncle, but I'm scared. I want to be stronger, but I can't. I can't face them." Before he could say anything more, a rumble shook the ground beneath them. A dimensional road tunnel was expanding nearby, its energy causing the very earth to tremble. The chaotic energy within the portal surged outward, threatening to engulf everything in its path. "Something's wrong," Qin Gui muttered, his attention shifting to the growing instability of the dimensional road. Other portals across the world were undergoing similar changes. As the dimensional rifts grew stronger, the flow of unknown energy into the real world intensified, threatening to reshape the very fabric of reality. Elsewhere in Shengming City, the beast god, a young woman with an aura of power, stood at the northern edge of the city. Thousands of beasts, bathed in the seven-colored divine light, crawled on the ground, their bodies transforming under its radiance. The beast god, her long, colorful skirt flowing behind her, raised her arms, guiding the beasts as they built a massive structure, a divine ship. "The dimensional fluctuations are becoming more intense," she said, her voice heavy with concern. "In a year, the real world will be consumed by these dimensional waves. We have to finish the divine ship before that happens." As the divine light cast a vibrant glow over the landscape, the beast god worked tirelessly, her hands weaving the fabric of reality itself. The world was on the edge of something catastrophic, and time was quickly running out. Every action, every choice, would shape the fate of the world. The stakes had never been higher. Lin Hui's thoughts were interrupted as he stood in the quiet hall of the hotel. The situation was precarious. Resources were limited, especially the hotel room cards. In a world where time was both a commodity and a trap, Lin Hui dreamed of a day when these room cards would no longer have such limitations. He envisioned a future where no one would have to worry about running out of time, where people could freely bind themselves to the hotel without fear of losing their place. Only then could he reshape the world, slowly altering the course of history with his influence. Though it was tempting to lift the restrictions now, he knew it would have unintended consequences. Limiting the duration of stays allowed him to accumulate more origins, but it also meant that some people might be left stranded at their most vulnerable. Like a wounded soul, unable to leave the safety of the hotel. If someone's status was suddenly revoked and their room vanished, chaos would follow. He wasn't ready to risk that yet, but the day would come when he could offer people permanent sanctuary. His musings were interrupted by a soft creak. The door behind him opened. He turned to see Wu Xuan, standing silently. Her expression was unreadable, but there was a calmness to her presence that he hadn't seen in her before. Lin Hui, ever the observer, noticed the change. Xuan, aren't you going to sleep? He asked gently. Wu Xuan didn't respond, her eyes distant. It didn't matter to Lin Hui. She wasn't the mindless zombie she once was. Her behavior was a subtle sign that his influence over her, though not immediate, was having an effect. Every upgrade to the hotel subtly enhanced those bound to it, including Wu Xuan. Though her progress had been slow, she had grown significantly stronger. She was no longer the frail woman who had once been nothing more than a shell of herself. Wu Xuan's strength now surpassed 1,000 kilograms, far more than the average person, and stronger than even Mo Qingxian, who had endured Lin Hui's grueling training methods. Mo Qingxian's improvement had come at a price, endless cycles of death and rebirth, pushing her limits until her body had broken past the boundaries of normal human capability. Wu Xuan's growth, on the other hand, had been more subtle, driven by the hotel's upgrades, and yet her power had become undeniable. Lin Hui didn't press her for conversation. Instead, he moved closer, his hands gently brushing against her waist, feeling the newfound resilience in her skin. She was becoming more than just a memory of the woman she once was. He couldn't help but feel a spark of warmth in his chest. The night had settled in, and the whole world seemed to fall into an unnatural quiet, with the GG sign of the Guanghui Hotel being the only source of light left in a darkened city. The atmosphere inside the hotel felt emptier, even though Xu Huo and the others had left. Lin Hui's mind raced with ideas. He needed to attract more attention to the hotel, to expand its reach. The more people who knew about it, the more control he could wield over the ever-changing world outside. He would offer rewards to those who could find survivors. No one could escape this apocalypse on their own. If he couldn't leave the hotel, he could at least make it the center of everything. Just as he was lost in thought, Wu Xuan shifted, wrapping her arms around him in an instinctive gesture. Lin Hui blinked in surprise, meeting her gaze. For a moment, he was taken aback, but his heart surged. This was no ordinary bond. They had promised to stand by each other through thick and thin, no matter the circumstances. She had always been his first love, the one person who had survived the worst with him, and he would not let her go, even if the world around them crumbled. I'll wait for you, no matter who you become. Even if you're not the person you once were, Lin Hui whispered, his voice low but full of promise. He meant every word. He would never leave her side. Meanwhile, in room 701, Tang Jen had finally brought the three women into his room. After a day of battle and hardship, they were exhausted but safe. Rest here tonight. The bed's big enough for all of us, and there's no need to worry about me. I've been told that you can heal here, Tang Jen said, his voice weak but steady as he made his way to the bed. The wound on his back, inflicted by a pair of scissors, had drained much of his energy. He had managed to hold on long enough to escape, but now he simply needed rest. Chen Jiayun, the oldest of the women at 28, quickly reassured him. We owe you our lives, Tang Jen. How could we not trust you after what you've done for us? She was grateful, as was Huang Jiayi, 24, and Zhou Tingting, the youngest at just 13. They had all suffered unimaginable horrors, but thanks to Tang Jen, they had found safety, if only for the night. Tang Jen didn't respond, his exhaustion overtaking him as he sank into the bed. As the women sat nearby, their thoughts lingered on the horrors they had survived and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. They tried to make the best of their situation, but the weight of their experiences loomed heavily. I heard there's running water here, Chen Jiayun said, turning to the others. Ting Ting, why don't you go shower first? Huang Jiayi nodded and ushered Zhou Tingting into the bathroom. The hotel's amenities were a mystery. There was hot water, which was understandable, but there was also running water, despite the city's power grid being down. How could the hotel have water when everything else had failed? But no one questioned it further. In this world, small comforts were treasures. They knew the hotel had its own ways of providing for them. As they tried to find some semblance of normalcy, they couldn't help but wonder what the future would hold. After an hour, the women emerged from the bathroom, refreshed but still haunted by the past. As they sat together on the sofa, wrapped in towels, Huang Jiayi spoke up, breaking the silence. What's your plan for the future, Jiayun? Chen Jiayun's eyes darkened slightly as she considered the question. I don't know. But for tonight, we rest. We survive. They had all come this far, surviving the apocalypse, surviving each other. And in this world, that was enough for now. Chen Jiayun's face softened, her gaze distant as she thought about the future. What else can we plan? If Brother Tang Jen is willing to help us, we just have to adapt and survive in this apocalypse. She paused, noticing Huang Jiayi's silence. You're wondering what we'll do if Brother Tang Jen won't help us, aren't you? Huang Jiayi hesitated, a subtle nod betraying her concern. The world had changed, and they were no longer in control of their fate. It was a grim truth. In this new reality, women had fewer advantages. In the old world, women had a fighting chance, but now, without the protection of strong men, pregnancy could mean death, and the mere thought of it sent chills down her spine. Chen Jiayun noticed the fear in her eyes but pressed on, trying to reassure her. If no one helps us, we're already in a bad situation, but at least we're alive, right? No matter what happens, it's better than the alternative. But Huang Jiayi wasn't easily comforted. What if we're targeted again? What if other men like the ones who tortured us, try to take advantage of us? Chen Jiayun sighed, thinking back to the horrors they had faced. We'll deal with it if it comes to that, but we still have hope. Tang Jen said that as long as we stay within the hotel, shopkeeper Lin will protect us. He'll make sure we're safe. Did you hear about the explosion last night? It was shopkeeper Lin's doing. He's powerful, and he can keep us safe here, so we don't have to worry too much. Huang Jiayi nodded slowly, her hope wavering but not extinguished. I hope you're right. Tomorrow, we'll get that zombie crystal core, and then maybe we'll have more to offer. The two women fell asleep soon after, their conversation fading into the quiet night. Despite Tang Jen offering them the bed, they stayed on the couch, uncomfortable with the idea of accepting too much from him. They were grateful, but cautious. Tang Jen awoke with the sunrise, stretching as he marveled at the progress of his recovery. His wound was healing faster than he'd expected, though it still wasn't fully healed. This hotel is incredible, he muttered to himself, feeling the magic of the place, even if it was not the first time he had experienced it. Noticing the three women still asleep on the sofa, he smiled faintly. The previous night's exhaustion had claimed them. He quietly moved around, not wanting to disturb them, and went to wash up. When he returned, he was about to immerse himself in studying the hotel's system when something unusual caught his eye. Zhou Tingting, the youngest of the group, was glowing. At first, he thought he was imagining it, but no, it was real. Is she awakening her superpower? He wondered, a spark of excitement lighting up his face. He had saved her life. He had a connection with her, and if she developed her powers, it could strengthen their bond. Tang Jen waited, patiently hoping for her to wake up, but hours passed. She didn't stir. Downstairs, Lin Hui was getting restless. The hotel, so full of promise and power, was eerily quiet this morning. No one had come by, despite the spectacle he had caused the previous day. Running a business in the apocalypse is tough, he muttered to himself. His eyes shifted to Wu Xuan, who stood quietly by his side. She was no longer the mindless zombie she had been. Her progress made him smile. She's getting closer to regaining her consciousness, he thought. Wu Xuan followed him everywhere now, like a shadow. It made him happy, knowing she was dependent on him, but at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility. She was once someone he cared deeply for, and he was determined to help her fully recover. Xuan, sit down, please. Lin Hui said softly, motioning to a chair. Wu Xuan, as obedient as ever, sat down, her expression as blank as ever. But just then, Tang Jen appeared, rushing down the stairs with an anxious expression. He was holding Zhou Tingting in his arms, looking frantic. Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun followed closely behind, equally worried. Lin Hui's calm expression didn't falter as Tang Jen approached, his worry evident. "Boss Lin, please help her," Tang Jen pleaded. "She's burning up with fever, and she's glowing. We can't wake her up." Lin Hui gave him a measured look, his voice calm. "Don't panic. She's not sick, but she is awakening her powers." Tang Jen blinked in confusion. "But she's been glowing since early this morning. Isn't that too long for an awakening?" Lin Hui shook his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Did you forget to feed her? She's been starving. Awakening superpowers requires energy, and without food, it's no wonder she's struggling." Tang Jen looked mortified, realizing his mistake. "I didn't think of that." "Obviously," Lin Hui remarked dryly, then softened his tone. "It's okay. You're new to this. Just make sure she gets food next time." Tang Jen could only smile sheepishly, feeling both embarrassed and grateful. "Thanks, Boss Lin." Despite the tension of the situation, Lin Hui felt a spark of hope. Zhou Tingting's powers were awakening, and this was only the beginning. As the hotel grew and more people found their way here, it seemed that his plans to reshape the world were slowly taking form. Tang Jen watched as the situation unfolded, panic rising within him. He desperately cradled Zhou Tingting in his arms, her body burning with an unnatural heat. Her skin glowed faintly, and he couldn't fathom what was happening. "What should we do?" His voice cracked with worry as he turned to Lin Hui, hoping for a solution. Lin Hui's expression remained calm, though his eyes flickered with the sharpness of someone who had seen many things in this broken world. "She's in a critical state," he said, his tone steady. "And no, she can't eat in this condition. She needs something else." Tang Jen's heart sank. What could possibly help? Without a word, Lin Hui stood, moving with purpose. He pulled out a room card from his pocket. "It depends on whether you're willing to give up a zombie crystal core." His words hung in the air like a heavy decision. "If you're willing, I can help her. For free, as long as she becomes a citizen of the hotel." Tang Jen's brows furrowed. "A zombie crystal core?" He shook his head, looking at the faintly glowing girl in his arms. "I don't have one. Can't we do something else?" Lin Hui's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "A box of bullets equals one zombie crystal core." His gaze dropped to Tang Jen's empty hands. "You don't have any cores now, but you do have bullets, don't you? I'll buy them back at the original price." Tang Jen didn't hesitate. He reached into his pack, pulling out a box of bullets. In this chaotic new world, this small box was nothing in comparison to the potential of Zhou Tingting's awakened power. Without thinking, he took out 2 more boxes, adding, "Open rooms for the 2 of them as well. It's time we all get some protection." He motioned to Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun, who were still visibly shaken. Chen Jiayun and Huang Jiayun looked at him, wide-eyed. "You're really going to help us?" Huang Jiayi asked, disbelief coloring her voice. Tang Jen gave them a warm, confident smile. "The sooner you're safe, the better. We might need each other more than we think in the coming days." "Thank you," Chen Jiayun whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Tang Jen's offer felt like a lifeline to them, one they hadn't expected, yet so desperately needed. Lin Hui accepted the bullets, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Zhou Tingting's frail shoulder. In an instant, a soft light enveloped her body as Lin Hui transferred a small fraction of the hotel's energy into her. Slowly, the glow around her intensified, her pale face regaining some color. But then, buzz! A ripple pulsed outward from Zhou Tingting, and her body lifted from the ground. The air around her seemed to distort, objects floating as though gravity had ceased to exist. "What's happening?" Tang Jen exclaimed, stunned. Huang Jiayi and Chen Jian watched in awe, not understanding, but completely captivated. Lin Hui's eyes narrowed in recognition. This girl, she's a lucky one. The power she's awakened could be very strong. He crossed his arms, observing the floating girl with growing interest. Seems like not all survivors' powers awaken right away. Looks like she's one of the hidden potentials. Tang Jen's heart raced with excitement and fear. He had no idea what was happening, but it was clear that Zhou Tingting was far from ordinary. "So she's like a telekinetic?" he asked, a nervous smile tugging at his lips. Lin Hui nodded thoughtfully. Could be. The way she's floating, it seems like she can control objects. Telekinesis isn't out of the question, especially with a display like this. Huang Jiayi's eyes shone. That's amazing. As the light surrounding Zhou Tingting began to dim, her body gently descended back to the ground. Lin Hui stepped forward, using his invisible force to guide her back down, and in an instant the glowing light around her was gone. Tang Jen and the others rushed to her side as she slowly regained consciousness. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she blinked up at them. "Where am I?" she murmured, disoriented. "Ting Ting, you're awake." Tang Jen's relief was palpable. The others crowded around her, their concern washing over her like a wave. "Are you okay?" Chen Jiayun asked. "How do you feel?" Zhou Tingting's gaze softened as she met their concerned eyes. She was flattered by their care, unsure of what to say. She had only just begun to understand what was happening to her. Before anyone could say more, Lin Hui spoke up. "Now that she's awake, I need to get her registered as a hotel citizen." He took out 3 light orbs and gently pressed them against each of their bodies. "You'll be bound to this identity now, meaning you're under the hotel's protection. Just keep within a 1-kilometer radius and you'll be safe." As the light orbs entered their bodies, Tang Jen, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayun all flinched, their bodies trembling as the foreign energy made its way inside them. Their vision blurred for a moment, and then they saw a new panel appear in front of their eyes, filled with information. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. "Remember," Lin Hui's voice interrupted their curiosity, "the countdown will begin. If you don't earn enough glory coins before it hits 0, you'll lose your status. Be sure to keep track." "Understood?" Tang Jen said, his voice steady but filled with determination. The 3 women nodded, looking at their new abilities in awe, as if they had been given a new lease on life. They knew they had just entered a world that was as dangerous as it was strange, but with Tang Jen's help and their own newly awakened powers, they were ready for whatever came next. As they left the front desk, the sound of a new room card appearing out of thin air caught Lin Hui's attention. He glanced at Wu Xuan, who was quietly sitting by the desk. She turned her head, sensing something in the air, though she didn't speak. Lin Hui patted her gently, smiling at her reaction. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked softly. Wu Xuan nodded, her silent gaze meeting his. She understood what was coming. A moment later, a woman with wavy hair appeared in the lobby. It was Huang Shengyi, the woman who had checked in the day before. She had been resting, recovering her strength, and now she stood, looking calm and composed despite the strange new world they all inhabited. "I left something in my room," she said, her voice steady. "Can I retrieve it?" Lin Hui smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Of course, you've earned it." I cautiously stepped into the dark hallway, fidgeting with the light switch. "Ah, it's me? You're not asleep yet, Shinran?" I asked, half to myself and half to my sister, though I wasn't even sure where she was. I found the switch near the stairs and flicked it on. As the lights flickered to life, I froze. Right in front of me, standing so close our faces nearly touched, was Shinran. I stumbled back in surprise, but she didn't move, instead narrowing her eyes as she looked at me. "Why are you back so late?" she asked, her voice casual, but her presence overwhelming. The proximity of her face, close enough that I could feel her breath, had my heart racing. "Well?" I stammered, trying to regain my composure, but something caught my eye above her. Floating just above her head were strange pink words. "Indifferent brother controls sister." And ran. I blinked, unsure if I was seeing things. And ran. That's my sister's name. But what was that title? Indifferent brother controls sister? What? And what about that fake in parentheses? My mind raced. I had no idea what that meant, and I definitely didn't see anything resembling brother control between Shinran and me. We were hardly close. Our sibling relationship was more like strangers forced to share the same house. She never acted sweet or even remotely affectionate toward me. She never called me brother, and we barely interacted. Am I hallucinating? I thought to myself. I touched my head, the dull ache from earlier flaring up again. The pain was like a sign that something was off. Maybe I should visit Dr. Wu for a checkup. Shinran must have noticed my distracted look because she suddenly glared at me. "What are you looking at?" Nothing. Just, a bug. So, why aren't you asleep yet?" I asked, trying to steer the conversation away from the strange words I was seeing. I got up to drink water, she replied, then added, Don't change the subject. Why are you back so late? I accidentally fell asleep in the park, I answered, though I left out the weird attack I had experienced earlier. As I was speaking, I felt the lingering pain in my head again, and reflexively reached up to touch it. Shinran eyed me for a moment, but didn't press further. She turned and started heading down the stairs. I'm going to boil some hot water. Want something to drink? Coffee. Please? I was caught off guard by her kindness. Wait, since when did Shinran care if I had coffee? That was uncharacteristic. No need to trouble yourself. I'll do it myself, I called after her, suddenly uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong. It's just by the way, she said, walking away without looking back. It was strange. She never acted this way. Normally, she wouldn't even pass me the remote control if I asked. But here she was, making me coffee. Was the world turning upside down? I went back upstairs to my room, which was just an attic. I had moved up here when I started junior high. Shinran and I used to share a room, but we'd grown apart, as we needed more privacy. I was still trying to process the weirdness of the evening when Shinran came back upstairs with the coffee. I hadn't closed the door, so she placed it on the table without saying a word. I stammered a thank you as she turned and left, closing the door behind her. I walked to the table to take a sip, but then froze. Something was off. The cup. It was one with a redbud pattern. I recognized it immediately. This was her special cup, the one she'd never let anyone else use. If she knew I'd used it, she'd definitely be upset. But she'd made the coffee for me, and I didn't want to ruin the rare gesture. Still, I hesitated. Maybe it was better to keep my distance, even if it meant rejecting her kindness. I left the cup where it was and lay down, the night stretching out before me, but sleep wouldn't come. Then I heard it, the soft sound of a door opening. Someone was coming up the stairs. It had to be Shinran. She must have realized she gave me the wrong cup. I decided to stay still, pretending to be asleep. I didn't want to make things awkward by getting up now. But then, in a whisper so soft it barely reached my ears, I heard it. Elder brother? My heart jumped in my chest. Was I hearing things? This couldn't be real. Shinran had never called me brother before, not once in our lives. She always treated me like a stranger, ignoring me at every turn. But now she was calling me brother? I couldn't believe it. I felt the bed shift as if someone had climbed into it. I stiffened. My mind was racing. This couldn't be happening. I must have been dreaming, right? Or maybe, had I been knocked out and was now experiencing some sort of hallucination? Then, in a voice so gentle, she whispered again, brother, brother. I felt her hand brush against my chest. I froze, panic rising in my throat. This wasn't a dream. She was actually next to me. The words kept repeating, each one seeping deeper into my consciousness. I couldn't process it. My body was on high alert, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Brother, well, she murmured, her voice shaky. Before I could react, I felt her hand press against my chest again, rubbing gently. It was like a surreal nightmare where my sister was acting. Too intimate. It felt wrong, but also strangely tender. Sorry, I didn't mean to press your chest, she said softly, her voice filled with concern. I lay there, unable to move, as she continued her tender ministrations. It felt like my world had turned upside down. I couldn't process the warmth of her touch or the intimacy of the moment. It was too much to handle. I couldn't even understand why this was happening. My thoughts were a jumbled mess as I lay there, frozen, hoping that this was just a nightmare I would wake up from soon. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of her kiss still lingering on my cheek. How could I sleep after something like that? Was it just a dream? Or was it real? My mind refused to settle as I stared at the morning light streaming through the window. What had just happened? And more importantly, why had it happened? Wang Shengji's voice was a melody, a gentle, almost otherworldly tone that effortlessly captured the essence of a perfect sister. It wasn't overpowering, yet every word radiated warmth, making it impossible not to feel at ease in her presence. As she spoke, there was something incredibly soothing about it, almost as if she had an aura of maternal kindness. The fact that she was a mother only added to this radiance. Her voice carried a softness, like a lullaby, and the tender laziness in it suggested she had just woken up, further adding to its allure. For anyone listening, it was an experience. Though Lin Hui complimented her voice, Huang Shengyi was not one to be easily flattered. She was all too aware of the effect it had on people, especially men, and Lin Hui was no exception. Before the apocalypse, she had been a faceless game streamer, her popularity driven entirely by her voice. Despite her lack of gaming prowess, she had accumulated millions of loyal fans who would shower her with gifts just to hear her speak. Yet, the world had changed, and now all of that was nothing but a distant memory. When Huang Shengyi noticed Wu Xuan, who had been silently observing her from the corner, she couldn't help but be surprised. Wu Xuan had been invisible earlier, her power seemingly stronger than before. Normally, no one would notice her, but Huang Shengyi had sensed her presence immediately. This wasn't just a casual observation. It indicated that Wu Xuan was far stronger than anyone could have anticipated. Lin Hui noticed the exchange between them and explained, "This is Wu Xuan, my girlfriend. She's a zombie, still recovering. Her consciousness isn't fully restored, so she can't greet you properly." Zombies? Huang Shengyi's surprise was evident. "You mean you can actually bring them back? Can someone who's become a zombie still be saved?" Her eyes fixed on Wu Xuan, still processing the information. There was something about the way Wu Xuan seemed almost dependent on Lin Hui, a closeness that made Huang Shengyi uneasy. Lin Hui responded without hesitation. Xuan's case is unique. Restoring consciousness in others is possible, but it comes at a price. Even if I could restore others, I wouldn't make promises. Zombies aren't human anymore, and that's something that can't be changed. Huang Shengyi was stunned by his words. The idea of restoring a zombie's sanity and possibly even their memories was extraordinary. Still, the reality of it settled heavily in her mind. At that moment, Lin Hui produced a strange-looking pistol from his hand, catching Huang Shengyi's attention. It was the same pistol she had left in her hotel room, the one she had picked up from the underground vault of a nearby bank. Lin Hui offered her a choice: a pistol with average power or an upgraded version for the price of a zombie crystal core. He also had bullets available, each box of 100 costing another crystal core. "Thank you, but no need," Huang Shengyi replied, a little embarrassed. She took the pistol, nodding curtly, before disappearing into invisibility and leaving the hotel. Lin Hui, slightly disappointed, was hoping to gain more from the situation, but he understood. She was likely still adjusting to the new world. He put the room card away, wondering what would have been if the circumstances were different. As Lin Hui pondered, the group from Tang Jen returned, greeting him as they came down. Tang Jen quickly introduced the three women, Chen Jiayun, Wang Jiayi, and Zhou Tingting, before the group prepared to leave the hotel. Tang Jen turned to the women, offering a reassuring smile. "You haven't fought zombies before, but don't worry, it's not that difficult. Zombies aren't that strong. A single adult can handle them easily. The key is to stay calm." He paused, then added, "Also, remember we're tenants of the Guanghui Hotel, so we're immune to the zombie virus. When you see zombies, don't panic." The women nodded, their faces set with determination. Tang Jen's words weren't just advice, they were a survival guide in this new world. "Our main goal is to reach Minsheng Road, about 300 meters away. The first part of the journey is safe, but we'll encounter zombies in the second half. We'll need to clear them to collect glory coins," Tang Jen continued, checking his map. He then handed out pistols to the women. "Ting Ting, if you see a single zombie, try to use your powers to handle it." Zhou Tingting nodded, though she was still visibly nervous. Having hidden in Chen Jiayun's clothing store since the apocalypse, this was her first real encounter with zombies. Tang Jen noticed her hesitation, but didn't press further, understanding her concerns. "Remember, there might be zombie crystal cores in the ruins. Don't get distracted by them," Tang Jen added, though he was careful not to fully trust the women just yet. As they stepped outside, Tang Jen spoke in a lowered voice. "There might be zombies inside the buildings nearby. We're not going in, so stay focused." "Got it," Wang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun agreed, their expressions serious. Suddenly, Zhou Tingting spoke up. "Brother Tang Jen, I think I can sense the zombies." Tang Jen looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I can feel them," Zhou Tingting said. "There are more than 100 zombies in the building next door. One of them is very bright. The others are less noticeable." "Bright?" Tang Jen asked, confused. "Yeah, They're like human figures made of light. I'm not sure, but I can tell this one is different. Tang Jen's eyes lit up. I think I understand. That bright one is probably a stronger zombie. And your power, it can actually locate and judge the strength of zombies? This is huge. Zhou Tingting beamed with pride. It was the first time her powers had felt useful. As they continued their journey, they stepped beyond the hotel's safe zone. Zhou Tingting's senses immediately kicked in. There's a zombie in the car ahead, she said, pointing. Tang Jen wasted no time, raising his pistol and preparing for their first real test against the undead. The quiet was broken by a muffled sound, followed by an eerie stillness. Tang Jen, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayun looked at each other, confused and on edge. What just happened? Tang Jen asked, eyes narrowing toward the car in front. The zombie. It disappeared, Zhou Tingting said, her voice uncertain. Disappeared? Tang Jen frowned, stepping cautiously toward the vehicle. He needed answers. The car, parked only a few meters away, was empty in the front seats, but something about the back seat made him hesitate. It was crushed, the seat destroyed by a truck's impact. Slowly, he peered inside. What he saw stunned him. A zombie, squashed and motionless, but not decayed, just unmoving. Tang Jen cautiously knocked on the car door and quickly stepped back, waiting. The silence stretched. Nothing happened. Instead, a distant roar echoed from a building nearby, as if the noise triggered it. Is it dead? Tang Jen muttered under his breath. He couldn't believe it. It didn't make sense. If it had been a regular zombie, it should have been decomposing by now after being trapped here for so long. Could Zhou Tingting's ability have done this? Could she have silently killed it? He was about to find out. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand through the shattered window to pull the zombie out. As his fingers brushed its body, something strange happened. A message flashed before his eyes. Found the raw material of glory coin, which can be absorbed. Tang Jen froze. He quickly concentrated and attempted to absorb it. A beam of light shot from his palm, enveloping the zombie's body. To his astonishment, the body disintegrated rapidly, flowing into his hand, vanishing as if it never existed. The glory coin counter on the system panel began to spike, jumping from 0 to 8 in an instant. 8 glory coins. Tang Jen's mind raced. Based on what Lin had told him, 20 regular zombies equaled a crystal core, about the strength of a first-level zombie. This one, yielding 8 coins, was stronger than an ordinary zombie, but far weaker than a first-level one. Brother Tang Jen, are you okay? Huang Jiaji's voice snapped him back to reality. She, along with the others, had watched intently from behind. It's fine now, Tang Jen replied with a smile. The trio quickly rushed over, peering into the car. But all they saw were tattered clothes. No zombie. With a sigh, Tang Jen explained, I converted the zombie's body into glory coins. I got 8 coins from this one. Wait, you can turn zombies into glory coins? Chen Jiayun asked, wide-eyed. How did you do that? Huang Jiayi chimed in, equally amazed. Tang Jen turned to Zhou Tingting, smiling. It's all thanks to Tingting's power. Next time I kill a zombie, I'll convert it for you. No, Zhou Tingting protested, shaking her head. Brother Tang Jen saved my life twice and helped me get this tenant system. It's all because of you. The 3 women exchanged glances. Chen Jiayun spoke up first, her voice sincere. If it weren't for Brother Tang Jen, who knows what would have happened? You should keep the glory coins, Tang Jen. That's right, you saved all of us. Huang Jiayi added. We're safe because of you. Tang Jen hesitated but smiled sheepishly. I appreciate that, but it still feels a bit strange to take them. There's nothing wrong with it, Chen Jian said with a determined smile. You're the one who keeps us alive. The others agreed, and after a brief pause, Tang Jen spoke again. All right, let's form an adventure team. For now, I'll be the captain. We'll keep the glory coins as our team fund, and if any of you venture out alone, you can keep whatever you earn. For food and expenses, I'll take care of it. I'm in, Chen Jiayun said without hesitation. Me too, Huang Jiayi followed, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Zhou Tingting nodded eagerly. No objections here. Then it's settled. Tang Jen grinned. Now, should we give our team a name? Huang Jiayi perked up. How about Tang Family Team? Tang Jen's face froze. That's too plain, Huang Jiayi argued, a grin tugging at her lips. I think we should call it the Tang Family Adventure Group. Adventure Group? Tang Jen blinked in surprise. Yeah, that's a lot better. Tang Family Adventure Group, Zhou Tingting repeated, nodding. I like it. It sounds more official. The three women giggled at their newfound excitement. For a moment, the end of the world felt a little less grim, their spirits lifted by their own small victories. Just as their laughter died down, the sound of a few zombies breaking through the windows of a nearby building filled the air. Uh-oh! Tang Jen barely had time to react before several zombies fell from the building. Some crashed into the roof of the car, others tumbled to the street. They shrieked, and without missing a beat, they charged toward the group. Tang Jen moved to raise his gun, but before he could, Zhou Tingting's power flared. Plastic bags, debris, and scattered trash suddenly lifted into the air around them. The zombies, charging in their direction, all suddenly collapsed without a single wound. They crumpled to the ground, motionless. Tang Jen, Huang Jiayi, and Chen Jiayun stared, speechless. Tingting, Tang Jen whispered, stunned by her sudden outburst of power. Zhou Tingting looked sheepish. I didn't mean to. It just happened. We're definitely going to need that power on our side, Chen Jiayun said, the tension melting away as they faced yet another unexpected victory. Looks like we've got some real firepower now, Huang Jiayi joked. Tang Family Adventure Group, here we come. The sound of something hitting the ground broke the tense silence. Tang Jen whipped around, his heart sinking as he saw Zhou Tingting's body crumple to the floor, unconscious. Tingting, he shouted, his voice laced with concern. He rushed to her side, gently lifting her into his arms. Tingting, are you okay? Both Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun looked on in shock. She must have overexerted herself, Tang Jen explained. She's used her powers too much in such a short span of time. She nearly drained all her energy. He glanced at the two girls. Make sure she's all right. I'll collect the glory coins. Then we'll leave. Quickly. Go on, Brother Tang Jen, Huang Jiayi urged. The gunshots earlier might attract more zombies. Her words were filled with a mix of concern and urgency. Tang Jen didn't argue. He knew the danger they were in, but his mind was on the glory coins that were waiting to be harvested. Zombies were everywhere, and every corpse was a potential gold mine. He set to work, starting with the first fallen zombie. As his palm hovered over the corpse, a rush of energy surged through him. To his surprise, not only did he gain 30 glory coins, but a zombie crystal core also fell out, glinting in the dim light. An evolved zombie? Tang Jen muttered, astonished. He quickly absorbed the core. In a flash, his glory coin count shot up by 97 points. A total of 160 now filled his balance. The shock of the high payout left him breathless. More than 3,000 glory coins. This is insane. His mind raced as he absorbed more zombie corpses. Each evolved zombie corpse gave him a hefty return, leaving him feeling richer than ever. He'd never seen so many evolved zombies in one place before, and the thought of the fortune they could bring was intoxicating. I have to keep this up, he thought, as he quickly finished up the zombies on the surface. His concern now wasn't just the zombies. He feared that other humans could stumble across this bounty. While his mind flickered to the risk of being ambushed by other survivors, he knew the immediate danger was the zombies. The last thing he wanted was for someone to target the bodies of Huang Jiayi and the others. But, for now, he continued to focus on the task at hand. His next stop was the sewer, where he found evidence of a former shelter. The walls had been artificially widened, likely by evolved humans using their powers. But it seemed the survivors had eventually turned into zombies, leaving this place now teeming with the undead. After absorbing all the corpses in the sewer, Tang Jen's glory coin count surpassed 3,000. He marveled at the amount, realizing the sheer scale of the power shift. These evolved zombies were more than just a threat, they were an opportunity. But with so many around, he couldn't afford to be reckless. No wonder I almost didn't make it out alive, Tang Jen thought as he carefully surveyed the area. If it weren't for Zhou Tingting's timely intervention, he would have been a goner. He had learned something important today. Zhou Tingting was indispensable. He silently vowed to keep her close, no matter the cost. When he finally made his way back to the hotel, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how long Zhou Tingting would stay unconscious, but he needed to get her back to safety. The journey had been dangerous, and the last thing he wanted was for something to happen to her. As he entered, he spotted Lin Hui at the front desk, inspecting a small, glowing crystal. Well, looks like someone struck it rich, Lin Hui said with a grin. I just got my hands on the blueprint for a bed here. It's a good find. Helps you heal faster. You want one? Tang Jen was a little taken aback. He'd been preoccupied with Zhou Tingting's condition, but realized Lin Hui might have valuable information. I'll pass for now. But I do have a question for you, he replied, looking toward the front desk. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. What's up? The zombies outside, Tang Jen began. They seem stronger now. A lot of evolved ones. Any idea why? Lin Hui's eyes lit up with interest. Evolved zombies, you say? That's intriguing. I've heard about something like this. There was red rain the night before yesterday. I bet that's the cause. Red rain? Tang Jen frowned, puzzled. He didn't fully understand the significance of the red rain, but he now knew the appearance of so many evolved zombies wasn't a coincidence. Thanks, Lin Hui, Tang Jen said as he turned to leave. That helps. Anytime, Lin Hui replied, a smile playing on his lips. Tang Jen didn't waste time. He rushed upstairs, where he carefully laid Zhou Tingting down on the bed. With a sigh, he checked on her one last time before turning to Huang Jiayi and Chen Jiayun. You both have your own rooms, he said. You should rest up. The more you recover, the better. When Tingting wakes up, we'll go out and get you some glory coins. If we don't, you'll lose your status as tenants when your binding time ends. Chen Jiayun's face lit up with understanding. You're right, Brother Tang Jen. We'll go check on our rooms first. Just let us know when you're heading out again. Huang Jiayi hesitated, clearly troubled. Are you sure it's okay to leave Tingting alone in here? Chen Jiayun, already pulling her along, whispered, You think Tang Jen might do something to her? Huang Jiayun flushed, not answering but clearly uncomfortable with the idea. Chen Jiayun, unfazed, spoke again. You've got to adjust your mindset. This is the apocalypse. The old rules don't apply anymore. In this new world, things are different. No one's pure anymore. And honestly, if Tang Jen doesn't mind, neither should we. Huang Jiayun's eyes widened. You're serious? I'm serious, Chen Jiayun replied. You have to think differently. There's no time for the past's moralities here. As they left the room, Tang Jen, who had already covered Zhou Tingting with a blanket, opened his space backpack. There was so much to do, but for now, he'd focus on keeping Zhou Tingting safe. He could only hope the storm they'd faced was just the beginning of a much larger challenge ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Hui sat at the front desk, casually observing the hotel. When his gaze landed on the recently returned Huang Shengyi, slightly injured, he couldn't help but grin. His mind raced with possibilities as he wondered just how many opportunities this strange world could offer. But that was a matter for another time. Right now, Tang Jen had to focus on the next steps. He had a lot of glory coins to collect, and perhaps even more dangerous zombies to face. In an era where the universe was expanding at an incredible rate, technology had reached dazzling new heights, and martial arts were seeing a renaissance. Earth's pioneers ventured out like a swarm of locusts. The cosmos was both a magnificent and deadly place. Thousands of planets, each with its own extreme environment and breathtaking alien landscapes. Some planets could be suitable for human colonization, but many carried lurking dangers, some of which could spell the end for even the most prepared explorers. Yang Mingyi, one of the first pioneers to step into this vast and unknown frontier, had dreams of shaping his future among the stars. But those dreams were crushed when he was framed in a plot, causing him to miss the all-important think tank essay test that would determine his fate as a pioneer. The injustice burned through him, and in his fury, he unexpectedly awakened his latent powers. The first manifestation of his abilities came when he discovered his memory mirror, a tool that allowed him to enter a memory space and relive past experiences from angles he had once missed. It gave him the ability to observe environments and scenarios from a new perspective, helping him avoid the perils that could have previously trapped him in deadly alien environments. This newfound power not only gave him clarity, but also provided a way to rewrite his past mistakes. Soon after, Yang Mingyi unlocked another ability, attribute deprivation. This power allowed him to strip the essence of objects, creatures, or materials of their properties and absorb them into himself. He could integrate these attributes into weapons or forge powerful artifacts by hand. It was as if he could take the world around him, bend it to his will, and use its core components to enhance his own strength. But the most remarkable power of all was his gongfa deduction. This ability allowed him to optimize martial arts techniques, gongfa, and help others, especially younger pioneers, unlock their own potential. With this power, he could refine ancient practices, creating more efficient paths to mastery and guiding others in their journey of development. The universe, filled with both beauty and danger, was his playground, and with his new abilities, Yang Mingyi was determined to navigate its challenges and rise to the top. The road ahead was treacherous, but with every memory he revisited, every attribute he claimed, and every martial art he perfected, he grew stronger. The question now wasn't whether he could make it. It was how far he would go. Yes, don't think this system is magical, Lin Hui's voice echoed in Huang Shengyi's mind. It's just like a computer system. I can remotely control your system here at the hotel, and if you want, I could control your body too. Huang Shengyi's eyes widened in alarm. I don't want to, she quickly snapped. Don't worry, Lin Hui chuckled. I can't bear to hurt you. After all, never mind. Huang Shengyi was left speechless, but Lin Hui didn't stop there. Relax. Right now, think of me as your grandfather. I'm here to guide you, help you get stronger fast, so you can become a CEO, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and live the high life. I'm a woman, Huang Shengyi retorted, exasperated. Lin Hui backpedaled immediately. Ah, yes, my mistake. I meant you'll marry into a wealthy family and reach the peak of your life. Huang Shengyi rolled her eyes. Start the mission. Head south. There's a survivor gathering place down there, and I need you to build a house near it. As she processed the information, Lin Hui's thoughts shifted to another matter. Xu Huo's heading south? He smirked. That guy might sell his body for survival. Who knows if he'll even make it to the south in one piece? South of the city? Huang Shengyi nearly jumped in shock. Do you really think I can cross half the city? Lin Hui was unfazed. I thought you had my help? Huang Shengyi scowled, her frustration mounting. You can't control my body, so how could you help me? Lin Hui laughed lightly. The best way to help would be if I could control your body. That's impossible. Huang Shengyi shot back. Fine, Lin Hui's voice oozed amusement. Then hurry up. The faster you finish, the sooner I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll stay in your head watching everything you do. I'll feel what you feel. Hehe. Huang Shengyi clenched her teeth. It was either act quickly or deal with Lin Hui's relentless presence in her mind. With a heavy sigh, she set her course south. After covering over 500 meters, Huang Shengyi noticed zombies wandering the streets. They seemed to be drawn from nearby buildings by the chaos at Guangguai Hotel. At first, there were only a handful, but more appeared as she progressed. Lin Hui's voice interrupted her thoughts. The city's south end is about 50 kilometers away. You'll take days if you keep walking like this. Then what do you want me to do? Fly? Huang Shengyi snapped. Lin Hui's response was nonchalant. You can fly a plane. Silence settled between them as Huang Shengyi dodged more zombies. Her invisibility powers allowed her to stay undetected. She could become completely unseen, mute her breath, and even muffle her footsteps. As she moved through the streets, her focus never wavered. When she passed a supermarket, she slipped inside, grabbed a few loaves of bread, stuffed chocolates into her pockets, and topped off her supplies with a bottle of Nutri-Express. Lin Hui's voice was amused. So, women drink Nutri-Express too? I haven't had any in ages. Bad review for my hotel. Huang Shengyi muttered under her breath. Didn't you say you can feel my feelings? Then you should know how it tastes. Lin Hui laughed. When I control your body, I'll know everything you feel. Relieved, Huang Shengyi figured Lin Hui was just bragging. She glanced around, continuing her journey south. Not wanting to be weighed down, she kept only what she needed. But then Lin Hui spoke again. Are you stupid? You have a space backpack, yet you're filling your pockets? That's going to ruin your figure. A flush spread across her face as she realized her mistake. She wasn't used to this strange system yet. Sighing, she calmly transferred the items into the backpack. She didn't respond. Lin Hui wasn't worth the effort. You can't just rush through like this, Lin Hui continued. You need to hunt zombies and collect glory coins. They're essential for building houses. With a reluctant nod, Huang Shengyi loaded the pistol Lin Hui had given her, sneaking up behind a zombie. She stood still, aiming carefully, but as she pulled the trigger, the shot missed. Her heart raced, the noise drawing the attention of nearby zombies. She quickly fired 3 more times, finally landing a shot right in the zombie's eye. The surrounding zombies roared and stared, but they didn't charge immediately. They were confused, unable to see their target. Wang Shengyi quickly approached the fallen body and activated the tenant system. A beam shot from her palm, rapidly dissolving the zombie's remains and absorbing them. A notification appeared on her system. 30 glory coins. A zombie crystal core dropped from the corpse. The sight of the crystal core sent the surrounding zombies into a frenzy. They scrambled toward it, growling and tearing each other apart. One even lost its arm but continued to fight for the core. Wang Shengyi's face turned pale, and she wasted no time running. I'm not staying here, she thought, her pulse racing. Lin Hui's voice echoed in her mind. Your efficiency is terrible. You should have killed them all, absorbed the corpses, and gotten more glory coins. She rolled her eyes, inwardly complaining. I'm a woman, not a zombie slayer. Despite that, she understood Lin Hui had a point. Let me control your body, and I'll make you stronger. You'll be able to protect your daughter and revive her, Lin Hui suggested. Wang Shengyi froze, her breath catching. What did you say? Help you revive your daughter. I'll make you stronger and faster. When the time is right, I'll help you get her back. Lin Hui's voice softened with what seemed like sincerity. Wang Shengyi's mind raced. Was this truly possible? Could she really become strong enough to bring her daughter back? The uncertainty loomed as she pressed on, unsure of what choices lay ahead. Of course it's true. Lin Hui's voice was smooth, coaxing. Look at how I'm helping you. I know you're scared you can't protect your daughter, so I've come up with a plan to help you get stronger fast. The resources? All yours. Other people need glory coins to unlock space backpacks, but you start with a 100 kilogram storage limit. You know how much glory coins that would cost to unlock? Wang Shengyi's thoughts were clouded with skepticism. She couldn't shake the nagging doubt in her mind. Of course he'd say that. What's a man's word worth? Are you really not going to seize my body? She asked, trying to keep the rising panic in check. Beauty, if I were a man who couldn't be trusted, why would I be here helping you? Lin Hui's voice was light, almost teasing. She rolled her eyes internally. Typical. Men like him think everything's a game. But then her thoughts turned to her daughter. Could Lin Hui really help? Can you resurrect her? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I can't make promises, but I do have some methods, Lin Hui said slowly. There are 2 conditions. First, someone has to have been to my hotel. Second, there must be remains, corpse remains. If those 2 conditions are met, we can try. Wang Shengyi's stomach dropped. The ashes of her daughter were all that was left, and she feared even they were gone. Lin Hui paused and then spoke again. There's something else. The resurrection might not bring her back as she was. Her body might be restored, but the person who returns may not be the same. Wang Shengyi froze, her pulse quickening. But there's a chance, right? Yes, there's a chance, Lin Hui reassured her. But you'll have to bear the costs yourself. Her mind raced. If it means I can hold her again. She nodded, not hesitating. Deal. What do I need to do? Lin Hui's tone shifted. You don't need to do anything. Just relax. I'm coming in. Wang Shengyi frowned, the words hanging in the air. That's very ambiguous. Really? I meant I'm entering your body, he clarified, almost laughing. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he just say what I think he said? Relax. I'm coming in, Lin Hui repeated. A strange chill ran through her as she felt her body go stiff. Her limbs seemed to move without her, her arm raising on its own. What's happening? She panicked, but Lin Hui's voice cut through her thoughts. Don't struggle. Just relax. If you resist, I won't be able to control it. She opened her mouth to protest but couldn't. Is this really happening? Don't worry, I can't erase your consciousness. You'll still be here in a sense, Lin Hui reassured her, his voice almost affectionate. And anyway, I still like beautiful women like you. She was speechless. If this is going to happen, I have no choice but to trust him. Suddenly, her consciousness started to slip away, and Lin Hui took full control of her body. The world around her seemed to blur as his presence took over every movement. But then, something unexpected happened. Her invisibility ability flickered and disappeared entirely. What's going on? She screamed in her mind, feeling the panic rise. Zombies nearby were noticing her, charging in with howls. "Why can't I be invisible?" Lin Hui muttered, trying to make sense of it. He focused hard, but nothing happened. He quickly realized that his control over her body didn't extend to her powers. "Run!" Huang Shengyi shouted internally, a deep sense of dread filling her. Lin Hui smirked. "There's no need. Watch this." In a moment, zombies began to charge, but Lin Hui, now in control of Huang Shengyi's body, didn't flinch. To him, everything was moving in slow motion. With a calm, practiced hand, he raised the pistol. Bang! The first zombie's head exploded in a shower of gore. Lin Hui didn't miss a beat, firing again and again. One by one, the zombies fell. Each shot was precise, and he felt no hesitation. Huang Shengyi's mind raced with disbelief. This isn't real. This isn't me. But the work wasn't done. The remaining zombies charged forward. Lin Hui wasn't finished yet. He reached out, grabbed one by the neck, and swung it like a rag doll. Zombies went flying as if they were nothing more than puppets in his hands. "My arm!" Huang Shengyi screamed, the sensation of her limbs being stretched to the limit unbearable. Lin Hui was pushing her body beyond its limits, his control allowing him to use her muscles with devastating force. "This is nothing," Lin Hui said, his voice unbothered. But even he knew this was pushing things. He had to think quickly. Suddenly, with a snap of his fingers, the glory coins in his system began to drain. He didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, and a radiant white light enveloped Huang Shengyi's body. Her hair whipped around her face, as if caught in an unseen wind. Then, with a burst of energy, she was airborne, soaring high above the ground. Within seconds, Huang Shengyi was 50 meters in the air. Her mind was reeling. What's happening to me? But it wasn't over. Lin Hui's control didn't falter. He summoned a fireball, brilliant and white, and launched it toward the ground. The fireball hurtled downward, and with a smooth motion, he unleashed it. "Go, nuclearize the world," Lin Hui's voice echoed, still laced with a chilling calm. The fireball erupted, and the explosion was so intense it seemed to burn away everything in its wake. Zombies below were obliterated, turned to ash in an instant. Huang Shengyi watched in silent horror. She could feel the power coursing through her body, but it wasn't hers to command. "This isn't me. This isn't me," she thought. Her mind filled with dread. The explosion raged, but Lin Hui didn't stop. Even in this chaos, his mind was already planning ahead. He knew there was no going back now. And Huang Shengyi? She could only hold on, her consciousness trapped in the body, Lin Hui now controlled, her only hope that his promises would hold true, that her daughter could be brought back. The fireball erupted with blinding intensity, hurling toward the ground. As it collided, a deafening explosion shattered the air. The shockwave, fierce and unrelenting, ripped through the surroundings, obliterating zombies within a 10-meter radius. Those within 50 meters were reduced to charred remnants, their bodies nothing more than scorched husks. Even zombies as far as 100 meters away were thrown by the blast, their bodies broken, rolling away in the wake of the wave. The devastation didn't stop there. A miniature mushroom cloud rose high into the air, sending ripples across the city. Glass windows shattered, buildings cracked, and walls were scorched as far as 500 meters. The roar of the explosion seemed to stretch endlessly, echoing through the streets. In the distance, groups of zombies halted their wandering, confused by the sudden disturbance, while survivors in Tang Town and other areas reacted to the sound, aware something extraordinary had just occurred. As the mushroom cloud began to dissipate, Lin Hui, controlling Huang Shengyi's body, gently guided her down. But something was off. Using the fireball outside of the hotel took a far greater toll than expected. Previously, such a fireball would have consumed only a fraction of the glory coins, but now it drained 100 points in one go. His total supply of glory coins, once abundant, had dropped sharply, leaving only 20 points. With every second of flight costing him a coin, the drain was painfully apparent. "This isn't sustainable," Lin Hui muttered to himself. The optimization outside the hotel wasn't as efficient as he'd hoped. He had learned that only within the hotel could he truly maximize the potential of the resources at his disposal. Despite the burning regret over the coin consumption, Lin Hui couldn't deny the results. 30 zombies wiped out in one strike, the shockwave clearing the area. As he swiftly began gathering the crystal cores scattered across the battlefield, he thought about Wu Xuan. Maybe I can use these for him. Lin Hui decided to save some of the cores for Wushuan to absorb, increasing his power and intelligence. The zombies began to move toward the site of the explosion, and Lin Hui, determined to make the most of his dwindling resources, moved to collect the remaining crystal cores. Using the system at his disposal, he converted the destroyed bodies and cores into more glory coins, rapidly replenishing his supply. The count on Huang Shengyi's system panel now read over 5,000 points, a satisfying gain, though far from ideal. "We need to move. The zombies are coming," Lin Hui said as he scanned the area. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. As Lin Hui walked, his thoughts drifted to Huang Shengyi. "You're still alive," he teased, sensing her continued presence in his mind. Her response was swift and sharp. "If you keep doing that, I'll get angry." With a smile, Lin Hui conceded, stopping his playful teasing. But his mind continued to wander. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "it feels strange, being in your body. No sense of security down there, if you know what I mean." Huang Shengyi, unable to offer a rebuttal, remained silent. Lin Hui couldn't help but joke. "Is this why women want men? To fill that emptiness?" She groaned internally. "Please stop." Eventually, Huang Shengyi's curiosity caught up with her. "How did you do that explosion? Can you really use this power on me?" "Super God mode," Lin Hui answered. "Consumes glory coins, but I can trigger it whenever I want." Huang Shengyi was intrigued. "Can I use it too?" "Unfortunately, no. It's tied to me. You can only use glory coins as I set them up for you." A bit disappointed, Huang Shengyi still saw the potential of what Lin Hui was offering. "So, I can't access it on my own?" Lin Hui thought for a moment. "Not yet. If you tried to use Super God mode, the consumption would be much higher. Plus, you'd need a stronger consciousness to handle it." He shrugged, dismissing the idea. "Maybe one day." Huang Shengyi was quiet for a while, processing what Lin Hui had revealed. "Was that explosion from before really the same as the one from that night?" she asked suddenly. "Yes," Lin Hui said, a grin spreading on his face. "But it was more than 1,000 times stronger." Huang Shengyi remained silent, the weight of that statement sinking in. Before long, she broke the silence again. "I'm injured." Lin Hui paused, sensing the injuries in her body. "Let me fix that," he said, focusing his energy. Glory coins flowed as he repaired her body, mending her injuries with ease. Satisfied, he kept the flow going, attempting to enhance her physique. Her body was beginning to show signs of improvement. "My strength? It's increasing," Huang Shengyi remarked, amazed by the changes. Lin Hui smiled. "Of course it is. I'm pretty good to you, aren't I?" Huang Shengyi could feel her strength multiplying. She had been weak, her body only able to handle lifting a little over 50 kilograms. Now, with Lin Hui's constant adjustments, she was quickly surpassing that threshold. But the enhancements weren't without limits. "Why did it stop?" Huang Shengyi asked, confused as her progress slowed. Lin Hui inspected her body, sensing the bottleneck. "You've reached the physical limit of an ordinary human. To go beyond this, you'll need to push yourself. My coins can only do so much." Despite her frustration, Huang Shengyi understood. But the fact that Lin Hui had brought her this far left her speechless. His power was undeniable. As the two continued their journey, Lin Hui used another burst of glory coins to activate Super God mode again, causing Huang Shengyi's body to glow brilliantly once more. With a swift motion, she was airborne, soaring toward the southern part of the city, a powerful beacon of light cutting through the sky. The sky lit up with a streak of light as Lin Hui pushed forward, the speed almost breaking the sound barrier. "Slow down. My body can't handle it." Huang Shengyi's anxious voice echoed in his mind. "I've got this," Lin Hui reassured, a smile playing on his lips. "Even if you're hurt, I can fix it. But don't worry, it's not that bad." Huang Shengyi groaned. "It still hurts." Reluctantly, Lin Hui slowed the descent, but the speed remained staggering, still over 200 meters per second, cutting through the air like a comet. They weren't heading straight for the southern city, but were instead tracking Shu Huo and his group of 4. Lin Hui's goal was twofold: prevent them from making a fatal mistake and keep them on the right path. The explosion earlier had made him cautious. He wasn't just rushing through the city, he was measuring his next move carefully. The night in Shengming City was eerily silent. The zombies had fallen quiet, as though waiting. Meanwhile, about 20 kilometers away from the Guanghui Hotel, Shuo and his team had taken refuge in a canteen near a train station. The streets surrounding it were crawling with zombies, too many to safely bypass. "Boss, what now? We're stuck here," said the first brother, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Yeah, these zombies are different, stronger, more evolved. The ones back at the hotel were easier," muttered the fourth brother. They all agreed. Returning to the Guangwei Hotel felt like the safer option, but that wasn't a choice anymore. They had already traveled too far to go back now, even though the constant close calls had left them rattled. The past day had been exhausting, with Shu Huo's explosive fireballs clearing paths but also drawing more zombies. The team was running on fumes. His powers were near spent, leaving him in a weakened state. He slumped against a wall, his face pale and drawn, while his team hesitated, second-guessing their decision to leave the safety of the hotel. "Stop whining and eat. We rest tonight. Tomorrow we keep moving south," Shu Huo barked, though his words had little force behind them. As he drank a nutrient drink, the silence in the canteen deepened, broken only by the occasional sound of a distant zombie groan. Then, boom! The deafening roar shook the building. Shu Huo's heart nearly stopped. He sprang to his feet, panic rising in his chest. "Not again," he muttered, half expecting the horrors from the hotel to come crashing in. The shock wave was relentless, shattering glass and bending the steel of the rolling shutter door. A wave of searing heat surged in. Shu Huo and the others dropped to the ground, shielding themselves as the heat threatened to burn everything in its path. After a long, tense pause, the shock wave dissipated. The team slowly lifted their heads, still stunned. The scene outside was nothing short of apocalyptic. Vehicles were ablaze, their metal carcasses twisted from the impact. The zombies that had once crowded the streets, they were gone, scattered into oblivion by the explosion. The aftermath looked like something from a war zone, buildings cracked and blackened, the signs of devastation everywhere. "Boss, what was that?" The first brother whispered, his voice shaking. The fourth brother was equally stunned, barely able to breathe. "Is the military bombing us? But why would they do that without knowing if there were survivors?" Shu Huo didn't answer immediately. His mind raced as his hand hovered near his weapon. This was too strange. Then something caught his eye. The night sky above them seemed to shimmer, and Shu Huo's breath caught in his throat. "What?" Before anyone could react, an ethereal woman appeared in the sky, bathed in a brilliant white light. Her descent was slow, like a goddess coming down from the heavens. She wore a green top and jeans, her long wavy hair flowing as though carried by an invisible wind. The light around her illuminated the city, transforming the devastation below into something surreal. "God?" The words tumbled from Suo's lips, barely a whisper. In his mind, Huang Shengyi muttered, "Why do you have to pretend so much? It's uncomfortable." Lin Hui's voice echoed in her mind, amused. "What did I say wrong? I'm as close to a god as you'll get right now." The woman, Lin Hui, smiled slightly. She had activated the glory coins again, channeling them into her form, transforming herself into the powerful being she was projecting. With a flick of her wrist, an unseen force lifted Shu Huo and his team from the ground. "Stay still, it's me, Lin Hui." The voice was calm, commanding, and undeniable. Shu Huo and his team froze, shock replacing their fear. The woman they had just seen in the sky was Lin Hui? The owner of the hotel? A woman? "Yes, it's me," Lin Hui replied casually, knowing what they were thinking. "This is just a form of possession. My body is still in the hotel. Don't make a big deal out of it." The team stood frozen in awe, their minds whirling as they processed this revelation. "Possessed by a god?" one of them whispered. "That's impossible." Huang Shengyi's voice came through again, almost a hiss. "You're showing off too much. This is embarrassing." Lin Hui laughed softly, clearly enjoying the moment. As she prepared to lift them into the air, she suddenly paused, sensing something in the distance. Turning her gaze toward the train station, she felt a shift in the air, something about to happen. Just as she registered the strange sensation, the whistle of a train echoed across the darkened city. The tracks extended unnaturally toward them, the sound of wheels turning growing louder by the second. Out of the shadowed train station, a steam locomotive from the pre-20th century emerged, its metal frame glistening against the dark backdrop. "Looks like the journey isn't over yet," Lin Hui murmured to herself, her thoughts racing as she prepared for whatever was to come next. The group of five, Shu Huo and his four younger brothers, stood frozen in shock. their eyes fixed on the strange black steam train slowly emerging from the dark train station. The train was unlike anything they had ever seen. Its lights were off, and the tracks extended toward them of their own accord, as if pulled by an invisible force. The moment the train came into view, something about its presence gripped them, paralyzing them in place. Not just them, but even Huang Shengyi, under Lin Hui's control, was immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The train whistle grew louder, echoing through the night, and the tracks seemed to reach their feet, signaling an unavoidable disaster. Shu Wo and the others could only watch in horror as the train inched closer, a strange magnetic pull drawing them toward it. They could feel an unnatural force, like a tide pulling them into the path of certain doom. It's too strong. Huang Shengyi's voice rang out in their minds, filled with dread. I can't stop it! The train, now just a few meters away, loomed like an unstoppable force of nature. I'm going to die! I'm going to die! Huang Shengyi's terrified whispers echoed, and Shu Huo and his men shared her fear. They braced for the worst, but then, just as the train was about to engulf them, a chilling voice rang out from the depths of the steam train. Welcome to the death train. Hehe. The sound of grinding teeth reverberated in their minds, making their skin crawl. As the steam train loomed, the force pulling them toward it intensified. In that moment, Lin Hui, still at the hotel, acted swiftly. He consumed his glory coins without hesitation, channeling all his power into Huang Shengyi. A brilliant white light surrounded her, and with a surge of energy, the grip of the steam train's pull weakened. But then, just as they thought they had escaped, a huge hand, dark and formless, shot out from the train. It seemed to be made entirely of black fog, grasping at them with an unnerving force. The power of the hand was terrifying, and despite Lin Hui's relentless consumption of glory coins, the group was once again ensnared, unable to break free. I'm going to die! Huang Shengyi screamed, her voice filled with panic. Shu Huo and his brothers could only stand in helpless silence, their bodies frozen by the hand's unyielding grip. Inside the hotel, Lin Hui clenched his fists, his face darkening. He could feel the pull on his connection to Huang Shengyi weakening as the black hand drew them closer to destruction. You think you can take them from me? Lin Hui muttered, his eyes burning with fury. In an instant, Lin Hui's mind surged with energy, and with a roar of defiance, he unleashed the full power of his glory coins. A massive hand of blinding white light materialized from the sky, descending from 100 meters above. The moment it hit, the very air seemed to freeze. The steam train's relentless speed slowed, and the black hand, still reaching for them, was instantly shattered. Inside the train, an unearthly voice screamed in disbelief as the dark hand was crushed under the weight of Lin Hui's divine might. The power from the hand tore through the train's front carriages, obliterating them. Boom! The force of the impact created a massive explosion, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. But the battle wasn't over. From the heart of the train, a giant black eyeball appeared, its gaze fixed directly on Huang Shengyi. The air thickened with tension, and then the train exploded into an immense cloud of black fog, which quickly vanished underground. The voice of the entity within the fog laughed darkly. You are too young to fight the god of death. Even wounded, my strike is enough to destroy your soul. The unsettling laughter faded as the fog receded into the ground, leaving only silence in its wake. Fuck, that bastard actually broke my room card! Lin Hui growled, standing up in frustration. The connection between him and Huang Shengyi had been severed, and he could no longer control her. Beside him, Wu Xuan, the zombie, stood motionless, reaching out with a comforting gesture, as if trying to console him. Lin Hui rubbed Wu Xuan's head, gritting his teeth in frustration. He needed to fix the connection, and fast. His mind raced with worry for Huang Shengyi and the others. Meanwhile, outside, the six of them, Huang Shengyi, Shu Huo, and the others, lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and disoriented from the violent encounter. The power that had bound them was gone, and they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Ouch! They groaned, slowly rising to their feet. Shu Huo rubbed his sore body, looking around in confusion. The once extended train tracks had vanished, leaving no trace of the ominous train or its path. What remained was the deep, massive palm print in the earth, stretching 100 meters wide. The impact was undeniable. A godlike force had descended here, and the evidence was all around them. My goodness, was that a fight between gods? Brother number one muttered, his eyes wide as he rubbed his sore backside. Shu Huo, shaking off the shock, turned to Huang Shengyi with a serious look. Shopkeeper Lin, what happened to the death train? Huang Shengyi, still reeling from the experience, struggled to gather herself. I'm not the shopkeeper anymore, she said quietly. He left. Left? Shu Huo's face darkened, and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Brother number one blinked, trying to make sense of it. The death train. Didn't it say it destroyed shopkeeper Lin's soul? The air thickened with tension as the group processed the possibility. Wang Shengyi's face paled, and for a moment she feared the worst. But Shu Huo, ever the optimist, shook his head with conviction. No way. Shopkeeper Lin is too powerful to be defeated by something like that. He couldn't have been destroyed by an unknown train. He wasn't even in his real form. He was just possessing Huang Shengyi. The others looked somewhat relieved by his confidence, and Huang Shengyi nodded slowly, trying to reassure herself. You're right. I think the same. Shopkeeper Lin is far too mysterious to be defeated so easily. As Huang Shengyi processed this, her eyes narrowed, an unexpected realization hitting her. Wait. I've seen you somewhere before, she said, her eyes lingering on Su Huo. Su Huo tossed his hair, a playful grin forming on his face. Oh, maybe we've known each other for a long time, he said, only to be interrupted by Huang Shengyi's sharp exclamation. Wait! That corpse! It looks just like you! She pointed toward a body nearby, her voice rising with sudden clarity. Shu Huo froze, the truth dawning on him. You're the one who was killed by the golden zombie, aren't you? The room fell silent as the others stared at Su Huo in shock. The mystery of his survival suddenly seemed far more complex, and the reality of their situation hit harder than ever. Shu Huo and his 4 younger brothers froze in place as they heard the eerie whistle of a train. Turning toward the sound, they saw a strange black steam train emerging from the darkened station, its appearance both bizarre and unsettling. What made it so unusual was not just its darkness, but the way the train tracks seemed to extend on their own as if following its will. As the train grew nearer, something invisible gripped the group, paralyzing them. Even Huang Shengyi, controlled by Lin Hui's consciousness, was unable to move. The whistle grew louder, the train drawing closer with terrifying speed. The tracks, now right beneath their feet, seemed to lead straight to them. It was clear that the train would either knock them aside or, more likely, swallow them whole. An overwhelming force began to pull them toward the train. Shu Huo, his brothers, and even Huang Shengyi, who could only watch in terror, struggled against the force but couldn't break free. As the train drew closer, only 10 meters away now, fear took over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Huang Shengyi's voice echoed in their minds, drenched in panic. The sound of grinding teeth echoed from within the train, sending chills through their bodies. Just when it seemed they were about to be consumed, a strange voice, like the grinding of bones, came from within the train. Welcome to the death train. Ha! The sinister laughter filled the air as the train's relentless pull intensified. But then, something shifted. Lin Hui, still far away at the hotel, acted quickly. He began consuming his glory coins, and suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped Huang Shengyi. With newfound strength, she broke free from the train's magnetic force, pulling Shu Huo and the others with her. They managed to resist the pull, but their safety was short-lived. From the train, a massive hand of pure black fog shot out toward them. The hand's sheer power seemed to hold them in place once again. No matter how much energy Lin Hui used, they couldn't escape. Huang Shengyi screamed in terror, her voice trembling with dread. I'm going to die. I can't hold on much longer. In that moment, Lin Hui's frustration boiled over. His fists clenched as he stared at the train's dark presence. The distance between them was immense, but Lin Hui's power surged. With a focused roar, he released all of Huang Shengyi's glory coins at once. A brilliant white hand descended from the sky, its light blinding. As the giant hand hit the ground, the world around it seemed to freeze. The steam train's advance faltered, and the black hand was crushed instantly, its power dissipating in the air. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the area, and in an instant, the front of the train was obliterated. The train itself was flattened, its carriages buried in the ground. A massive black eyeball appeared within the wreckage, its gaze fixed on Huang Shengyi. For a split second, everything seemed to hold its breath. But then, without warning, the train exploded in a violent burst of black fog, quickly retreating underground. The voice of the entity within laughed again, a malicious sound that echoed in their minds. You are too young to challenge the god of death. Even wounded, my power will destroy your soul. As the fog disappeared, the eerie laughter faded into nothingness. In the hotel, Lin Hui stood up, his face ashen with fury. That bastard broke my room card, he growled. The connection with Huang Shengyi had been severed, and he could no longer control her. Beside him, Wu Xuan, the zombie, stood motionless, yet there was an odd tenderness in the way he reached out to Lin Hui. Lin Hui, trying to regain control, rubbed Wu Xuan's head absent-mindedly, though his mind raced with worry. Outside, the group lay sprawled on the ground, disoriented and bruised from the violent encounter. The pull of the steam train was gone, and they struggled to gather themselves. Ouch! My butt! They groaned in pain as they slowly got up, shaken but alive. Brother number 1 winced and grimaced, clutching his rear end where a stone had struck him hard. Looking around, Shu Huo and the others realized that the tracks they had seen before had vanished, leaving no trace. What remained was a massive, deep palm print, a mark of divine power that seemed to stretch 100 meters. The massive indentation was proof that what they had just witnessed had been no illusion. An actual battle between gods had taken place right before their eyes. My goodness, that was a fight between gods, wasn't it? Brother number 1 asked, eyes wide in disbelief. Shu Huo slowly nodded, his mind racing to piece everything together. Then, his focus shifted to Huang Shengyi. What happened to the death train? Where is shopkeeper Lin? Huang Shengyi, still shaken, struggled to focus. I'm not the shopkeeper anymore, she said quietly. He left. Left? Shu Huo's face darkened with concern. The others looked around, confusion growing. Brother number 1 added in a voice full of unease. Didn't the train say it destroyed shopkeeper Lin's soul with all its power? Could that be true? The group fell into tense silence as they processed the possibility. Huang Shengyi's face turned pale at the thought of being abandoned in this dangerous world. But Shu Huo, ever the skeptic, shook his head with confidence. No, that can't be right. Shopkeeper Lin is too powerful to be defeated like that. He wasn't even in his true form. He was possessing you. His words seemed to reassure them. Huang Shengyi nodded, her expression softening slightly. You're right. Shopkeeper Lin is far too mysterious to be killed by something like that. She paused, her eyes narrowing as she studied Shu Huo. Wait, I feel like I've seen you before. Where do I know you from? Shu Huo flashed a grin, flicking his hair back in a playful manner. Maybe we've known each other for a long time, he teased, but his words were cut off by Huang Shengyi's sudden exclamation. Wait, that corpse over there, it looks just like you. She pointed at a body nearby, her eyes wide with realization. Shu Huo froze, his face draining of color as the pieces clicked into place. You're the one who was killed by the golden zombie, aren't you? The others turned to him, eyes widening in shock. Shu Huo's mysterious past suddenly seemed far more complicated, and the true nature of his survival began to unfold. I reluctantly got out of bed, my eyes falling on the untouched cup of coffee on the nightstand. The thought gnawed at me. Why was Shinran so certain I was asleep? It was well past 2, and for all I knew, I might not have slept at all. Could it be that I had put sleeping pills in the coffee? My thoughts spiraled, but I quickly shook my head to banish the idea. Silently, I dumped the coffee in the trash, then tossed a handful of tissues on top to absorb the liquid. Sure, it looked like a mess, but it would hide the fact that I hadn't actually drunk it. I couldn't afford to dwell on last night. It was better to pretend nothing had happened. Shinran must have been under pressure. Her actions last night were clearly out of character. I'd have to talk to her later. For now, I had to act normal. I opened the curtains and stepped into the hallway, walking toward the kitchen to prepare breakfast. I went through the motions, the routine offering me little comfort. I was making breakfast and lunchboxes, with ingredients my mother must have prepared before she left the night before. I only needed to make 2 lunchboxes, one for Shinran, one for Keiling. I'd never bother making one for myself since I always ate in the cafeteria. As I stood at the counter, absorbed in my task, a soft voice broke my concentration. Brother, why didn't you come back last night? Where did you go? I turned around, greeted by Kayling's nervous, shy expression. But as I glanced up, my world tilted. Hanging above her short ponytails was a string of pink words. Sister who is obsessed with her brother, real. The realization hit me like a blow to the chest. Keeling had a title too, and hers was Black-Bellied. My innocent, well-behaved little sister was actually hiding a manipulative side. I had to blink to clear my vision, but there it was. Kaling was a black-bellied schemer. My mind couldn't grasp it. The sister who always greeted me with a blush, the one who made me feel needed, was playing a game behind my back. I wanted to laugh bitterly, but my heart sank. The words black-bellied felt like a dagger piercing through my perception of her. Brother, what's wrong? You don't look well, Kaling said, concerned. Her face was worried, but I could almost see the mockery hidden behind it. I waved her off with a forced smile, afraid that my emotions might betray me. I'm fine, just overslept. Breakfast will be ready soon. But as I continued preparing food, my mind was in a haze. The events since I woke up in the park felt too surreal. The quiet, detached Shinran was secretly obsessed with me. And Kaling, well, the sweet, innocent little sister was now a scheming mastermind. Nothing made sense anymore. The breakfast went by in a blur, and I felt the heavy weight of confusion settle over me. Everything seemed out of place. It wasn't until later that evening that things took another strange turn. Shinran had been quiet during breakfast, but now I could see her lingering in the hallway, staring at the door. She'd been waiting for me all night, hadn't she? And that look in her eyes when I came back, she seemed almost relieved, but there was more to it. The words Kaling had muttered earlier echoed in my mind. Damn it, which vixen seduced my brother? Was it possible? Could Shinran have done something to keep me away last night? My thoughts raced, but I shoved them aside. I had to stay calm, act like nothing was wrong. But the truth was, everything felt wrong. I made coffee for Shinran, her request oddly specific, almost as if she knew it was the only thing that could calm me down. Yet as I left her room, a thought struck me. What if I wasn't the one in control of this situation anymore? The pieces were falling into place, but I couldn't make sense of the puzzle. That night, as I lay in bed, everything seemed distant. Had I truly been manipulated, or was I just overthinking it all? Whatever the truth was, I knew one thing for sure. I had no idea who these sisters really were anymore. And somewhere, deep down, I feared I might never understand the truth. Nux had spent the past week basking in the bliss of his old routine, his days filled with laughter and moments of joy with Felberta, Skyla, and Lane. While he hadn't made any notable progress in terms of strength, the happiness he saw in their smiles was more than enough to satisfy him. Yet, it wasn't all just pleasure. A few days ago, he'd slipped away from the kingdom, activating his conceal ability to blend into the shadows as he ventured into the Woods dynasty. He infiltrated a well-known merchant company and, in a swift move, sealed away a few of their goods. He felt no guilt about it. After all, such a large company wouldn't feel the loss of a few items. 2 days later, he returned to his peaceful days with the women, but now it was time for a different kind of encounter. Nux had set his sights on meeting Anise, a maid from the royal palace, who was currently on her week off. Dressed in a lavish purple robe that complemented his raven hair and piercing golden eyes, Nux looked every bit the charming gentleman. His appearance was enough to make any woman pause, and his confidence only enhanced the effect. Felberta, her arms crossed, couldn't help but comment, "Looking like that, do you really need to bribe Anise? She might just fall for you the moment you smile." Skyla and Lane exchanged knowing glances, both of them nodding in agreement. Nux chuckled. "Well, I could always bribe her with my body, right?" Felberta snorted, neither confirming nor denying his jest. He flashed a smile. "What do you think? Do I look good?" The women, eyes sparkling, nodded enthusiastically. Lane, her cheeks flushed, seemed especially affected. "Why don't you three give me a good luck kiss?" Nux grinned playfully. One by one, the three women leaned in to kiss him, their lips warm and sweet. After tasting their affection, Nux turned to Skyla, nodding with appreciation. "I'm counting on you today." Skyla, her eyes brimming with determination, nodded back, her expression adorably serious, like a warrior heading into battle. "Knock, knock, knock!" An hour later, Skyla stood before a modest door, knocking gently. The door creaked open to reveal Anise, a young woman in her late 20s with blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, and an air of delicate grace. She had cute freckles scattered across her face and a slender figure. Though she was undeniably attractive, she was no match for the striking beauty of Skyla, Lane, or Felberta. Anis? Long time no see. Skyla greeted warmly, but it was clear Anis's attention wasn't entirely on her. Her gaze kept flicking to the man standing beside her, Nux, exuding an effortless charm that caught anyone's eye. Skyla nudged her gently, and Anis snapped out of her trance. Oh, Skyla, what brings you here? Skyla casually explained, I was buying something for Viscount Felberta, and this gentleman wanted to know how he could get in touch with a maid from the royal palace. I remembered your time off and thought of bringing him here. Anis's eyes darted back to Nux, her face flushing slightly. Oh, I see. What can I do for you, sir? Nux smiled, his golden eyes gleaming with intent. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Dio Brando, leader of the Brando Merchant Company from the Woods Dynasty. Could we talk inside? His smile worked like magic, and Anis's cheeks reddened even more as she stammered, Oh, please come in. Skyla, seeing her cue, smiled and excused herself. Thank you for your help, Anis. I'll leave you two to it. Don't mention it, Skyla responded, her tone light as she left. Once inside, Nux settled into a chair, his presence commanding attention. Anis, still flustered, apologized. I'm sorry, I don't live here often, so the place isn't much. Nux, ever the charmer, replied with a smile. I understand. You're a hard-working woman, I can tell. It's rare to find someone who works so diligently. Anis's blush deepened as she smiled back, flattered by his words. She quickly moved to prepare tea, insisting, I'll get you something to drink. Nux didn't object, watching her closely but sensing no ill intentions. He had a way of seeing past people's facades with his sense, and it told him that she was simply nervous and eager to be hospitable. Moments later, Anis returned with tea and cookies. Sorry to make you wait, she said, setting them down in front of him. Nux took a sip of the tea, his eyes lighting up. Delicious! I could wait for hours just to enjoy this. You have a magical touch with tea. Anis's heart fluttered at the compliment, and she beamed, her nervousness slowly melting away. She hadn't expected such praise, and it seemed to make her more comfortable in his presence. The conversation continued, easy and flowing, as Nux expertly steered it in the direction he desired. Every word, every smile, designed to keep Anis engaged and intrigued. Anis's cheeks turned pink as Nux's praise washed over her. His presence was undeniably charming, but it wasn't just his looks that made him appealing. He was polite, respectful, and treated her with kindness, something most wealthy men never bothered to do. She couldn't help but feel a growing sense of admiration for him. Sitting down across from him, she couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Sir Dio, may I know your purpose for coming here? Nux leaned forward slightly, his tone smooth as he spoke. My company, the Brando Merchant Company, is new and facing fierce competition back in the Woods Dynasty. We've got high-quality products, but I'm hoping to find a market here. I've heard the royal harem could be a good opportunity, and I learned that the best way to get in touch with the head maid is through someone like you. I was hoping you could help me make that connection. Anis nodded thoughtfully, understanding that this wasn't the first time someone had approached her with similar requests. But Nux's respectful demeanor and handsome face stood out in a way the others hadn't. She found herself wanting to help him. Seeing her thoughtful silence, Nux continued, I know I'm asking a favor, and I'd never expect anything in return. Mr. Dio, please don't say that. You don't need to give me anything, Anis interjected, not wanting him to feel obligated. Nux smiled reassuringly. This is not for your help in meeting the head maid. This is for the tea you served me. It was exceptional. Please take it as a small token of my appreciation. With that, he handed her a small bottle of perfume, his smile warm and genuine. Anis hesitated for a moment, her blush deepening, but she eventually accepted the gift, setting it down carefully in front of her mirror. They shared a few more pleasant words before Nux stood up to leave, offering his thanks once more. As Nux walked out, he could almost hear Felberta's voice in his mind, and he wasn't wrong. Last day off my foot. Skyla told me she still has at least 4 days off, but here she is, canceling her time to help you out. And just because you've got that face. Felberta's voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, come on, it's not just my face. Nux said with a smirk. It's because I'm gentle and respectful, right? Felberta snorted, rolling her eyes. Gentle and respectful? If only it was that easy. Just wait, if you asked her gently and respectfully, she might even sleep with you. Nux paused, caught off guard by her bluntness. But he quickly regained his composure, his lips twitching into a smile. Well, maybe she would. But hey, the faster we meet the head maid, the faster our plan moves forward, right? Skyla and Felberta responded in unison. That's the problem. Lane nodded along, adding her silent agreement. Nux chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Come on, girls, don't act like that. We still have 2 days before I meet the head maid. Let's enjoy our time instead of overthinking it. Felberta's eyes sparkled with mischief. Humph, we know exactly what to do. Don't worry about us. The next day, Nux stood before a new door, a hint of tension in the air. Anise had kept her word, arranging a meeting with the head maid, but something felt off. Miss Anise, I've been honest with you, and I haven't offended you in any way. So why are you trying to cheat me? Nux's voice was calm but laced with suspicion as he addressed the woman before him. Anise, who had followed a few steps behind, looked confused and panicked. What do you mean, Sir Dio? Anise stammered, genuinely puzzled. She had done nothing wrong, not at all. I did my research before coming here, Nux continued, his eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement. The head maid is supposed to be over 40, yet the lady you brought looks no older than 25. If you wanted to cheat me, you could have at least found someone older, right? A soft laugh escaped the woman beside Anise as she spoke. Mr. Dio, you've misunderstood. Anise didn't cheat you. I am indeed the head maid of the royal palace, Etta Osborne. Nux's eyes widened, but only for a second before he recovered, his expression shifting to one of polite surprise. What? He blinked, then quickly composed himself, a smile replacing his initial shock. Miss Anise, I must apologize for doubting you. Anise smiled reassuringly, shaking her head. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Nux turned his attention to the woman who had introduced herself as Etta. He looked her up and down, still a bit stunned by the revelation that this youthful-looking woman was actually in her 40s. Miss Etta, I must say, you've maintained yourself well. You look stunning. Etta's smile was subtle, her eyes sharp as she acknowledged his compliment. She was no stranger to flattery, but Nux's charm seemed to put her at ease, and she appreciated the sincerity behind his words. Nux, ever perceptive, couldn't help but admire her age-defying beauty. He already knew the truth, but flattery was a tool he wielded well, and he intended to use it to his advantage. Mana cultivation. Body cultivation. Mortal, race, human. Occupation, head maid of the Skyfall Kingdom's royal palace. Talent, medium. HP, 200 A2E. MP, 390. SAR, 40. Agil, 42. Weight, 40. Int, 37. Nux knew that while her appearance might have been deceiving, there was no mistaking the power behind her position. She was someone to be handled with care. Miss Etta, I must admit, you've maintained yourself remarkably well. You look stunning, Nux complimented with genuine admiration. Etta stood before him, a striking figure, 1.65 meters tall, with white hair tinged pink at the tips. Her pink-violet eyes shimmered, and her tanned skin added an exotic allure. The perfect hourglass shape of her body, rivaling even Felberta's, made her undeniably beautiful, her presence commanding attention. The combination of her features was simply captivating, enough to take Nux's breath away. Suddenly, a chime echoed in Nux's head. Mission. Fuck Etta Osborne. Fuck Etta Osborne. Reward 10 system points. Warning. If the mission fails, the ability Craving Touch will be disabled. Time limit 15 days. Nux smirked inwardly. Ah, Mr. System, you're a step too late as always, he thought. I was already planning this anyway, but thanks for the free points. Etta, unaware of Nux's internal musings, smiled back at him. Thank you, Mr. Dio. You look quite dashing yourself. Nux turned to Anise, his eyes glinting mischievously. Miss Anise, would you be so kind as to allow me the pleasure of drinking the tea made by your hands once more? Of course, Anise replied with excitement. She quickly rushed into the kitchen, eager to prepare the tea. With Anise out of the room, Nux shifted the conversation with Etta. All right, Miss Etta. Although I would love to chat longer, I understand that you have other matters to attend to, so let's cut to the chase. Etta raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I understand, she replied, her curiosity piqued. Nux didn't waste a second. He produced a bottle of perfume from his coat and gently extended his hand. Miss Edda, may I have the honor of your hand for a moment? Edda blushed slightly, caught off guard by the request, but nodded. Nux gently took her hand and sprayed a hint of perfume on her wrist. Edda instinctively brought her hand to her nose, inhaling deeply. The sweet scent of gardenia filled her senses, and a smile tugged at her lips. It smells wonderful, she commented, appreciating the fragrance. Ah, as they say, you're never fully dressed without a perfume, Nux said smoothly, though he was only repeating the words of a vendor back in the Woods dynasty. He couldn't take credit for the clever pitch, especially since the name Fragrant Memories had been suggested by Felberta. Nux took it a step further, moving closer and lightly touching her shoulder as he sprayed the perfume on her neck. This is my first product, and my gift to you, he added, his smile charming. Edda's heart skipped a beat at his touch, her mind momentarily clouded by his charm. She was quick to recover, however. You really don't need to give me anything, Mr. Dio. Nux's grin didn't falter. It's only right to appreciate beauty, and you, Miss Edda, are deserving of this token. Edda chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. You certainly sound like an experienced playboy. Nux gave a playful shrug. I'm merely speaking honestly. The conversation shifted seamlessly, and Nux presented a new item, a purple gown made of pure silk. And next, this beautiful gown. It will add 2 extra stars to the beauty of anyone who wears it. He continued introducing more products, each one carefully chosen to capture Edda's interest. While they sipped the tea Anise had prepared. Time flew, and after an hour, Nux sensed it was time to wrap things up. I still have a few more items, but I understand you have a busy schedule, Miss Edda. How about we continue this tomorrow? The Silver Moon restaurant is quite popular, and I'd be honored to meet you there at the same time. Edda hesitated, a frown flickering across her face. Mr. Dio, I do have some time left. We could finish today. Nux cut her off with a soft, sad expression. We don't need to rush, do we? Or is it that you don't enjoy spending time with me? Have I done something to offend you? Edda's resistance melted at the sight of his sincere expression, and she quickly adjusted her tone. No, of course not. Quite the opposite, actually. Meeting you has been a pleasant experience. All right, we'll do as you suggest. And I'll meet you tomorrow. Her words were laced with an undeniable sincerity. Nux had an uncanny way of making people feel at ease, and Edda, despite her usual strictness with time, had willingly agreed to meet him again. Then it's settled. I'll see you tomorrow, Nux said with a warm smile. He stood and offered his hand to her. Edda smiled back as she took his hand, standing gracefully. I'll make sure to free up enough time to spend with you tomorrow. Nux led her to the door, replying softly, I'd be grateful for that. As Edda stepped out, Nux sighed with satisfaction before turning to Anise. What do you think? Do you think I've managed to make a good impression on her? Anise smiled, her confidence clear. Don't worry, Mr. Dio. I can guarantee that she has a very good impression of you. Nux raised an eyebrow. Oh, how can you be so sure? Anise's smile widened. Do you remember how Edda said she had work to do and needed to leave in half an hour? Well, she wasn't just saying that. She really had something to attend to, but she spent an entire hour with you and even agreed to stay longer. Edda's always strict with time. She never would have done that unless she either trusted you or had a strong impression of you. No one has ever managed to get into her good books in just one meeting. Nux chuckled to himself. Guess I got a little lucky then. The waiter bowed respectfully as he gestured to a room. Ah, head maid Edda, you are here. This way, please. Edda raised an eyebrow at the gesture. While she was always treated with respect, this level of deference was new. She quickly dismissed the thought and followed him inside. There, sitting in a chair, was Mr. Dio, dressed in magnificent black robes. As his gaze landed on her, his eyes lit up with genuine admiration, and he quickly walked toward her, a smile on his face. Miss Edda, you look even more stunning than yesterday, he said, offering his hand. Edda took his hand with a small smile of her own. She had put a little extra effort into her appearance today, and his compliment pleased her more than she cared to admit. You smell wonderful, too, Nux added, his voice carrying a subtle, meaningful tone. Edda's smile widened. I tried your perfume today. Nux's grin was knowing. As they say, a gem only shines when it's in the right hands. I'm very proud of my past self for finding the perfect gem for my perfume. Please, have a seat, Miss Etta. Nux gestured to a chair, pulling it out for her like a true gentleman. Etta sat down, still admiring the smoothness of his words. I'm unfamiliar with this place, so I'll leave the food ordering to you. I trust your judgment, Nux said with a soft smile. Etta, flattered, ordered the food. As they waited, Nux pulled out a delicate pink gown from his bag. This is another item I didn't get to show you yesterday. Like the other gown, it's made from pure silk, but this one's designed by one of our finest tailors. The combination of the pink fabric and purple accents perfectly complements your eyes. I'm especially proud of this one. Etta ran her fingers over the fabric, impressed. It's amazing. Nux continued showcasing more items, and Etta was clearly impressed by everything he introduced. Just as he was about to pull out another item, Etta stopped him with a pointed question. Mr. Dio, she began, her tone curious yet direct. Please be honest with me. Do you intend to sell your products to the royal palace through me? Nux's lips curved into a slight smile. That was the original plan, yes? Original? Etta asked, intrigued. Nux leaned forward, his expression becoming more serious. The goal is still the same, but now I've found something more important. Etta tilted her head, a quiet realization dawning on her. Is that goal? Perhaps me? Sharp as ever, Miss Etta, Nux said with an approving smile. You've guessed it. I want you to be mine. The words hit her like a wave, and for a moment she was too stunned to respond. Nux's golden eyes locked with hers, full of intensity and passion. His voice was unwavering as he spoke again. The moment my eyes fell on you, I knew what I wanted. Age doesn't matter to me, Etta. As long as you're not opposed to me, I never back down. Etta was momentarily speechless, her mind racing. Pleasure, happiness, doubt, and insecurity all tangled inside her. She struggled to find her voice. Seeing her hesitation, Nux softened his tone. I don't expect you to make a decision right away. Take your time, but here's my offer. 2 days from now, we'll go on a date. A full day together. Shopping, watching plays if you like, having breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. After that, it'll be up to you. If you still can't decide, we'll do it again next week. I'll keep doing it until you make up your mind. Etta blinked, slightly overwhelmed by the intensity of the proposition. We can do that, she muttered quietly. But I must warn you, Nux continued, his voice lowering as he moved closer. He gently lifted her chin, his face inches from hers. I'm a very possessive man. Once you accept me, you will be mine. I won't let you get away from me. Etta's breath caught in her throat. His words were a mixture of seduction and command, and her heartbeat quickened. The closeness was dizzying, but before she could process it, Nux pulled back, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Etta, for some strange reason, felt a twinge of disappointment as he moved away. Well, now that we've talked about this, Nux said with a soft chuckle, I think it's time to end the meeting, don't you? Etta nodded, but before she could stand, Nux did something unexpected. He pulled his chair closer to hers. But since we still have time, why don't we spend it together? I'm still hungry. Shall we order some food? He casually took her hand, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Etta didn't pull away, despite the sudden intimacy of the gesture. She found herself strangely comfortable in his presence. They spent some time together, chatting and enjoying the moment. But then, Etta's face fell as she suddenly remembered something. Mr. Dio, I'm so sorry, but I can't go on a date with you in 2 days. Nux raised an eyebrow, but didn't seem upset. What happened? Etta sighed, a little embarrassed. As head maid, I need to apply for time off a week in advance. I didn't get the chance to do that, so we'll have to postpone it. Nux smiled warmly, clearly unfazed. Don't worry, Etta. We'll go at your pace. I've already given you my address. Just message me when you're ready, and we'll make it happen. Etta flushed, her words stumbling. And no, I won't postpone it more. I want to go on a date as quickly as possible, too, she muttered, her face turning red from both the admission and the closeness between them. Nux's grin widened, clearly pleased. Then it's settled, he said softly, his golden eyes sparkling. We'll make it happen, whenever you're ready. Nux spent the rest of the blissful day with Skyla, Lane, and Fell, enjoying their company and strengthening the bond between them. As night fell, he activated his conceal and made his way out of the mansion, his movements deliberate and cautious. He activated sense, as he walked toward the royal palace, a decision that seemed wiser than meeting Edda at a predetermined spot. He couldn't afford to take any chances. Edda was his woman now, and he would make sure no harm came to her. Arriving at the gates of the royal palace, he waited patiently, his senses alert. 15 minutes later, Edda emerged, dressed in her maid uniform, her usual serious expression in place. Nux couldn't help but compare her appearance now to when she had been tied up, a helpless prisoner. A chuckle escaped his lips as he watched her, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Only he knew the side of Edda that others couldn't see, the hidden, perverted side she had come to embrace fully. His sense told him there were no threats nearby, and with a satisfied sigh, he approached Edda. "Ha! You're making me repeat myself again, huh?" he said, his voice light with teasing amusement. Edda looked up at him, a smile tugging at her lips. "You're the one who made me a pervert." Nux grinned, his eyes sparkling. "True, but it's a side of you that I can't help but enjoy." Edda, having fully accepted her new identity as his pleasure toy, didn't shy away from the comment. The pleasure of surrendering to Nux had been so intoxicating that she was willing to embrace this part of herself. Her blush deepened, but she didn't resist. Nux extended his hand toward her, mimicking the gesture he made the first time they met. "Shall we?" he asked, his voice warm. Edda blinked in confusion, staring at his outstretched hand. "Why do you still treat me like that?" Nux raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "Treat you like what? Like a lady?" she questioned, the words leaving her lips as if she couldn't quite comprehend it. Nux's smile widened. "Because you're my woman." Edda's face turned crimson, her heart racing. Woman? But didn't you say I was your pleasure toy?" Nux burst into laughter, the sound of his amusement filling the air. "Ha ha! That's what you are, but you're also my woman." Edda's heart fluttered, her confusion melting away as she smiled at the way Nux cared for her, even in her new role. After a few moments of laughter, Nux stepped forward, lifting her chin gently. "My perverted maid," he murmured in a low, seductive tone. "I just like being gentlemanly with you. Do you have a problem with that?" Her heartbeat quickened, and her voice faltered as she shook her head. "And no." "Good." Nux's smile was triumphant as he grabbed her hand and guided her into the waiting carriage. The two of them were about to leave the city, but something seemed off. Inside the carriage, Nux's demeanor shifted. His golden eyes narrowed as he clasped her hand tightly. "Edda Osborne," he began, his voice serious. "Are you willing to be my woman with all your heart?" Edda, slightly taken aback by his question, hesitated for a moment before answering. I am already your object. I belong to you." Her words were strange, but they were enough for the system to recognize her consent. A strange, unfamiliar energy flowed into Edda's body, making her shiver. "What is this?" she gasped, her mind racing. "Don't worry, I'll explain everything in time." Nux's voice echoed inside her head, causing her to freeze in surprise. Meanwhile, far away, in a grand hall much larger than Felberta's mansion, two powerful men sat on twin thrones. Heath Hardwick, with his blonde hair and dark robes, sat beside Alger Bannermane, whose silver hair and pure white robes radiated authority. Both men were deep in conversation, their voices sharp with irritation. "Tell me why Edda is still alive," Alger demanded, his voice laced with impatience. "And where are 8 and 9? Heath added, his tone growing more dangerous. "Why haven't they reported back?" A masked woman, dressed in tight black clothing, kneeled before them. "We can't find any trace of 8 and 9, she explained. "We've checked our usual meeting place, but they're nowhere to be found. I believe they've either been killed or captured." Alger's eyes widened in shock, the hint of fear creeping into his expression. He was quick to mask it, though. "Captured?" he repeated, his voice wavering slightly. "Don't worry, Marquise Alger," the woman reassured him, her voice calm and steady. "Even if they are captured, they've been trained to keep silent. If necessary, they'll kill themselves before they reveal anything." A sigh of relief escaped both men. After all, what villain would care for the lives of their subordinates? They had their uses, and nothing more. However, Heath's concern wasn't entirely alleviated. "Wait a minute," he said, his brow furrowing. "Edda is a master stage cultivator. 8 and 9 are also master stage cultivators. Even if they couldn't beat her, running away should have been an option. Did someone help her?" The two marquises exchanged uneasy glances. Alger raised a hand, signaling his butler to step forward. "Who was the man with Etta?" he asked. The butler bowed before answering. "His name is Dio Brando, the leader of a merchant company from the Woods dynasty. They're here to sell goods." Alger's eyes narrowed. "A merchant? Is that all he is?" His suspicion grew, but he said nothing more. Heath's lips curled into a smile. "If he's truly just a merchant, we have nothing to worry about. But if he's more, well, that's a different story." The two marquises exchanged glances once more. They might not have all the answers yet, but one thing was certain. Etta's survival was no coincidence, and Nux was someone they could not afford to underestimate. Dio Brando. Alger's voice echoed with suspicion. "Dio Brando. How strong is he?" The butler, ever attentive, replied, "Not that strong, Marquise. He's only an advanced stage cultivator. But he's young, less than 30, likely even younger than 20. For someone so young to reach that level, he must be exceptionally talented." Alger's eyes narrowed, his mind already working through the implications. Talent won't matter if he's facing two master stage cultivators. He can't help Etta unless... He paused, the realization hitting him. Unless someone else is helping her. Heath Hardwick, seated beside Alger, leaned forward with a sharp look. To defeat two master stage cultivators, a grandmaster stage cultivator is needed. The royal palace has its fair share of them, but they're elite. It's unlikely they'd send one to protect a mere head maid. Alger's frustration bubbled up. Then how could he defeat 8 and 9? Heath scoffed, shaking his head. "Don't be ridiculous. How could an advanced stage cultivator defeat two masters? There's definitely someone else involved. And my guess is it's someone protecting Dio, helping him out of convenience." Alger nodded thoughtfully, the logic sound in his ears. Right. No one would send a Grand Master for Etta unless it was part of a bigger scheme. He turned his gaze to the butler. "Search for this Dio Brando. I want everything. His background, his connections. By tomorrow." "At once, Marquise Alger," the butler replied, bowing respectfully. As the conversation wound down, the woman in black, who had been silently observing, stood up without so much as a word and left the hall. Neither Heath nor Alger could hide their annoyance, but there was nothing they could do. The woman wasn't just their subordinate. She worked for a much higher power, answering only to the kingdom. Her disrespect wasn't something they could challenge. If they tried anything, they knew the kingdom would be informed and deal with them swiftly. Ugh. Alger sighed in frustration, his shoulders sagging with defeat. There was a lot more at play here than they could control. The next morning, Nux stood in front of the mirror, a smile tugging at his lips as he reviewed his status once again. The numbers, the abilities, all of it filled him with a quiet satisfaction. But his attention was soon drawn to Etta, who was scrambling to get ready in her maid uniform. As usual, they were running late. With a grin, Nux stepped over to her, watching her hurriedly finish up. "Let's go," he said, offering his hand with a chuckle. Etta eagerly extended both her arms, as if Nux should know the drill by now. Without a second thought, he scooped her up, and in no time, they were out of the inn, moving toward the royal capital. 15 minutes later, they stood in front of the gates, Nux no longer carrying her, but walking side by side with her, hand in hand. A nearby guard, Brock, watched the pair with a knowing look. "Seems like our lovely head maid has finally found someone," he muttered, raising an eyebrow at Nux and then at Etta. Etta immediately shook her head. "No, you've got it wrong, Brock. There's nothing going on between us." Nux grinned slyly. "I'm just a merchant, you know. I've been showing her some special items I've got, and she's giving me the approval to sell them to the royal harem." Brock raised an eyebrow. "At night, huh? What's so special about your items that they can only be shown after dark? And why leave the city for that?" Nux's smile twisted into something more mischievous. "My items are spread across different cities for safety. As for why only at night, well, some things are just better in the dark." Brock's mouth twitched, clearly not convinced, but Nux wasn't done. "Besides," Nux added with a playful glance at Etta, "Miss Etta here is particularly fond of my items. Right, Miss Etta?" Etta nodded, her expression just as serious, but with a knowing gleam in her eyes. "Yes, I do like his items, Mr. Dio." Brock looked between them, his expression shifting from confusion to utter disbelief. Unable to tolerate the banter any longer, he threw up his hands. "Fine, whatever. Just pay the entry fee and get in. Don't hold up the line." he grumbled, shaking his head in exasperation. Nux chuckled and handed over the fee with a smile, and together, he and Etta walked through the gates of the royal capital, leaving the flustered guard behind. Whatever the future held, Nux knew this was just the beginning of something much bigger. And with Etta by his side, there was no telling just how far his influence would stretch. Did you find everything I asked for? Marquise Alger's voice was low but commanding as he turned to his butler. The butler, unfazed by his master's tone, nodded confidently. I've looked into everything about Dio Brando, but the results are strange. There's almost nothing on him. His entire history seems to have appeared only recently, as if he just came into existence. Alger's eyebrows furrowed. He could hear the unease hidden beneath his butler's confident exterior. What do you mean by recently? He pressed. The butler continued, his voice steady. I sent word to the Woods dynasty to check if there was a merchant company named Brando Merchant Company. But there's nothing. That name doesn't exist there. After further investigation, we found that his real name is Nux Leander. He's closely connected to Viscount Felberta, the same Felberta who has ties with the Thousand Information Chamber. Alger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of realization passing through his mind. So it wasn't just a coincidence. This Nux guy, he has ties with that bitch Etta, and now he's involved with Felberta too. How lucky can one man get? Indeed, Marquise, the butler affirmed, his voice laced with subtle frustration. Felberta and Etta are far more connected than we thought. I believe they're part of something bigger. They could be planning to expose us. Alger's mood darkened. Are they setting a trap for me? Are they working together to bring me down? The weight of the situation seemed to press down on him. His gaze turned grim as he weighed his options. After a long pause, he spoke through clenched teeth. Call 1. The butler's face stiffened at the mention of the name, his unease now palpable. The maid quickly left the hall, her footsteps growing faint as she descended into the darker, quieter corridors of the estate. The further she walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Reaching a simple, unassuming wooden door, she knocked 3 times. Knock, knock. Marquise Alger has called for Miss One, she said curtly, and without waiting for a reply, turned to leave. Her composure was practiced, but the tremble in her hands betrayed her nerves. No matter how many times she delivered such messages, the dark energy that radiated from this place never got any easier to endure. She hurried back toward the light, her heart finally slowing when she returned to the safety of the hall. A few moments later, the door creaked open, and a woman dressed in tight black clothing entered the hall. One, the kingdom's secret weapon, was here. She had been kneeling before Alger and Heath the previous day, and was the one they called when they needed a solution to their problems. Cold, calculated, and unfailingly loyal, One was a weapon in every sense of the word. I need your help, Alger said, his tone sharp as he recounted everything he knew about Etta, Nux, and Felberta. I want Felberta dead, and I want Nux captured. We can use him to lure Etta out, and then we deal with all of them. 3 birds, 1 arrow. One's eyes narrowed in disdain. You want me to deal with a master stage cultivator, an advanced stage cultivator, and a mortal? Are you telling me you can't handle this yourself? Her voice was strict and dripping with contempt. Alger's eyes flashed, his smirk barely concealing his irritation. No, I don't need you to get involved personally. Just send your team. Surely they can handle this group of misfits, can't they? One snorted. Don't try to act clever, Alger. I know exactly what you're after, but Felberta isn't just anyone. If Etta and she are trying to expose you, this could endanger the kingdom's plans. With a sigh, One relented. All right, I'll send 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alger's brow furrowed. Why not send 3 as well? One scoffed, her voice laced with impatience. You want a Grand Master to handle an advanced stage cultivator? Please, Viscount Felberta's butler is a master stage cultivator, but he's hardly a threat. 4 peak master cultivators will be more than enough. Alger's smirk returned. Very well, but don't fail me. With a cold glance, One turned on her heel and walked out, her footsteps echoing in the hall. Alger's gaze lingered on her retreating form, a bitter thought crossing his mind. What a bitch. One day the kingdom will withdraw its support from her, and when that happens... But Alger knew that day would never come. One's loyalty to the kingdom was unshakable, so much so that she would die for it. Even if the kingdom were to withdraw its support, there was no way he could defeat her. She was leagues above him, a grandmaster capable of handling two of him without breaking a sweat. Still, Alger found solace in his fantasies. Every night, he dreamed of breaking her, of controlling her, but he knew it was all impossible. And yet, dreams were the one place where he could imagine it all happening. A man can always dream. Shaking his head, Alger dismissed the thought and walked toward his wife's chambers. The weight of the kingdom's plans and his own desires continued to gnaw at him. But for now, he had to play his part. Nux sat at a lavish dinner table, surrounded by the warmth of good food and the beauty of three women, Skyla, Lane, and Fel. The evening was a display of indulgence, with the three women feeding him and exchanging flirtatious glances. Nux couldn't help but smile, feeling completely content. This was a life many could only dream of, and he was savoring every moment of it. But just as he was about to take another bite, something caught his attention. His expression shifted, and his brows furrowed as his gaze drifted to the wall. It was as though he could see beyond the confines of the room, perceiving something others couldn't. His sense activated, and in an instant, his mind processed the situation. There were 4 strangers lurking around the perimeter of Felberta's mansion. Assassins, the word flashed in his mind, and without hesitation, he activated his eye of discerning. The details of each intruder appeared before his eyes, their names, ages, and most importantly, their skills. Master Stage Cultivator. Lona Wilk. Master Stage Cultivator. Master Stage Cultivator. Master Stage Cultivator. They were all assassins from the Bannermain house, and Nux felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Bannermain house again? They're really starting to annoy me. Without wasting any time, he contacted Etta, his trusted maid. My perverted maid, he greeted, his tone teasing. Etta! Dio! What happened? She stammered, clearly surprised. Realizing his slip-up, Nux quickly corrected himself. Ah, forget the name for now. Listen, don't leave the palace today. I have some guests to entertain at my place. Guests? Etta's curiosity piqued. What happened? Some assassins from the Bannermain house, Nux replied nonchalantly. Etta's expression turned serious. What? Assassins! She exclaimed, the panic evident in her voice. Nux chuckled. Don't worry, they're just some random master stage cultivators. I can handle them with my eyes closed. Etta's mouth twitched at his flippant tone. Random master stage cultivators? She had to remind herself that Nux was no ordinary person, but even so, the fact that Bannermain House was sending people after him was serious. And this was all because of her. The guilt she felt was overwhelming. I'll come to help, Etta offered. I'm a master stage cultivator too. I can be of assistance. Nux thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, but bring your strongest sword or dagger with you. You might need it. Okay, but where do you live? Etta asked. Just come to Viscount Felberta's mansion. Nux quickly corrected himself. Viscount Felberta? Etta repeated, confused but not questioning further. All right, I'll be there soon. Nux hung up and turned his attention back to the task at hand. He looked at Fel, who was watching him intently. What's wrong? She asked, noticing the change in his demeanor. Nux smiled, trying to keep things light. Oh, nothing much. I just noticed a few uninvited guests. Stay here. I'll take care of them. With that, Nux's smile turned into something far more sinister. He activated his conceal and moved stealthily toward the first of the assassins, Ash Winter, who was lurking in the shadows. In less than a minute, Nux had approached Ash from behind, his movements silent as a predator closing in on its prey. With a swift chop to the neck, Ash crumpled to the ground without a sound. Nux dragged her body out of view and reactivated his conceal. Next, he made his way to Aldora Horn, the second strongest assassin in the group. A simple chop to the neck, and she was out. But as he moved her body, Lona Wilkes spotted him. 4, 7, be careful, Lona yelled, her voice filled with alarm. He's already dealt with 5, Nux grinned, his eyes narrowing. Without hesitation, he darted toward Nash Reeve, who was hiding behind a tree. Nash's reaction time was far too slow to evade Nux's speed. In the blink of an eye, Nux was behind him, delivering yet another swift chop. Nash collapsed to the ground, his mind racing in disbelief. He's at the advanced stage? Bullshit! Nux turned his attention to Lona, the last of the group. He flashed her a charming smile, and for a moment, Lona was taken aback by his handsomeness. She quickly regained her composure, glaring at him with suspicion. But Nux didn't make a move immediately. He simply disappeared behind a tree, and Lona's nerves heightened as she watched, trying to stay alert. The tension in the air was palpable. Then, she felt a tap on her shoulder. "What are you looking at the tree for? Were you charmed by my smile?" Nux's voice was smooth, almost teasing. Lona froze, her heart pounding. She whipped around, only to find Nux standing right behind her. Before she could react, another chop to the neck, and she fell unconscious. As Nux surveyed the scene, he couldn't help but smile. One by one, they all fall. He was too fast, too precise. The assassins never stood a chance. Edda swiftly activated Conceal and bolted out of the palace, her heart racing as worry clouded her thoughts. I just hope he doesn't start fighting them. I'm terrified. They're assassins from a marquis's house. They have to be strong. Her legs moved faster, the sound of her breath the only noise she could focus on. Minutes later, she arrived at Felberta's mansion, moving without a sound thanks to her ball. Entering without anyone noticing, she headed straight for the dining room, only to be stunned by the sight in front of her. There, sitting at the dining table, were Nux and 3 other women. One must have been Viscount Felberta, while the other 2 were probably her maids. The scene seemed so casual, Nux smiling as the 3 women took turns feeding him, a carefree atmosphere surrounding the group. But when Edda's gaze fell on the bodies sprawled behind the table, her heart skipped a beat. Are those the assassins he was talking about? She stood frozen, barely able to process the scene. Nux, looking perfectly at ease, seemed unfazed by the lifeless bodies around him. He looked at her, his casual tone cutting through the silence. Why is Edda so late? Is she lost? Does she not know where you live? Felberta raised an eyebrow, responding, No, as a head maid, though she may not be close to me, she must know where I live. A voice sounded in Edda's head, Nux's. Where are you, my perverted maid? Edda snapped out of her daze, quickly deactivating Conceal and appearing before them. Oh, you're here, Nux greeted, but inwardly, he was surprised. Why didn't my sense detect her? Is Conceal really that much better than sense? Maybe. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and smiled warmly as he walked toward her, offering his hand. Edda met him halfway, her face softening as she took his hand. The 2 sat down, and Nux decided it was time for introductions. Let me start, Edda. Nux began with a mischievous glint in his eye. I'm sorry for hiding my true identity from you. I'll explain later, but for now, just know my name isn't Dio. It's Nux Leander. Edda blinked in surprise, but didn't press further. She was too busy observing Viscount Felberta, who had a gentle smile on her face. The woman was a mystery to her, and Edda couldn't shake the feeling that she already had an idea about her true identity. Still, she remained quiet. Nux continued with the introductions, his voice playful. Now, the one you're most curious about. She's Fel. You know her as Viscount Felberta Olivier. She's also the first woman I ever fell in love with. Felberta's face lit up at the mention of her, and she cast a quick glance at Edda. Edda's eyes betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction, but before it could fully show, Felberta masked it with a sweet smile. Hello, Edda. I look forward to having you as my sister. Nux moved on with a smirk. This is Skyla, my sweet, cheerful maid. Skyla waved, her eyes sparkling. And this is Lane, my serious but shy maid. He then pointed to Edda, a teasing smile on his face. And this is Edda, my very perverted maid. Perverted? Skyla blinked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, she's very perverted, Nux answered, his grin widening. Edda's face immediately turned a deep shade of red. She had accepted the label, but hearing it out loud still embarrassed her. Skyla's eyes grew wide with disbelief. The always serious head maid? A pervert? Her curiosity only deepened, and she glanced at Edda, eager to know more. Felberta and Lane shared similar expressions. They'd always wondered about Edda, but never thought to ask Nux. I'm not a pervert, Edda stammered, trying to hold on to whatever dignity she had left. But when she saw Nux's playful gaze, her resolve crumbled. I might be a little perverted. Nux burst out laughing at her bashful demeanor, thoroughly enjoying her embarrassment. After a moment, he leaned in with a teasing grin. Don't be so shy, Edda. Everyone has their little secrets. For example, Fel here has an uncontrollable urge to be the dominant one in bed, but she always fails miserably. Felberta's face flushed bright red. But Nux wasn't done. He turned to Skyla next. Skyla here has this weird habit of smelling panties after our night sessions. She says it's for curiosity's sake, but I think she's just a pervert. Skyla's cheeks turned crimson, but Nux wasn't backing down. He turned to Lane. Lane here is so shy. Even though she loves sex, she's too timid to ask for it. I can't figure out how she can be so loud when it comes to moaning. Skyla, Lane, and Felberta all turned red, their heads ducked in embarrassment. The sight of 4 beautiful women blushing at once was mesmerizing, and Nux couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He patted Skyla's head with a playful smile. But soon, Edda's attention shifted to the bodies lying on the floor behind the table. She cleared her throat, her face still flushed, but now serious. Are these the assassins sent by the Bannerman house? Nux blinked, as if just remembering them. He glanced at the fallen bodies and casually muttered, "Oh, right, they were here as well." The mood shifted for a moment, but Nux's calm demeanor remained, as if nothing unusual had happened. Edda couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and confusion. Just who was Nux Leander, really? Edda's face twitched at Nux's casual response. Oh, right, they were here as well. She tried to shake off the unease building within her. He really meant it when he said they were just random master stage cultivators. To think he could defeat 4 of them in just minutes. Her eyes lingered on the lifeless bodies around the room. With how unbothered he looks, I wouldn't be surprised if he was still holding back. Sighing, she turned to Nux. So, what are we going to do with them? Nux, always calm, smiled. I do have a few things to test out. I can use them as test subjects. Edda raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about the slave seal? Yes, don't you think they're the perfect targets for that? Nux grinned. Felberta, Skyla, and Lane exchanged glances, a faint smile on their faces as they stared at the bound assassins on the floor. Before we proceed, Edda said, let's remove the poison they have stored in their mouths. They'll try to ingest it once they realize they're captured. She quickly went to work, carefully extracting the poison from the assassins' mouths. Once done, Nux looked at her, a sly smile tugging at his lips. All right, now how do we tie them up? Normal ropes won't work on them, right? Edda blushed, but took out a few ropes. This should work? Skyla and Lane looked at her curiously, but said nothing. Skyla took the ropes from Edda and began tying up the assassins, while Lane went toward the bathroom. A few minutes later, Skyla finished, binding their limbs expertly, and Lane returned with a bucket of water. She splashed the water onto the assassins' faces, waking them with a violent splash. Groaning, the assassins regained their senses and quickly tried to bite the poison pills hidden in their mouths. But their eyes widened when they realized the poison was gone. All 4 sighed in unison. We'll be tortured now. It wasn't fear that clouded their thoughts, but a sense of resignation. They were used to being tortured. As assassins, they'd endured countless forms of pain. The problem wasn't the pain. It was the fact that it was coming again. You're awake, Nux said with a smirk, watching their reactions carefully. Lona, one of the captives, remembered everything before she lost consciousness. He defeated all of us alone, and he didn't even seem tired. Her heart skipped a beat, a mix of awe and wariness flashing through her mind. Nux leaned forward, his tone direct. I won't waste time. Are you willing to become my slaves? The question took them by surprise. Ash, the strongest of the group, scoffed. Humph. We've already sworn our lives to the Bannerman house. We will not betray them. Nux shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, I know all that. You'll probably say you can withstand anything, that you'll never submit. But stop lying. You haven't sworn anything to Bannerman's house. Your real loyalty is to the kingdom. You're just working for the Bannerman and Hardwick houses. The assassin stayed silent, not a flicker of emotion betraying them. Well, whatever. Do as you wish. But I do have one question. Nux's eyes darkened. Why are you so loyal to the Bannerman house? What's the point? You'll die if you refuse me. Maybe even get tortured to death. The Bannerman house won't care about you. You'll be replaced, forgotten. Just like those 2 men who died a few days ago. They'll never remember you. Why die for them? You can live, you know? Become my slave, and then go back to wherever you came from. No one will ever know what happened. A flicker of doubt flashed in Nash's eyes. Will you really let us live? Ash shot him a furious look. 7! Ignoring her, Nash's eyes locked on Nux. So if we agree, you'll really let us go? Of course, Nux replied, his voice smooth. If you become my slave, I'll let you leave. Just remember, if I ever contact you, you'll come back. You promised. Nash hesitated, his mind racing. How can I be sure you won't betray me later? Nux raised an eyebrow. Did I not save your life? Why would I betray you? But if you think about it, if you ever do betray me, I'll just tell the Bannermain house. They'll deal with you themselves. A strange smile spread across Nash's face as he nodded. Deal. Nux smiled back, satisfied. So, number 7, are you willing to be my slave? I am. Nux's system chimed with the new addition, and he couldn't help but smile. Nash felt a surge of energy course through his body, though he didn't notice anything physical. He was too elated at the thought of being freed. All right, Nash, Nux said, his voice light. You're free to go. Remember our deal. If I contact you, you come back. Nash's grin widened as he stood up, quickly walking toward the door. The moment he stepped outside, he felt a rush of relief. His plan to escape had worked. Ash, Lona, and Aldora exchanged glances, and a single thought crossed their minds. This man is too naive. We might actually get out alive. Ash gave them both a resolute nod before addressing Nux. Will you really let us go if we become your slaves, just like Nash? Nux's eyes sparkled with amusement. Of course, I'm a very honest person. But remember, if you betray me, I'll let the Bannermain house know. They'll deal with you, and I guarantee you won't like it. The 3 assassins exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. A wide grin spread across Nux's face. So, number 4, 5, and 6, are you willing to be my slaves? I lay there, holding my brother in my arms until 5 o'clock, when it was nearly time to leave. Time with him always felt too short. As I left his bed, I kissed him gently on the forehead. I really like you, brother. Really, I like you so much. Suddenly, the ticking of the clock grated on my nerves. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ugh, it's so annoying. Why is that clock so loud? I threw my pillow around in frustration, unable to focus. It was already 11 o'clock, and my brother still hadn't come back. Didn't his evening study session end at 9? Even if he was crawling, he should have been home by now. Where is he? Where is my brother? The uncertainty was gnawing at me. I wanted to call him. I wanted to rush to his side. Why hadn't he returned yet? It was unbearable. The thought of not being able to say goodnight to him made me furious. But my brother, where was he? Could he be with someone else? My mind raced as I paced. I opened the door and found Sister Shinran standing in the hallway. Has my brother come back yet? I asked, trying to hide my growing anxiety. She gave a brief shake of her head. No, I couldn't stop myself. Which vixen has seduced him? I'll make her pay for this. The thought alone made my blood boil. But no, I knew better. Who could it be? The teacher in the library? No way. My brother wasn't like that. Still, my heart couldn't calm down. Please, Sister Shinran, just wait for him. I pleaded, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled kindly, reassuring me. Go to bed, I'll wait here. I returned to my room, sighing deeply. Sister Shinran had always been so natural with my brother, able to show her true self without hesitation. Why couldn't I do the same? Why couldn't I act like I really felt in front of him? My brother would never like me if he saw how awkward I was. I lay down, curling into a ball on the bed, pretending the pillow was my brother. It felt so wrong, yet it comforted me. I wished so much that I could hold him as Sister Shinran did, sneaking into his room each night. But no, we had an agreement. Our deal was simple. During the day, my brother was mine, but at night, he belonged to Sister Shinran. If either of us broke the rules, we'd expose the other's secrets to him. We'd kept this promise for years, but each night felt like a struggle. I couldn't help but be jealous of the time she spent with him. As the clock ticked on, nearing 1:30 a.m., I heard a familiar voice. A relief washed over me. My brother was finally home. I rushed to the door and peered through the crack. Sister Shinran was talking to him, but I couldn't make out the words. I had to stay quiet. In my brother's mind, I was the perfect sister, obedient, sweet, and proper. I couldn't risk ruining that image, not even for a moment. But then, the more I thought about it, the more I wondered. Where had my brother been? I could feel my mind turning again. Was he with someone? Who was she? I dismissed the thought as I focused on the bigger picture, my brother's well-being. It could be nothing, but I needed to make sure. Maybe his teacher or someone from his class was getting too close. I couldn't let that happen. Finally, I decided it was best to sleep. But my mind wouldn't let me. At 5:50 a.m., I woke before my alarm, eager to start my day. My brother usually got up at 6 to prepare breakfast, and he'd knock on my door to wake me at 6:30. That brief time, between 6 and 6:30, was mine. It was the golden window where I could be close to him without any interruptions. I quickly sneaked out of bed and listened closely. A few seconds after 6, I heard him in the bathroom. As usual, he was on time. I couldn't help but smile. My brother always kept such a strict routine. Quietly, I made my way to his room. The house was still, and I had the chance to climb into his bed. As I snuggled into the warmth of his quilt, I inhaled deeply, taking in his scent. It felt so comforting, so right. I almost lost myself in it. But I couldn't. I had to be careful. I had to search his room. It wasn't that I didn't trust him. I just needed to know. If anything were to change, if my brother started to like someone else, I'd want to know. I glanced around his room, not finding anything out of the ordinary. But then my eyes landed on the trash can. It was filled with crumpled balls of toilet paper. What was this? Could my brother have... No. I couldn't think that. I picked one up nervously, bringing it closer. The smell wasn't what I expected. It wasn't what I thought it was. It smelled like coffee. Why would he throw coffee-soaked paper in the trash? Before I could think it through, the clock beeped, signaling it was almost time for my brother to wake me. I quickly returned everything to its place and rushed back to my room. A minute later, I lay in bed, pretending to be asleep, but my brother didn't come. I waited. And waited. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I walked down to the kitchen where I found him cooking breakfast. "Brother?" I called softly. "Why didn't you wake me up this morning? Where did you go last night?" He turned, his face a bit pale. "Oh, I accidentally overslept in the park. I'm sorry, Kayling. I made you worry." His eyes seemed distant, lost. I couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, brother? Are you sick?" He turned away, trying to hide the unease in his expression. No, I'm fine. It's just, I didn't sleep well. Something was off, I could tell, but I didn't push it. Not yet. I waited until he finished breakfast, but he remained absent-minded the whole time. Something was wrong, and I wasn't sure what, but I wasn't going to let it slide. As he left for school, I exchanged a silent look with Sister Shinran. The agreement that had held us for 4 years seemed fragile now. Something had changed. Something had shifted. I had to know what it was. And nothing was going to stop me. On the way to school, I started noticing the words above people's heads. It wasn't an illusion. Everyone had them. I could see them clearly, no matter which direction they were facing. It felt real, as though I were somehow seeing into something others couldn't. There was something deeper happening here, and I wasn't going to stop until I figured it out. So, number 4, 5, 6, are you willing to be my slaves? Nux's smile stretched wide, but the 3 assassins couldn't ignore the unease creeping into their thoughts. Something about the way he asked felt wrong, but their overwhelming desire to survive drowned out their doubts. They nodded without hesitation. "We are," they replied in unison. A surge of energy rushed through their bodies as their names appeared on Nux's slave section. Lona, Aldora, and Ash felt the strange force, and their gazes shifted to Nux's devilishly charming smile. Suddenly, they realized something wasn't right. This man, he couldn't be as naive as he looked. There was no way he'd just let them walk free like this. Before any of them could voice their suspicion, Nux's voice cut through the air. "All right, let's call your partner back as well." His words were accompanied by the activation of a skill. The slave seal pulsed, and he mentally called out, "Nash, return." The effect was immediate. Nash, who had been on his way back to the Bannermain house, stopped in his tracks. Horror flooded him as he realized his body was no longer obeying him. He was turning back. He felt a cold chill run down his spine as he recognized the voice in his mind. What has he done to me? Moments later, Nash stumbled back into the room and stood beside the other captives. "Good," Nux said, as if nothing unusual had happened. Ash's eyes narrowed with growing suspicion and fear. She felt it now. Something was wrong. Too wrong. That deal, too good to be true, was turning into a nightmare. "What have you done to us?" Ash's voice trembled in panic. Nux feigned confusion. Nothing. Nothing. Then why is 7 back?" Ash's voice grew louder, panicked. Nux raised an eyebrow. "Because I called him? Isn't a slave supposed to listen to their master?" "How did you contact him from so far away?" Lona asked. her voice trembling. Nash, his face pale, spoke up. His voice sounded in my head. The realization hit them all at once. They had no idea how this was happening, but they knew one thing. This was bad. Very bad. Suddenly, a scream split the air. Ash fell to her knees, clutching her head in agony. What happened? Lona cried out, eyes wide with disbelief. Ash, a seasoned torturer herself, had never screamed like this. The intensity of her pain sent chills down Lona's spine. What did you do to her? Lona's voice cracked with anger and fear, her gaze fixed on Nux. Nux, looking surprisingly calm, watched the scene unfold with a hint of curiosity. I think she was thinking about betraying me, her master. The words barely registered before Ash screamed louder, her body writhing on the ground. Lona and the others could only watch in horror as Ash's pain seemed to escalate, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Stop it! Please! I'll do anything! I beg you! Ash's voice broke as she pleaded for mercy. The pain was unbearable, more than anything she had endured before. It was endless, building with every passing second. Lona, Aldora, and Nash stood frozen in shock, their hearts racing. They had been through intense tortures in the past, but this was something else. Ash was begging. The pain was beyond what they could comprehend. Nux stood there, unfazed, watching Ash's desperation with a calmness that sent a chill through the room. He had the upper hand now, and he wasn't about to let it go. Stop thinking about betraying me, he said coldly, and it will end. Ash's body trembled with each word, and she quickly focused her thoughts, repeating over and over, I am loyal to him. I am loyal to him. I am loyal to him. The words seemed to ease the pain. Slowly, the agony subsided, and Ash's breathing became ragged as she lay on the floor, exhausted. Ha! Ha! She gasped for air, her body still trembling from the after effects. She didn't want to experience that pain again. Never again. Thank you, Master, Ash murmured hoarsely. In a submissive gesture, she crawled toward Nux, placing her forehead at his feet. Nux frowned at her actions, his instincts telling him to step back, but he was stopped when Felberta placed a hand on his back, her silent gesture urging him to stay calm. He glanced at her and nodded, standing firm. Good, Nux finally said, his voice soft but firm. Lona, her eyes wide with understanding, finally found her voice. What did you do to us? Her tone was quieter now, much more respectful than before, as the realization hit her. They were at Nux's mercy, and the pain they had witnessed was nothing compared to what they could face if they disobeyed. As I said, Nux replied calmly, I did nothing. It's you who agreed to become my slaves. Remember, I can see your thoughts. The moment you consider betraying me, I'll make sure you experience pain far worse than anything you've ever imagined. And it will keep increasing until you abandon those thoughts. So as long as you follow my orders, as long as you're obedient, you won't have any problems. Is that clear? Yes, they all responded in unison. That's yes, Master, Nux added with a slight smirk. Yes, Master! They all corrected themselves. Good. Nux's voice was smooth as he turned to Ash. Now stand up. Despite her exhaustion, Ash's body obeyed as though his command was divine. She rose to her feet, standing beside the others. Seeing the 4 powerful master stage cultivators now under his control, Nux couldn't help but smile. These weren't just any assassins. They were the best of the best. With them by his side, he could easily topple an Earl house without lifting a finger. But this was only the beginning. Nux's smile faded as his gaze turned cold. Now, tell me everything you know about the Bannermane and Hardwick houses. Tell me everything you know about the Bannermane and Hardwick houses. Nux's voice turned cold as his gaze sharpened. First, they dared attack Edda. Then, they went after Felberta. That was too much. Now, he needed to show them just how dangerous it was to cross him. But before charging headfirst into battle, he needed to know the full strength of his enemies. Lona, with wide eyes, began speaking before she could stop herself. The leader of the Bannermane house, Alger Bannermane, is at the initial Grand Master stage. The Hardwick house leader is also at the same level, but a little stronger. Nux raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk. Just an initial Grand Master stage? Heh, this will be easy. His nonchalant response caught everyone off guard. Edda, Felberta, Skyla, Lane, and the other assassins exchanged uneasy glances. Nux had just dismissed the Grandmaster stage like it was nothing, yet they all knew he was at that level too. What was more terrifying was how casual he was about it. Yup, As expected, he's an anomaly, Felberta thought to herself, her respect for him growing, though she knew not to treat him as a normal person. Lona opened her mouth to say more, but Ash spoke before she could. No, Master. It's not that simple. The Kingdom of Scotty is behind both the Bannermane and Hardwick houses, and they've sent a group of assassins to aid them. As you already know, we're those assassins. If you attack the houses, they'll send those assassins to fight. It'll be troublesome for you. The mention of the Kingdom of Scotty made Etta and Felberta exchange a glance. They both muttered the name in low voices. They weren't unfamiliar with the kingdom's power and influence. Then they chuckled. Oh? Nux's eyes flickered with interest. And who is the strongest assassin among you? Ash didn't hesitate. We don't know her name, but we call her One. She's the strongest assassin at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. But she's not just any Grandmaster. She's killed 3 expert stage cultivators before. It's best to think of her as an expert stage cultivator. The others could feel the weight of her words. Lona, Nash, and Aldora shifted uncomfortably. Betraying their comrades was an unthinkable act, yet they knew they had no choice. The pain Ash had endured, that infernal suffering, lingered in their minds. They were all bound by the same invisible chains, compelled to obey. Nux tilted his head, considering her words. An expert stage, huh? This might be tricky. The others looked at him in surprise. He wasn't scared. He seemed to be taking everything in stride. Nux paused, his mind running calculations. He was confident he could defeat an expert stage cultivator. But if she was surrounded by others, the odds weren't in his favor. The best course of action for now was to wait. Revenge could be delayed, but he wouldn't risk everything on a reckless move. Before he could speak, Felberta's voice broke through his thoughts. I have an idea that might work. Nux's eyes narrowed, sensing the excitement in her voice. What is it? Felberta hesitated for a moment before responding with a sly smile. Well, I have 2 methods, but you might not like the first one. Nux raised an eyebrow. Is the first method sneaking in and killing this one you mentioned? Felberta smiled at his quick understanding and nodded. Nux shook his head. Leave it. Tell me the second method. I'm sure you've thought of something better. Nux wasn't opposed to dealing with the expert stage assassin himself. He could easily use his conceal ability to follow the assassins, wait for them to meet with One, and strike when the time was right. However, Nux had just discovered how powerful his slave seal could be. If he used it wisely, it could help him control these assassins, turning them into an even greater force at his disposal. The idea of enslaving a peak Grandmaster stage cultivator, an assassin slave, bound to his every command, was far more enticing. Felberta seemed to read his mind, and with a knowing glint in her eyes, she spoke again. Do you remember when I told you someone asked me about the Bannermane house's information? Nux's attention snapped to her. I do. Felberta smiled faintly. The real information he wanted was about... Alger paced around his grand mansion, his nerves fraying with each passing second. The woman standing before him, clad in black, remained unfazed as he once again asked, Why aren't they here yet? How long will it take? This was the 11th time he'd asked, and this time the woman snapped. Seriously? Why are you so impatient? Assassinations take time. And do you forget that they need to kidnap someone too? It's only been an hour, you idiot! Stop moving around like a bug! Alger froze, glaring at her. Don't talk to me like that. I'm not your subordinate. The woman's eyes turned icy as she returned his glare, a chill running down his spine. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not your subordinate either, so stop annoying me. Her voice held a threatening edge, one that made his fear flare up, but he held his ground. What would you do if I don't? What can you do? He shot back with feigned confidence. The woman's gaze hardened. In a flash, a dagger pressed against his neck, cold and merciless. You think you're safe just because you're useful to the kingdom? Don't forget, pawns are the first to be sacrificed. Your death wouldn't even make the kingdom flinch. Remember that before you speak to me like that again? Her voice was a blade in itself, and the coldness in her eyes told him she wasn't bluffing. Alger swallowed hard. The threat was clear. One wrong move, and his life was forfeit. He nodded quickly, his heart racing. Good, she said before turning to leave. As her footsteps echoed away, Alger exhaled sharply, his body going stiff with the tension. Only once she was gone did he relax, but the unease lingered. Should I do it? He muttered to himself, reaching for the dagger hidden in his ring. But the thought of angering her and the possibility of the assassins coming after him made him hesitate. He sighed and placed the dagger back in his ring, shaking his head. Let's just take a bath. Later, after his bath, Alger sat at the dining table surrounded by his wife and 7 consorts. A servant placed food before him, and he nodded for them to begin eating. The meal passed in a blur, his mind still occupied by the tension from earlier. When the dinner ended, Alger tried to distract himself with his harem, but his mood soured. The assassins hadn't returned yet. His frustration built, and he retreated to his room, intending to sleep it off. However, as soon as he hit the bed, sleep overtook him quickly. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of golden eyes watched from the shadows. In the dead of night, a figure in skin-tight black clothes and a mask appeared by his bedside. Alger remained blissfully unaware, still deep in sleep. The figure moved silently, taking his space ring before drawing out a green-black dagger. Slap! The sound of a slap echoed through the room, followed by the violent thud of Alger's body crashing into the wall. His eyes snapped open, only to find no one in sight. Confused, he tried to call for his servant, but then a sharp pain shot through his right leg. Ah! He cried out in agony as he looked down to see a deep cut on his calf, blood flowing freely. His gaze shifted up, and he saw the masked figure standing before him, the familiar green-black dagger in their hand. Wow, this dagger is something special, the figure remarked, a strange sense of joy in his voice. It's already starting to show its effect. Alger's heart raced in horror. The dagger, the one that had been in his possession, was now in this man's hands. How had he gotten it? As he looked down, he realized his space ring was missing. His mind raced as a possibility formed. The figure's voice broke through his thoughts. Yes, I poisoned your food with Strangler. Ever heard of it? Alger's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the poison. Oh, you know it, huh? The figure grinned. Manan, it's a ruthless poison, puts the target to sleep, and when they wake up, they can't speak for an hour. Perfect for an assassin to do their job. The figure looked at the dagger in his hand, turning it over in his fingers. And this little beauty is something else. A peak 5-star dagger. Its numbing effect is incredible. With that slash on your calf, your whole leg must be numb by now, huh? I guess you won't be running anytime soon. The figure stepped closer, and Alger felt the full weight of his predicament. You're in a bad position, aren't you? Can't run, can't scream for help? At my mercy. He paused, as if savoring the moment. You must be praying to whatever god you believe in that I'm not a bad person. Fear clawed at Alger's chest. Who was this man? The figure smirked, lowering his mask, and as he did, Alger's breath caught in his throat. No way, Nux Leander? Outside Alger's room, his butler hurried down the corridor, having heard the sound of something crashing inside. Just as he reached the door, a servant appeared in front of him, blocking his way. You can't go in there, the servant Cliff stated firmly. Cliff, what are you doing? The butler demanded. Why are you stopping me? I'm the Marquis's personal guard. Shouldn't you be rushing in to check what's happening as well? Cliff crossed his arms, his face unreadable. Nothing's happening inside. I'm just following Marquis Alger's wishes. He said he doesn't want to be disturbed. The noise you heard? He's just throwing a fit. Seems pretty angry. Angry? About what? The butler raised an eyebrow. Cliff just gave him a blank stare. How would I know? The butler scowled but then reluctantly stepped back. Fine, I'll leave. By the way you're acting, he must be really angry, huh? Yeah. Cliff's voice trailed off as another loud crash came from the room, followed by a sickening shatter. The butler's eyes widened. Was that a vase? The butler asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Cliff nodded. Yeah, I don't want to go in there either. Cliff's casual response might have seemed indifferent, but if the butler had been paying closer attention, he would have noticed the subtle sigh of relief that escaped Cliff's lips. If the butler had actually entered the room, he would have been in for quite a shock. Instead of seeing Marquis Alger throwing a tantrum, he would have witnessed a much different scene. The Marquis, far from being in control, was now on the receiving end of a brutal assault. As Alger realized who his assailant was, his confidence wavered. Seeing Nux, a master stage cultivator, before him made him smile, despite his injuries. His right leg was still throbbing, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. After all, He was a grand master stage cultivator. With this newfound confidence, he lunged at Nux, determined to end this quickly. Slap! The sound of Nux's open hand meeting Alger's face echoed in the room. To Alger's shock, his body was sent flying effortlessly through the air. His world spun before he crashed into one of his prized vases. The impact knocked the wind out of him, and he coughed up blood. Tsk, tsk. Did you really think I'd show up, wake you up with a slap, and not be sure I could beat you? Nux's voice oozed with disdain as he casually crushed Alger's confidence. Everyone outside thinks you're just throwing a tantrum. No one's coming to save you. Alger's eyes widened, his mind racing. He had assumed that with some noise, his guards would come rushing in, but now it seemed hopeless. The cold reality sank in. Nux wasn't just confident, he was in control. With a smile on his face, Nux moved toward him, dagger gleaming in the dim light. Let's have some fun, shall we? He said, his voice calm yet terrifying. Before Alger could react, Nux was behind him, slashing at his left calf. Alger screamed internally as pain exploded in his leg, only for it to be followed by a numbing sensation. The agony was unbearable at first, but soon it faded, leaving his entire leg useless. His thoughts spiraled into panic. He couldn't move, he couldn't escape, and his situation was becoming dire. Nux's voice broke through his thoughts. Hey, let's see. You sent someone to attack my maid Edda. That calls for one limb. Then you went ahead and attacked my beautiful fell. That calls for 2 more limbs. So I'll be taking 1 leg and both of your hands. Alger's heart pounded as Nux casually listed his punishment. Oh, don't worry, Nux continued. I won't use your dagger for this. I'll just use a regular steel sword. Our bodies are tough, so it'll take a few moves to sever each limb, but we can get through it. Won't take too long, I promise. The words made Alger's stomach churn with fear. He could feel the tension in the air. Nux wasn't bluffing. He was enjoying this. Wait, Alger thought, panic rising. He opened his mouth to beg, but no words came out. He couldn't speak. His throat clenched as he tried to scream, but it was impossible. His fear intensified as he realized what was happening. Nux was torturing him mentally, pushing him to the brink. Nux paused, noticing the desperation in Alger's eyes. You know, he said, his tone light and almost playful, I'm not really a bloodthirsty maniac. I'm actually quite refined and handsome, as you can see. I don't enjoy unnecessary torture. So here's an offer. You can stop all of this if you agree to be my slave. Alger froze, his thoughts racing. Slave? His slave? The idea was horrifying, but his mind quickly spun through possibilities. If Nux kept him alive, how would he ensure loyalty? Maybe poison, perhaps an antidote kept hidden. But Alger's life was worth more than anything right now. With grim determination, he nodded, a look of resolve on his face. I'll do it. At that moment, Nux smiled knowingly. Good choice. Alger suddenly felt a strange energy course through his body. He didn't understand it, but something told him it wasn't good. Panic set in, and before he could process it, Nux shoved a potion into his mouth. This is the antidote for Strangler, Nux said, almost casually. Now take your ring and find the antidote for my dagger. Alger tried to speak, to protest, but before he could, a fierce pain shot through his head. Ah! Don't scream, Nux interrupted, his voice cold and commanding. Shut your mouth. Alger's mouth slammed shut, his throat refusing to obey him. The pain in his head intensified, waves of excruciating agony crashing over him. It felt like his skull was splitting, but no sound could escape his lips. His body trembled, but the worst part was the utter helplessness, the fact that he couldn't even scream. The intense pain continued, and Alger's world spiraled into madness as Nux's quiet laughter echoed in the background. Poor Marquise Alger. Alger's body shook as he lay on the cold floor, the last remnants of excruciating pain slowly ebbing away. The ordeal had felt like hours, but in truth, it had only been 15 minutes. Nux's voice sliced through the silence, cool and unwavering. Remove the thoughts about betraying me out of your head, and the pain will subside. The words echoed in Alger's mind, and despite the burning torment still lingering, he immediately complied. His heart raced, but he quickly understood. The pain wouldn't end unless he swore complete loyalty to Nux. There was no room for hesitation. Nux, after observing how easily the pain consumed his victim, realized the psychological toll he could impose. As soon as the agony began, there was no room for treachery or rebellion. The only way out was obedience. And now, Alger's mind was in full survival mode. He didn't care about anything but ending the pain. Yes, master, Alger gasped out, his voice trembling. Nux's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he leaned back casually. Good. Now stay loyal to me. If you even think about betraying me, the pain will return, and it will be worse next time. Alger's heart skipped a beat. Betraying Nux? The very thought made his blood run cold. No, he would be the most loyal servant the world had ever seen. He would follow Nux's every command, no matter the cost. After all, the pain was too much to bear again. Anything you wish, master. I swear I will not betray you, Alger vowed, his body trembling with fear and determination. Nux didn't waste time. Take the antidote. Cure your numb legs. Alger hesitated for a moment before answering, his voice hoarse. There's no antidote, master. The numbness will fade in 30 minutes. Ha, whatever. Stay on the floor until then. Nux dismissed him, retrieving Alger's ring and storing it in his inventory before tossing it back. He then sprawled comfortably on the Marquis's bed, his casual demeanor a stark contrast to the terror Alger was feeling. Now, Nux asked, his tone casual, where does one live? Alger was caught off guard by the question. One? She and her assassins live at the back of the mansion. But master, he hesitated before continuing, I must warn you, one has killed a few expert stage cultivators. Be careful. Though curious about how Nux knew of one, Alger didn't ask. He'd learned quickly that questioning Nux was a dangerous game. So instead, he answered honestly, still wary of the strange connection Nux seemed to have with everyone and everything. Nux nodded, eyes closing as he processed the information. How was it? Success? He heard Fell's voice in his mind. Yes, he is now under my control, Nux responded mentally, satisfied with the outcome. Good, now let's discuss the second part again to make sure it doesn't fail. Yes, Nux smiled, not bothering to open his eyes as he and Fell began discussing their next move. Meanwhile, Skyla, Lane, and Etta remained silent, occasionally offering brief comments. The conversation played on in Nux's mind, his focus sharp as he finalized plans. But all the while, Alger remained where he was, a silent witness to it all. 30 minutes passed in tense silence. Alger's legs began to regain feeling, though they were still stiff from the earlier injuries. He had taken healing potions, and his legs were nearly healed now. But he didn't dare move too quickly. Nux was still resting, his presence a constant reminder of the pain that could return at any moment. Despite the relief in his limbs, a dark thought crossed Alger's mind. What if he could strike now? What if he could end this nightmare? The pain hit again. It was a sharp, searing reminder of his new reality. His mind scrambled to replace thoughts of betrayal with loyalty. And almost instantly, the pain began to fade. He hadn't dared scream. If Nux knew he'd even thought of turning against him, the consequences would be far worse. His resolve hardened. He had to remain loyal, no matter what. Master, Alger said, his voice quieter now, but respectful. I am healed. Nux's eyes fluttered open, and he looked at Alger standing before him. His gaze was calm but piercing. Now, tell me about your personal army. Is it under the control of the kingdom of Scotty? Alger froze, stunned. How did Nux know the name of the kingdom? No one outside the kingdom's inner circle could possibly know. Even the Thousand Information Chamber had no record of it. But the shock didn't show on his face. He answered immediately, conditioned by years of loyalty to his title. No, master. My army is under my control. As a Marquise, I have the right to maintain a private army. However, I must report every soldier's name and cultivation stage to the kingdom. If any soldier is found whose name hasn't been submitted, the punishment is severe. Nux nodded thoughtfully. Take me to your general, or whoever holds the highest rank in your army. As you command, master. Alger didn't hesitate. The two of them made their way to the Bannermain Army's headquarters. The room was lavish, a testament to the importance of the position, and the head of the army, Hawk Reed, lived there with his family. They reached the door, and Alger knocked, as was customary. Normally, he'd have a servant make the call, but this time he was here to serve Nux directly. Marquise Alger? What brings you here at this hour? The door swung open, revealing Hawk Reed, the head of the army. Nux could immediately sense his cultivation level, a late master stage cultivator, without even needing to use his eye of discerning. He wasted no time. Hawk Reed, are you willing to be my slave? The question hung in the air, loaded with power. Hawk's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. The decision was now in his hands. I glanced at the name above the guy's head, Liu Yibing, and the words next to it, mentally ill. Wait, what? He looks perfectly normal, so why is it saying that? Shouldn't there be a doctor around here? This can't be real, can it? A quick look around tells me it's not just him. Others have strange titles too, like wrestling enthusiast or lolicon. Some show expertise, like climbing expert or fishing pro. It seems like these titles should reflect the most important part of someone's identity, but I'm left with more questions. I think back to my friends, Shinran and Kelling. Their titles are equally baffling. Shinran is labeled cold brother who controls his sister fake, and Kelling is sinister brother who controls his sister real. So it turns out that there are different types of sisters now. How do I even process that? And what's this authenticity thing about? Could it be that Shinran actually has feelings for me? Or that Kelling's sweet, shy personality hides something sinister? As if that wasn't enough, the title colors on Shinran and Kelling are pink, unlike the regular white I see above everyone else. Why pink? What does it mean? Even weirder, I can't see my own title. I looked in the mirror earlier, but there was nothing above my head. So, is it only visible to others? All these questions swirled in my mind as I headed to class. It felt like every new bit of information only led to more confusion. When I finally entered the classroom, I was hit with a shockwave. I thought I'd seen weird titles on the street, but this was next level. Everywhere I looked, I saw bizarre labels. Clone number 223 and necrophiliac were among the strangest. Was I the only normal person here? Was I losing my mind? Student An, what are you doing standing there? The bell has already rung. Came the voice of my homeroom teacher, Teacher Jen. I turned around to find her, but what caught my eye wasn't just her appearance. It was her title. Clone? Clone? Was she some kind of experiment? The thought sent chills down my spine. Teacher Jen, I'm sorry, I stammered, quickly stepping into the classroom. My head was spinning, trying to make sense of the bizarre titles flashing above everyone. As I walked past, the eyes of my classmates felt like daggers, each person more unnerving than the last. I sat down at my desk, trying to calm myself, when something caught my eye. It was Ji Lianbing, sitting behind me. Above her head were the words, necrophiliac. I nearly choked. What the hell was that? Necrophiliac? She was the school beauty, adored by everyone, and now I found out she had that label? A murderer? A psychopath? My mind raced with possibilities, each worse than the last. The classroom, once familiar, now felt like a den of monsters. Just then, Ji Lianbing turned to look at me. Our eyes met, and for a moment, her expression shifted. It was brief, but she smiled. A smile so cold, so unsettling that I couldn't look away. What did it mean? Did she know something I didn't? Was I in danger? I quickly turned away and focused on the desk, trying to hide my panic. My thoughts were spiraling. What was I supposed to do? Was I surrounded by killers and clones? Student Anne? Teacher Xiaojian's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Are you okay today? You look a bit strange. I was a mess. My heart was racing, but I managed to say, oh yeah, I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well last night. Boys always stay up too late, she remarked, smiling. Meanwhile, the class snickered and I laughed nervously. But deep down I knew I wasn't fine. Not by a long shot. I had entered a world where titles defined people in ways I couldn't begin to understand. And I was right in the middle of it all. What kind of place had I walked into? More importantly, what kind of person was I becoming in this strange, unpredictable world? I sat down, but my mind was in a whirlwind. Why is she suddenly interested in me? What does she want? Is she planning to kill me to keep me quiet? She shouldn't even know that I discovered her identity, right? There's no way she could actually like me. I don't want to end up the target of a murderer. My perception of Ji Lianbing had completely shifted. Once the school's beauty, now she seemed more like a terrifying figure, something out of a horror story. I spent the rest of the class in a haze, constantly glancing around, trying to make sense of what was happening. The class itself was bizarre. The girl in front of me, the active admirer, was silently cutting her nails, sweeping them onto a book before walking out. Ahead of me, a mixed-blood werewolf was asking the pure-blood vampire a question, while the zombie to my right was munching on bread. A ghoul and ogre were animatedly discussing lunch plans, and the stalker behind me was chatting away with her friends. It seemed that every single person in this class had a title, a label that made them different. And then there was me. Just a normal guy surrounded by bizarre, supernatural classmates. I quickly glanced toward the door and realized there were no ordinary students in sight. Everyone had some supernatural title attached to them. How could this be? More than 40 students, and I was the only normal one? This didn't make sense. Was I going crazy? Was I hallucinating these strange titles? Could I have developed some sort of mental illness? But how could I trust my own eyes if I thought I might be losing my mind? I tried to shake off the thought, telling myself it was just psychological. I hadn't seen anyone actually transform into a monster. I hadn't seen anything to prove those titles were real. So it must all be in my head, right? Of course, I'd be fine. But then, Ji Lianbing spoke to me. Classmate Anjuncheng? My heart nearly stopped. She was talking to me, but now that I had regained my composure, I wasn't afraid anymore. Ji Lianbing was just a girl. She wasn't some murderer. I forced a calm smile. Well, what can I do for you? You just looked at me and puffed, right? Is there something on my face? She asked, her tone casual. It was clear now she noticed the noise I made. But what struck me was how normal she was acting, even though I had practically rejected her without thinking. Ah, no, I didn't say that after looking at you. It's nothing at all. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. Why did I always say things like that? It was no wonder I didn't have friends. My blunt honesty was my downfall. But Ji Lianbing didn't seem bothered. She smiled and said, well, it's good to know nothing's wrong with my face, right? She thanked me seriously. Thank you, classmate An. I blinked, unsure of how to respond. I didn't do anything, really. She shrugged nonchalantly. No, thanks to you. I know I'm not looking crazy today. Most people would never say anything. I was stunned. I'd just spoken my mind, without realizing it, but she wasn't upset. In fact, she seemed kind of happy. Then she surprised me even more. Yeah, I really don't have many friends, she said softly. Then can you be my friend? I froze. What? After everything, Ji Lianbing wanted me to be her friend? The girl everyone was obsessed with wanted to be friends with me? Before I could respond, she asked again. Will you please be my friend? And then, please be my boyfriend. Wait, what? I blinked, trying to process what just happened. Okay, no need to repeat it so many times. I'll be your... I stopped mid-sentence, realizing what had happened. She said boyfriend. The whole classroom seemed to hold its breath. For a moment, I was paralyzed. Did she really just say that? The silence was deafening. This was unbelievable. The bell rang, and the math teacher walked in, confused by the strange quietness in the room. Practicing silent meditation, are we? He asked, but no one responded. I was still in shock, trying to wrap my head around the fact that Ji Lianbing had confessed to me. The quiet, reclusive guy. Me. I told myself it had to be a joke. Maybe she was just messing with me. I couldn't possibly be the one she liked. But before I could think any further, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. I grabbed my bag and stood up. Jun Cheng! Ji Lianbing called from behind, but I didn't turn around. I hurried toward the door, trying to shake the surreal feeling that had taken over. Maybe it was time to run away from this mess. My mind was in overdrive, and I knew I couldn't stay here and deal with this. I followed the teacher to the door, feeling the eyes of the entire class on me. They were all probably wondering the same thing I was. Why did this happen? What had just changed? But I knew one thing. My life had just taken a turn I never saw coming.